Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
I would firstly like to advise the Assembly that the Minister for the Economy, Paul Frew, resigned the office at 9:30 this morning. Further to this, I'd like to advise the Assembly that Mr Jeffrey Donaldson, MP, as nominating officer for the DUP, nominated Gordon Lyons, MLA, as Minister for the Economy. Mr Lyons has accepted the nomination and affirmed the pledge of office in the presence of the Principal Deputy Speaker and that of the Chief Executive this morning, Tuesday, the 6th of July 2021. The Speakers also received notice from the First and Deputy First Minister that they wish to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I would remind members here in the Chamber that in light of social distancing being observed by parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure that their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the Chamber can also add their name to the speaking list or indicate by rising in their place, or indeed notify the Speaker's table directly. I remind members to be concise in asking their question. This is not an opportunity for debate, and long introductions will not be allowed. I would also remind members that in accordance with long-established procedures, points of orders are not normally taken during a statement or the question period afterwards. I call the Deputy First Minister.
So I wish to make the following statement on the 35th Summit meeting of the British Irish Council, which took place on Friday the 11th of June 2021. I hope that the Assembly will understand that recent events regarding the position of the First Minister have meant that it has not been possible to make this statement as promptly as is customary following a summit. The summit was hosted by the Executive and was attended by the then First Minister Arlene Foster MLA and myself as Deputy First Minister, as well as Minister Poots, Minister Swan, Minister Mallon, Minister Long, Minister Murphy, Minister Hargey, Junior Minister Kearney and Junior Minister Lyons. They have agreed that I make this statement on their behalf. The Scottish Government delegation was led by Nicola Sturgeon. The Welsh Government delegation was led by Mark Drakeford, the First Minister, who attended virtually. The British Government was led by the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, Michael Gove. The Government of Guernsey was led by the Chief Minister, Peter Ferbrache, who attended virtually. Also, the Government of Jersey was led by Senator John Lafondra. The Irish Government was led by Taoiseach Micheál Martin. The Isle of Man Government delegation was led by Howard Quayle, the Chief Minister. And the full list of delegates who attended the summit is attached to the copy of the statement provided to members. This was the first summit to be hosted by the Executive since 2013, and we were delighted to host the meeting in Fermanagh and welcomed the attendance in person by other administrations despite the difficulties imposed by the travel restrictions. The focus of the summit was on recovery from COVID. It's important that, obviously, as we move through recovery, we do so both informed of and learning from the approaches being taken across member administrations. Our engagement in the British Irish Council enables this to happen. Ministers discussed the impact of COVID-19 across member administrations and reflected on the need for approaches to recovery that were sustainable and which addressed the potentially long-lasting impacts. The Council also discussed areas of coherence across member administrations in relation to recovery and in planning for potential future impacts of COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic has presented unprecedented challenges to all of the BIC administrations, as it has globally. Other administrations like us are like us operating and planning for recovery in a still evolving situation as the vaccination programme progresses, but also whilst new variants emerge. All recognise the need to remain alert, flexible and responsive as external factors change around us. A common theme of the members' reports was the way in which the crisis has acted as a driver for change to ways of working, which have created changes in approach which are irreversible. Societies have had to innovate rapidly and positive developments have taken place which may not have occurred without the challenge of combating the impact of the pandemic. To cite a few examples, digital transformation has been essential in the delivery of our public services and is becoming the norm. Sustainability efforts have been enabled through new ways of working, and a greater and very important focus is being placed on the mental health of the population. The summit also discussed the latest political developments across their jurisdictions and noted the recent elections held across a number of administrations. Ministers provided an update and engaged on a number of topics of mutual interest, including the EU-UK relationship. Ministers took the opportunity to reflect on the period since the establishment of the British Irish Council and how the Council had evolved to adapt to a changed context. They welcomed the fact that, despite the pandemic, the British Irish Council had continued to meet by virtual means. Ministers considered a number of potential developments which would further develop the role of the Council in responding to new and emerging trends and challenges, and to promoting its objective of positively strengthening links and relationships between the people of these islands. The latest BIC annual report has now been published on the Council's website. Finally, the Council noted the Secretariat's 2021 end-of-year report and welcomed the publication of the Council's annual report for 2021. The next summit will be hosted by the Welsh Government later this year. So, Ceann Comhairle, I commend this statement to the Assembly.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Joint First Minister for her statement. And I welcome the fact that the British-Irish Council meeting took place, albeit in difficult circumstances. It is really important that everyone working for people and in communities right across these islands is given the opportunity to come together to discuss matters of common interest and to share ideas and practice that will help develop the work that we do. The issue of COVID recovery was high on the agenda, but obviously the matter of COVID is still very much on the minds of people. People are still worried about the virus, and the numbers that we are hearing over the past week are very worrying. There is some comfort in the fact that hospital admissions and serious illness from the virus is not translating into intensive care admissions yet, but the key word is yet. Now, Bonkers Boris has announced yesterday that he intends to relax many of the key relaxations and regulations that are in place in England, and this has been done in the face of many of the scientific facts. Even his most senior advisers suggest that they will continue to wear masks in crowded environments, whilst telling everyone else that they don't have to and that it's a choice.
Can I remind the member it's an opportunity to ask questions?
Yes, thank you, and also what is afforded to chairs of committee to make a few introductory remarks.
I have done
so what does this mean? The Chief Medical and Scientific Officer will still wear the masks, but everyone else is okay. That type of mixed messaging is ludicrous. Can the Minister detail to us what discussions there were at the summit and since about the different paces of relaxation to COVID, and whether or not the different pace in GB and the island of Ireland will have any impact upon people here? Thank you.
Well, thanks to the Chair of the Committee for his question, and I think you're right to reflect that people are still worried about the pandemic, and they are still worried about the fact that with the new variant, in particular with the Delta variant now becoming our dominant strain, people are right to be cautious, people are right to be anxious. I think we have to always point to the positive. The positive is that the vaccination programme is rolling out very, very well. And we need to continue to see the uptake, and I encourage all members to use their good office to try to promote the uptake of the vaccine, because that's our best defence. Boris Johnson has made announcements yesterday, and as I noted in the statement, throughout the pandemic, all member administrations of BIC have at different times been in different positions and taken different paths. Certainly, we prided ourselves on taking our own path. That remains the case, taking our own path based on our own information, advised by our own Chief Medical Officer and Chief Scientific Advisor. Certainly, I think that in terms of the announcement yesterday, I personally, my view is that that's far too soon. Albeit, we want to keep making progress and we want to keep lifting the restrictions where we can. So, our executive will meet this Thursday, and our executive will decide collectively around what is our next step. But certainly, and particularly in relation to the issue of masks that you referred to, I think the Health Minister and the Chief Medical Officer have been very clear in saying that we're not there yet. And I think that's going to be, obviously, that's going to be up for discussion on Thursday, but certainly I would be supportive of that view. Look, we want to keep making progress, but the best way we can do that is just keep being steady, continually making the progress, getting our maximum number of people vaccinated. So again, I'll keep repeating the message that please encourage people to come forward and take up the vaccination.
I call George Robinson.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Could I ask the Minister if she will provide an update on the current ongoing work of the Council?
Yeah, so I think it was useful that we're able to meet in person at this time, and one of the things that we're able to have a very frank conversation around where we're all at with the COVID crisis, but we're very much looking towards the future as well and how else we can work together. There's as I said, there's been 4 virtual ministerial meetings, including a joint housing and collaborative spatial planning meeting held recently, and the housing and collaborative spatial planning work sectors are chaired by our executive colleagues, so there's a lot of work going on there. There's also a lot of work around misuse of substances, and that work sector is going to be renamed drugs and alcohol, so there's a lot of work going there. There's a lot of conversation and work being done around a review of actually how we work, and it's going to be taken forward a very much a different approach, like a task and finish approach, so it should allow us to be able to look at areas where we can collectively work and be able to find ways to do things perhaps better and more speedily. So across a whole range of things, creative industries, digital inclusion, drugs and alcohol, early years, energy, environment, housing, social inclusion, Indigenous, minority and lesser used languages, transport. That's I think that notes the 11 live work sectors which we have, but there's a lot of work being done around the future of the Council and how we can work more collaboratively and share information where that's advantageous, I suppose, to us all.
I call Pat Sheehan.
Agus buchas leis an ara suck the righteous imagine. I thank the Joint First Minister for her statement this morning. And could I ask the Minister if she has any concerns about the delivery arrangements for the Levelling Up Fund and the Shared Prosperity Fund?
Well, yes, I do indeed, and I think that the delivery arrangements for the Levelling Up Fund and Shared Prosperity Fund pilot programme, it cuts across the responsibilities of a number of executive departments. So the executive continues to consider the impact of the loss of EU funding and the approach to replacements in Whitehall departments. It's very clear that the British Government intends to use the financial assistance powers in the Internal Market Act to deliver those funds intended as EU replacements, and also funding streams where we would have expected to receive Barnett allocations. So I think this approach directly bypasses the devolved structures. So it is a matter of concern that the Westminster Government approach clearly doesn't build on existing and well-established structures that we have in line with the Executive's agreed position, or nor does it give the Executive or our Ministers the normal role that they would have had in relation to devolved functions. So I think it's a matter of concern that they are to be financed in the case of the Level Up Fund that you refer to, using spending power that was promised to us in the spending review, or for the Shared Prosperity Fund as a replacement for our income from EU programmes. So I think urgent clarification is required to ensure the effective delivery of this funding locally, and it's essential that the Executive's reviews and the Executive spending priorities are taken into consideration in the delivery of these funds to ensure that there is maximum benefit and delivery from the support that's provided.
I call John Stewart.
Deputy Speaker, and thank the Deputy First Minister for her statement and answers so far. You refer in the statement to difficulties of attendees in relation to travel. I'm just wondering, was there any discussion around when we're going to see an end to the inconsistencies and inequality within the common travel area, particularly GB to the Republic of Ireland? And does she agree that the current travel rules are surprising, potentially outdated, given that the Republic of Ireland has consistently had a much higher infection rate than Northern Ireland over the past 6 months?
I think the issue of travel was touched upon, and it continues to be touched upon, because we are different spaces and our different places, even in terms of the virus spread, and that's been the case the whole way through the pandemic. So I don't think the members should get too excited that if the South of Ireland's cases are higher than ours at the moment, or vice versa, because at different times we were the best in Europe, and those times we were the worst. So I just think that it's important that we work together, that we finally see the resolution to the travel issue, particularly the travel locator forms, which has been ongoing for some time, and something that we've encouraged for there to be a resolution to. I think progress has been made there, but I think that as we move forward and travel starts to open up, and that seems to be the direction of travel across the board, excuse the pun, but I think as we move forward, it's important that we are as aligned as we can be across these islands, and I've always advocated that two-island approach, and I think that's the best way. It makes it simpler for people to understand. There's no confliction of messaging, for example. So I would like us to be as aligned as we can in terms of travel, and whether it's within the common travel area or as we start to see international travel opened up as well.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy First Minister. Deputy First Minister, given the quite frankly offensive and unnecessary remark by the Member of Parliament for East Antrim yesterday about our Health Minister, can you tell us what work was done in your Council meeting with regards to harmonising restrictions across all of the jurisdictions, and what actions you're taking to expand the green list for travellers?
So as I said, travel was discussed at the meeting, but again, each administration is coming at this with their own data as well and their own information, and taking decisions based on what they think is in the best interest of their people at that time. But I do think the better aligned we can be, the better it will be for all of us to understand, and for the public at large to understand. The comments in relation to the Health Minister. The Health Minister has a very, very difficult job in a very, very difficult time, and he deserves to have the support of the Executive and of other MLAs who, quite frankly, until you're in his shoes, you wouldn't understand the level of the decisions that have had to be taken. So I think that people should be very focused on recovery, which is what the public want, taking decisions to try to move the restrictions as quickly as we can, getting people back to some sense of normality as quickly as we can, and just trying to focus very much on recovery, because so many people have lost their jobs. The economic consequences of the pandemic are dire, and we have a big job of work to do, and we should be focused on working together to do that, as opposed to taking pop shots at the Health Minister or anybody else for that matter.
I call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm looking at the list of ministerial delegates at this event in Fermanagh, and it includes the Taoiseach Micheál Martin, his Deputy, Mr Leo Varadkar, and the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Mr Simon Coveney. The event was held in Fermanagh, and presumably they were able to cross our border to attend it. If the Minister was listening to Radio Ulster this morning, she will have heard the story of a Northern Ireland family who have been effectively placed under house arrest in the Republic of Ireland. Has the issue of the Irish Government providing the necessary information to those arriving in Dublin and travelling on to Northern Ireland been satisfactorily resolved? For it is a ridiculous situation where Irish Government ministers are able to cross our border, but Northern Ireland citizens are not.
So can I say that in terms of the family situation, I've just been brought to my attention, I didn't hear it in the radio, but it's just been brought to my attention before I came into the chamber, and obviously we'll work to try to get a resolution to that family, who I believe have issues with young children at home, and also perhaps sickness as well in one of the individuals. So I hope that there's a speedy resolution to that. Again, it's back to what I've said previously. I mean, I think it's important that we share information, we share data, that people are very clear around the travel limitations or otherwise, that people are very clear around the testing policy, that people are very clear around the information. So that falls upon the two health ministers and the two chief medical officers to make that as simple as possible. I welcome the fact that there was a meeting last week, I believe, of the two chief medical officers, and I hope to continue to see progress around the issue of sharing data and making sure that we are as joined up as we can be in this period. I mean, that's in all of the public's interest, all the people who live on this island, and indeed those people that are travelling out across the common travel area.
I call Emma Sheeran.
And I thank the Joint Minister for her answers thus far. I note that the BIC was COVID focused, which created opportunities for discussion on its impact and its recovery, and a good platform for sharing of information. Given the scale of the challenges facing our health and social care services, including the crisis in waiting lists, the problems facing families when they're trying to access packages of domiciliary care, and the ongoing fight against COVID-19, would the Joint Minister agree that these issues transcend party politics, and that a health summit involving all executive parties should now be called to agreed an urgent and joint response?
Thanks. I mean, absolutely, I do agree. And as a former health minister, I'm very aware of the challenges facing the health and social care system that was already stretched due to Tory austerity over many, many years. But then the pandemic has obviously very much heightened those challenges. So I think, as I said, addressing all of that in ordinary times would be difficult enough. But facing with the pandemic, the growing waiting list situation, I think it's clear that we do need that very urgent and unified approach to tackling the issue of waiting lists and making sure that people get access to healthcare as and when they need it. So I do welcome the recent initiative by the Health Minister around the waiting list and bringing forward mechanisms in which to deal with the waiting list situation, including using all-island healthcare. I think it's a practical sense, it makes sense, it's evidence that positive outcomes can be achieved whenever you work together. So I think hosting our own Executive Health Summit would certainly be a very positive step forward, and I certainly look forward to that discussion, because I do think it's going to take heavy lifting on all of our parts to be able to turn this situation around, because it's simply, it's atrocious actually. The waiting list situation at this moment in time is atrocious, and we have to collectively fix that.
I call Diane Dodds.
Can I thank the member for her comments so far. During the meeting at the BIC, the Foreign Minister of the Irish Republic took the opportunity to state his views on the protocol. Would the Minister, who quite rightfully did not respond to him in this forum, indicate whether or not she thought this was an appropriate use of this particular forum, and that really he would be better keeping his views to himself in places where they are not appropriate?
Well, I think that the member is right. Minister Simon Coveney and maybe the Taoiseach as well also raised the issue of the protocol, and rightly so. They were speaking about current political developments, so it would be to ignore the elephant in the room for it not to be mentioned at a summit of this nature, given the implications that Brexit has on our people, on our economy, and I think on wider society. So I think it was appropriate that it was discussed there. And you know, the member may wish to shake her head. However, we wouldn't have a protocol today if we didn't have Brexit, which you and your party ably championed.
I call Martina Anderson.
Las can colia agus breakus les anara sto righteous. I want to thank the Minister for her statement. Minister, even Minister Michael Gove has said that the challenges that are in front of us because of the protocol can be resolved. So do you agree that the focus now needs to shift to maximise the challenge, the opportunities, and minimise the challenges for our businesses so that they can enjoy the kind of access that we have now to the numerous markets like the British markets, the EU market and the rest of the world? And having such access really enables us to mitigate some of the worst impacts and effects of Brexit.
Again, this question is beyond the statement, but again, the Minister may wish to respond.
It was referred to in so far as it came up under current political issues, so I will address it, given that I addressed the previous member's question on it, and it doesn't come as any surprise to the member who's asked the question that the disruption and the difficulty that we're experiencing presently is a direct result of Brexit, the hardest possible Brexit, and a Brexit that was rejected by the majority of people in this Assembly. So for those that, referring to my previous answer, for those that champion Brexit, I think they need to own some of the economic consequences and the uncertainty that has flowed from that. However, I think our collective effort and focus now needs to be on protecting jobs and livelihoods. And as the member knows, the protocol is our only protection against the hardest possible Brexit and the worst accesses of Brexit. Businesses want the protocol to work. They want solutions to the challenges that we face. And in my view, there are solutions to be found, and they're to be found via the Joint Committee. The CBI have recently acknowledged that for many businesses, the protocol is already working and presents an exciting opportunity in many ways. So all of our collective effort needs to be to minimise, as you say, the challenges and maximise the opportunities. Let's make the protocol work smoothly and give our manufacturing, our agri-food, our food processing, all other businesses the certainty and stability that they require to take advantage of what is the dual market access that's now available to them.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, Brexit has damaged relationships on this island and between both Britain and the island of Ireland. Given that many in this chamber have focused on what they see as the damage done to East-West relationships, isn't it the case that given the British-Irish Council is literally the first item on strand 3 of the Good Friday Agreement, that it is precisely the forum for these issues to be discussed and raised, and was there a specific work stream agreed in terms of mitigating some of the outworkings of Brexit and, yes, maximising the opportunities for all the people of these islands?
I thank the member that the summit itself was focused on COVID, so that was the main topic of the conversation. But of course, this is the natural forum in which to have these conversations. I mean, when we talk about the Good Friday Agreement, we talk about the totality of relationships. And it is about relationships, it is about having the honest conversations, and the British-Irish Council, the North-South Ministerial Council, and this chamber itself is the very place where we should be having these discussions. So I don't think it should be as any surprise to anybody that that the summit actually took the time to have albeit a briefer conversation on this issue. But I've no doubt that we're going to have to come back to a lot more conversation in the next format, which is going to happen later this year in Wales, and there'll be an opportunity again for us to speak about the current political situation of the day, including, I'm sure, the issue of Brexit will still be on the agenda.
I call Anya Murphy.
The pandemic has had a disproportionate impact on many sectors of our society who were already disadvantaged, including children, young people, women and those on low incomes with disabilities. Can the Joint First Minister confirm that building a better and fairer society will be core to recovery?
Garmagat Lashkan Corlia, and welcome to Anya to the new MLA for Fermanagh South Tyrone. Second day in the role, and I want to wish you the very, very best and welcome you to our team. And I've no doubt that you're going to be a champion for the people of Fermanagh South Tyrone, and just want to wish you the very best in your role. I think you might actually be our youngest MLA. Somebody else might correct me on that, but I think you possibly are. So it's very important that the interests of young people are also reflected in this chamber. So congratulations and good luck. And I agree with you in terms of your question around the need to tackle the high levels of poverty, inequality and disadvantage that exists across our communities, and it has to be to the core of our approach to recovery. I'm also particularly aware that the social and economic impact of the pandemic has fallen so hard on women, and we've talked about it on a number of occasions in this chamber. Many of these women are in low-paid, precarious employment, and whilst many others have lost their jobs. So I think as we step out of the restrictions, we must develop more sustainable and strategic responses that at their core break those endless cycles of poverty and of exclusion and of inequality. So I think that looking after the most vulnerable, the lonely, those in housing need, those in poverty and families with a disability, and those with a disability and workers on low incomes must be core to the recovery strategy. So that's going to mean that we do things differently, and quite often we do things more effectively. So work has been ongoing to develop the draft integrated recovery plan, and it's focused on delivery over the next 24 months. And there's 4 main areas, and that's economic growth, tackling inequalities, health of the population and green growth and sustainability. So that's going to be a longer term strategic approach, and it'll incorporate in the programme for government and the work we're doing there also. So I think there's a lot to be done, but certainly I think the action and the recovery plan will identify the opportunities that can be ambitious about, as I say, breaking those longer term cycles of poverty and exclusion.
I call Jim Allister.
So it turns out that the protocol was discussed and raised by the Dublin Government. Why was that concealed from this House in this statement, where there's a statutory duty to report the goings-on of these councils to the House? And if it was raised, did no unionist minister raise the economic dislocation being caused by the protocol? And if they did, why have we not heard about that? And if they didn't?
I think there's a number of questions there.
Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, we're in a strange circumstance.
Order. I have allowed the member to ask a number of questions. Minister.
And towards the end of the statement, it says the Summit also discussed the latest political developments across their jurisdictions. So that would obviously include political developments around Brexit and the protocol. Absolutely.
Order.
Absolutely, obviously, because it is a recent political development.
Order. Allow the Minister to speak, please. Minister.
I would encourage the member to read a statement.
And that is the end of our period of questions. Point of order, Mr. Allister.
Mr. Speaker, Section 52C of the Northern Ireland Act is very clear that following meetings such as this, there shall be a report to this House of the goings-on at those meetings. We had a circumstance this morning where a statement was produced which concealed the very fact that the protocol was even discussed. The word protocol isn't mentioned. Is it in order? Is it compliant with Section 52 for a minister to come to this House and conceal from this House a relevant aspect of the proceedings upon which she is allegedly reporting? Is that in order?
It's clear from the answers that there was discussion on this issue. I will pass the matter to the Speaker's office to make a declaration on it and to determine if anything needs to go forward. The member has rightly raised the matter and put it on the record. I now ask members to take their ease for a few moments until the next item of business.
Thank you, members. I have received notice from the Minister of Education, Ms Michelle McElveen, that she wishes to make a statement. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to make the following statement on behalf of former Minister Weir and Minister Hargey on the meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in the Education Sector held on Wednesday the 9th of June 2021. The meeting was conducted via video conference due to current COVID restrictions. Minister Foley, TD, Minister for Education, Republic of Ireland, Minister Hargey as accompanying Minister, and the then Minister of Education, Peter Weir, MLA, attended the meeting. The meeting was cordial and productive, and progress was made on a number of key issues, including education implications of UK withdrawal from the EU, response to COVID-19, review of the work programme, update on EU funding, educational underachievement, special educational needs, and cooperation between the inspectorates. The NSMC noted the current assessment in relation to the education implications of the UK's withdrawal from the EU and welcomed the ongoing engagement and implementation of all necessary measures to ensure that the agreed common travel area rights and privileges are protected. The Ministers also welcomed the commitments made in relation to the future funding for education programmes and the work that is underway to develop them. Ministers also noted the decision of the Irish Government to facilitate continued access for Northern Ireland higher education students wishing to avail of Erasmus mobilities in another participating country in Europe, and reaffirmed its commitment to continued cooperation on education moving forward in the new relationship between the EU and UK. Ministers also noted the UK's proposed funding of the Turing scheme. Ministers noted the successful implementation of measures to facilitate the safe reopening of all schools following the school closures in January and February 2021, and the continued support provided by teachers to their pupils through the delivery of online provision. The Council noted the role played by education agencies in supporting pupils' well-being, particularly those vulnerable from interruptions to direct contact with teachers and the wider education community. The Council also advised of the response by those delivering programmes in youth and other non-formal education provision. Ministers also noted that both education departments continue to liaise and share learnings in the development and delivery of response and supports to schools. The Council commended the efforts of all educators and support staff to deliver as normal an educational experience as possible to the 1.3 million pupils across both jurisdictions during the past 18 months, typifying the unspoken vocation associated with education. The NSMC noted the commitment to review the work programme and the plan to convene a meeting of senior officials from relevant departments, co-chaired by the Secretary-General and the Permanent Secretary of the Education Departments, to make recommendations for the future work programme. Ministers noted the continuing impact of COVID-19 on Peace Force-funded shared education projects and the enhanced use of online technologies to overcome the challenges posed by the pandemic. The developments in relation to Peace Force shared education programme delivery, including proposed extensions, and the positive findings of the recent Peace Force shared education impact evaluation published in April 2021 were noted by the Council. The NSMC noted that the expert panel appointed by the Northern Ireland Minister of Education under the New Decade New Approach Agreement to examine the links between persistent educational underachievement and socio-economic background delivered its final report in June 2021. Ministers also noted the delivery on the Delivering Equality of Opportunities in Schools programme and how this has been provided as part of the evidence base to the panel. It also noted by the Council that evidence gathered as part of a Fair Start and the DES programme can be used as a basis to develop joint actions under the Peace Plus programme. Ministers received an update from Gary Cooper, CEO of Middletown Centre for Autism, and welcomed the progress made by the two education departments and the Middletown Centre for Autism to facilitate and maintain the delivery of the Centre's range of services since the last meeting in 2016. The Council welcomed the efforts of the MCA management and staff to remain operational and the continued delivery of elements of their service throughout the period of COVID-19 restrictions. The proposed delivery plan for the centre, and that the new board has been in place since April 2021, was noted. The NSMC noted that the MCA's day-to-day operations have been largely unaffected by the UK withdrawal from the EU, but matters of data transfer and recognition of professional qualifications remain under consideration. The Council also noted recent developments in the delivery of special educational needs programmes in both jurisdictions. Ministers welcomed the continuing collaborative work of the Education Inspectorates, albeit online due to public health advice. Finally, Mr Speaker, my officials and I look forward to working with Minister Foley and her department as we continue to meet the challenges presented by the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you, Minister. I call the Chair of the Education Committee, Mr Chris Little.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I think the last time I spoke in education in this chamber, the Education Minister was replaced, so I hope you're not met with the same fate, and I'm grateful for the early engagement that you've given to myself and to the Education Committee in your role. Equal educational opportunity is key, and increasingly we're hearing that to achieve that, equal digital educational opportunity is key. Other jurisdictions are working towards one appropriate digital device and internet connectivity per pupil. Can I ask the Education Minister for her assessment of the extent of the digital inequality in Northern Ireland faced by pupils, and whether she will be working towards that aim of one appropriate device and internet connectivity per pupil in Northern Ireland?
Thank the Chair of the Committee for his comments, particularly in relation to digital device and also the ongoing issues in relation to internet access, which does create a problem and obviously then relates to inequality amongst pupils. You will be aware that up until the 21st of June, 24,824 new devices have been provided through EA to schools to lend to pupils, and schools have been informed that devices will remain with schools into the next year for ongoing support for learning for both disadvantaged and vulnerable pupils. There's a small contingency of devices have been kept in case of further lockdown or to replace damaged devices. So this is an issue which is ongoing within the department, particularly with discussions with EA, and certainly anything that we can do to address this is obviously on our radar.
Mr Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement and her answers so far. Minister, within your statement you make a brief reference to cooperation between the inspectorates. Obviously that's a very important area of work. Could I ask the Minister, would she be able to expand or elaborate on what has entailed in that area of work?
I thank the member for this question, and obviously I welcome the cooperation that has taken place between both inspectorates, and I'm pleased that ETI has been able to share their knowledge and their skills and their insight with other inspectors and learn from their counterparts. For example, over the last year, the ETI have shared practice on its approach towards inspecting how schools in Northern Ireland are addressing bullying. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the senior managements of both inspectorates have continued to engage regularly and have shared information and practice with the heads and deputy heads of inspectorates across the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland. This has enabled important learning to be shared, both in relation to remote learning, support for schools, education restart, public examinations, recovery and transition through to a resumption of inspection. And as you'll appreciate, this has been a particularly challenging time right across education, and it is good to know that inspectors have been continuing on work and learning sort of from best practice from others as well.
Mr Pat Sheehan.
I thank the Minister for her statement here this morning. Educational underachievement and the shared challenges it presents right across this island was discussed at an NSMC meeting last year, and since then we've had the Fair Start report. Can I ask how cooperation is going to be enhanced in this area in the time ahead? Thanks.
I thank the member for his question, and as you'll understand, I wasn't present at the meeting to get the full report of actually the engagement, particularly around educational underachievement, but certainly this was the work that we have done in Northern Ireland is I'm guessing something which is will be useful as a reference point to those in the Irish Republic as well. And as you know, the work of the panel with regards to a fair start comes with a substantial budget attached to it, and that's something obviously that we'll be working towards as an executive. But sharing best practice is something which is useful to do, and I'm quite confident that that will be something which will be continued in the discussions.
Mr. Justin McNulty.
Thank the Minister for her statement, and it's good to see such positive references made to the Middletown Centre for Autism, and I welcome their incoming board and wish them all well in their very important roles. But there was one note which concerns me, Minister, and that is in relation to Brexit and the fact that the UK withdrawal from the EU, that matters of data transfer and recognition of professional qualifications remain under consideration. I'm just concerned. I'm not really worried about the transfer of sausages west-east, but I'm really worried that the impact of Brexit has the potential to have an adverse consequence on children's education. Could you just give us some more information on that, please, Minister?
I thank the member for his question, but obviously I think the issue in relation to that was primarily with regards to data sharing and data adequacy. And as you'll understand, that since that last meeting, this issue has essentially been resolved. So it was really alongside the recognition of professional qualifications. This sort of fell in with other implications for EA and SIA, and also for Middletown in providing services in and employing staff from Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. So it was that sort of sharing of information which was something which was of concern at that meeting. But since then, the European Union has formally recognised the UK's high data protection standards after more than a year of discussions. And this will allow then the seamless flow of personal data from the EU to the UK, which will then obviously address the concerns that were raised at that particular meeting.
Mr. Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Welcome the Minister to her first box. She's no stranger to the box and given information. So with regard to Piece 4 funding and the transitional period to Piece 5 funding, I've been contacted by many groups who are going to fall through the cracks, and there doesn't seem to be anywhere to catch them. Can you update the House with regard to any of the shared education projects that may fall foul of lack of funding between Piece 4 and Piece 5, and any steps that you've taken to address that?
And I thank the member for his question. I understand that there have been some concerns in relation to that. Obviously, Piece 4, there were two main shared education Piece 4 projects for which the Department of Education departments are identified as accountable departments, and that was collaboration and sharing in education, which takes place within primary, post-primary and special schools, and sharing from the start, which obviously takes place within early year settings. Both projects have been impacted by COVID, as you would imagine, and obviously the associated periods of school closures have had an impact on that. There has, and I understand, been requests for a temporary variation arrangement, and this has provided some flexibility and ensured that schools in early year settings haven't been penalised for an interruption to delivery. Obviously, principals and leaders have been working really hard in order to try to fulfil the needs associated with shared education programmes, and obviously face-to-face contact was something which was missing during that period of time. And it has been replaced to a certain degree by online technology. So there has been work about trying to deliver on those projects, and that has continued. Both projects have sought an extension for a further year. SEUPB has approved the extension for Sharing from the Start project, and the extension for collaboration and sharing in education is currently under consideration and will require approval from SEUPB. So that work is continuing in order to reach a solution.
Mrs Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her answers. I was interested in the question that the Chair of the Education Committee asked the Minister in relation to digital poverty, and there's no doubt that the COVID experience of children and young people has exacerbated that and made life incredibly difficult. And I know that the Department has made enormous strides to helping young people around this issue. However, I'm also keen that young people and that we as an education system develop a digital spine for Northern Ireland, so that young people are being taught the technologies that will help them to gain employment in the future. Would the Minister agree with me that increasing young people's knowledge of the digital sector earlier in life is appropriate and indeed desirable, and that we can work together to do that, so that we will have young people who will be able to take their place in the economy of the future?
And I do thank the member for her question. Obviously, she brings her own experience from the Department of the Economy, and no doubt also from her grandchildren too. And I know that from my own nieces and nephews, just how sort of digitally they are aware from about the age of 3 years old. They probably can work my phone better than I can. But I absolutely agree with the sentiment which she has raised, and it is something that we probably need to be much more cognizant of and focusing in our funding, and it very much does tie into the commentary from the Chair of the Committee.
Ms Nicola Brogan.
Garmiagad Pre Lascan Corla and Buhas Lesh and Ira Fosta. I thank the Minister for her statement here today. Can I ask the Minister, in relation to ongoing and future cooperation, what her assessment is on the impact that COVID has had on cross-border shared education projects, please?
And I thank the member for her question. Obviously, I'd sort of refer back maybe to the response that I gave to Mr Butler, in that they have had an impact, and it's quite significant, and the fact that they haven't been able to have face-to-face engagement, which has really been critical, particularly around shared education experience. And while online technologies have been beneficial, they haven't been able to really replace that. So I am glad that we're in a situation where we're able to seek an extension for that funding, so that sort of invaluable work can continue.
Mr Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your statement and your answers so far. Yesterday, Minister, the Autism Bill had its first reading in this House. We're all aware of the outstanding work of the Middletown Centre for Autism and the support it provides parents. Could the Minister provide details of the level of funding the centre receives and of the work it carries out? Thank you.
And I thank the member for his question, and absolutely the Middletown Centre is known for its outstanding work, and obviously I would recommend that if the committee does get the opportunity and visits are permitted post September, that the committee does actually take the opportunity to go to the Middletown Centre to see that the work they have been doing. I had the opportunity to do that while I was on the committee, but the Middletown Centre does receive a total annual resource budget for £2.5 million, and that's for 21-22. Of which the Department provides 1.25 million. The allocated capital budget for the same period is £0.2 million, of which the Department provides 100,000. As you know, the Middleton Centre was established in 2007, and it does support the delivery of services for learning, support and assessment, and also training and research. The Learning Support and Assessment Service is a second-level service delivering intensive assessment and learning support adapted to meet COVID-19 regulations through a transdisciplinary approach to around 60 children and young people with autism, and 3 whole school referrals to facilitate school staff in creating an autism-friendly environment on an annual basis in Northern Ireland, and also 12 referrals to the Learning Support and Assessment Service in the Republic of Ireland, where overall delivery is much more focused on training. They aim to provide 3,300 training opportunities to professionals and 1,000 parents in Northern Ireland in 21-22. and 7,000 professional training opportunities alongside 7,000 parental training opportunities in the Irish Republic.
Mrs Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. In relation to education underachievement, Minister, what sharing is taking place of the challenges of persistent educational underachievement in relation to the links with socio-economic background on both sides of the border?
I think the member for her question, obviously referring really to the sort of previous response to Mr Sheehan, in that obviously I wasn't present at the meeting, and so at this stage I'm really unaware of the ongoing piece of work, particularly in relation to underachievement. I do know that that an update was given in relation to a fair start, which is obviously the document which has been published for Northern Ireland, and I would like to think that there will be some lessons will be learned for both sides of the border in relation to that ongoing piece of work.
Mr Cathal Boylan.
Just and could I thank the Minister for his statement. But Minister, just some clarity. Are we saying here in terms of the mutual recognition of qualifications, was it a data transfer issue or is it a separate issue? It was discussed last year at the North-South Ministerial Council in relation to that, and also just in relation to special education needs programmes, that there's been recent developments in both jurisdictions. Could you give us a wee update on what exactly took place there?
Thank the member for his question. Obviously, I understand that the issue was in relation to data sharing. However, it was both have encouraged. There's an issue in relation, perhaps a little bit in relation to the regulators and how they continue their work in developing responses. Obviously, mindful that there is sort of cross-border mobility for teachers, and the GTCI and the Teaching Council have engaged with each other, and I understand with other UK teaching regulators to mitigate any immediate issues. Policies have also been put in place to ensure suitably qualified teachers continue to be able to register and work in either jurisdiction, and that's facilitating obviously the mobility while ensuring all necessary safeguards and are put in place and also observed. So that I think probably was something that may have been discussed at a previous meeting, but I do understand that the issues that they did have, which they had concerns about, were in relation to data adequacy and also data sharing.
Mr Peter Weir.
Principal Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement and answers so far, and join with her as somebody who has also visited the Middletown Centre, encouraging, I think it would be very worthwhile for anyone, particularly the Education Committee, to visit it. Minister, you mentioned in the statement that the issue of the UK-wide Turing scheme was raised at the meeting, and indeed information was then given to the Minister from the Republic of Ireland. Can you give the House a bit more background and information on the Turing scheme, and also what encouragement will be given to particularly schools here in Northern Ireland to participate within that?
And I thank the member for his question. I could really put the question back to the member, as he was the one who's actually there. But in relation to the Turing scheme, obviously I understand that Gavin Williamson, the Education Secretary, he announced in December last year a pot of around £100 million would be provided for over 35,000 students to be able to go on placements and exchanges overseas, and that was to start in September 2021. You will know that the Irish Government has also put in place a scheme which will allow for continued access for Northern Ireland higher education students to avail of the Erasmus mobilities in Europe. The majority of the Turing scheme funding is focused on higher education and really falls within the remit of the Department for the Economy. To apply for schools projects, schools must be providing general, vocational or technical education on any level from primary school to upper secondary education, or be a national schools consortium such as the Education Authority, and therefore they're applying then on behalf of a number of schools. Unfortunately, to date, no schools from Northern Ireland have applied for the new Turing scheme. I understand that a meeting is to take place with the Minister for the Economy in Northern Ireland and the Minister of State for Universities at the Department of Education in England to discuss how to spread awareness and to raise awareness about the scheme to schools and colleges. This meeting was scheduled to take place in May, and I understand it will now take place in September, but I don't have any sort of further details in relation to that.
Mr. John O'Dowd.
I think Mr Weir may have set a pub quiz question. Who's the former minister to ask the question of a statement for which he was responsible? But in terms of my own question to the minister, the question to the minister is this. There was quite a significant announcement yesterday in relation to €40 million from the Shared Ireland Fund for universities, which is a very welcome announcement. Was there any indication from Minister Foley that the Dublin government would also be interested in shared Ireland funding towards education, particularly along the border, or would the Minister lobby Minister Foley for such an investment to be made in shared education along the border from that fund?
And I thank the member for his question. And as I've said a number of times in the statement, I wasn't present at the meeting, so I'm not sure whether any further information was or anything was discussed in relation to any sort of prospective fund. But happy to follow that up.
Peter can tell you afterwards. Mr. Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. And first of all, to welcome the Minister to her role. We miss her as the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee. This North-South Ministerial Council Education Sector meeting also discussed the expert panel on educational underachievement, which also in that report referred to post-primary transfer in Northern Ireland as a systemic inequality. Can the Minister just provide an update in the context of that, in terms of how many children are unplaced in terms of post-primary transfer this year? Because this is an issue that's came across my desk, and I'm sure many others as well. Thank you.
Okay, and I thank the member for his question. And as of today, there are currently 85 children who are unplaced. And as you will know, this has been a piece of work now over the last number of weeks in order to try to rectify this. A number of challenges have been presented, and obviously in order to do that we have actually made a number of temporary variations to skills in order to try to alleviate some of the pressures. As you will know, that there are some areas which it's more difficult to achieve extra places because schools physically maybe can't take any further school population. But we have been working very closely with the EA and with schools and working with parents in order to find suitable places. I would actually appeal to parents to identify a particular school for their child, because by doing that then we can see where the true pressures are and we can then try to alleviate that. But as of today the number has decreased, but it's still probably still a little too high for my liking.
Mr. Jim Allister.
Thank you. What do affirmations by the Minister's new leader mean in regard to the protocol's adverse impact on North-South meetings if meetings such as this continue in a routine fashion? If the Minister and her party are serious in opposing the protocol, then when will we see an impact on North-Southery, given that East-West continues to be seriously trashed?
And I thank the member for his question. And obviously, as you'll understand, that we will obviously we have ministerial duties, and there's a ministerial code that we need to apply by. However, all strands need to work together, and clearly, if there are serious issues between East-West, they will then obviously then reflect on the relationship that we do have with our North-South relationships, and that will then be impacted then and will be demonstrated, as the member will know.
Thank you. No other members indicated to me that they wish to ask the Minister a question. So if members take their ease for a few moments, we'll move on to the next item of business then. Thank you, members. The next item of business is the introduction of the Private Tenancies Bill. I call the Minister for Communities to move the first stage.
I beg to introduce the Private Tenancies Bill.
I ask the Clerk to please read the long title.
A bill to amend the law relating to private tenancies.
That constitutes the bill's first stage and it will now be printed. The next item on the order paper is the final stage of the Local Government Meetings and Performance Bill. I call the Minister for Communities to move the final stage.
I beg to move that the Local Government Meetings and Performance Bill do now pass.
The final stage of the Local Government Meetings and Performance Bill has been moved. Business Committee has agreed there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Minister for Communities to open the debate. Minister.
Thanks very much. Just to welcome the opportunity to explain the progression of the legislation, and obviously the intention of the bill has always been to support councils throughout the difficulties imposed by the pandemic and onwards through the recovery period. The changes set out in the bill will provide much needed support to local councils with the ability to hold remote meetings, again being available. This will provide a valuable tool that will enable meetings to be held remotely or in hybrid form. It will allow councillors to participate in democratic local government while social distancing and self-isolation remains. The bill will also regularise the decision that I took at the height of the pandemic to set aside certain local government performance improvement duties for the year 2020 to 2021 to ensure that no unnecessary burdens were placed on councils in this area and will allow them to concentrate on providing vital services to the community. I believe that both enabling powers within the bill in clauses 2 and 4 will provide the necessary flexibility to further support the sector as we move forward. It provides the necessary for any future upsurge in coronavirus. I would also like to take the opportunity to address a couple of issues that were raised at yesterday's debate. Concern was raised about the lack of consultation with the sector on the bill. And given the urgency of the provisions within the bill required, it was not possible to consult in the normal manner. However, I can assure the House that there has been engagement with the local government sector. As I said yesterday, I myself spoke to NILGA on the issue, and my officials have discussed the proposed meetings and performance clauses with Solace members and individual officers. My officials have also written to all Council Chief Executives before the bill was introduced to the Assembly to update them on my intentions to bring forward this bill. Much has been made of the fact that the enabling power to extend remote meetings is a power grab because it would also regularise to make provisions about speaking, voting and participation in remote meetings and about public access to meetings and documents. To be clear, the intention here is to ensure that the legislation which currently governs Council meetings Part 7 and 8 and Schedule 5 of the 2014 Local Government Act should apply whether a meeting is to be held in person, remotely or by hybrid means. Councillors should have the same voting, speaking or participation rights no matter what form the meeting takes. Provisions on public access to meetings and documents in the 2014 Act should apply whether a meeting is held in person, remotely or in hybrid means. The intention of the enabling power in Clause 2 is to allow us to facilitate remote working. It will also enable my department to make suitable adjustments to the local government legislation to ensure that references to meetings, participation in those meetings and public access to those meetings includes meetings held by remote or hybrid means. In fact, something along the lines to the 2020 meetings regulations, which set out what references to remote meetings and remote access would mean. I am confident that the enabling power to extend or make permanent regulations in relation to remote meetings will provide the opportunity to put in place fully scrutinised legislation that will provide councils with a more flexible framework for meetings as they move forward post-pandemic. I am confident that they will not restrict a council's autonomy, but will facilitate them to ensure that decision-making can remain fully inclusive. In any case, any regulations to be made under Clause 2 will be subject to the draft affirmative procedure. The Communities Committee will be able to thoroughly scrutinise the regulations, and ultimately it will be a matter for this Assembly to decide what the draft regulations should be made.
My department will continue to liaise with councils on their statutory performance improvement duties, and having the enabling power within the bill, we will be in a better position to address any further difficulties that may arise as a result of the pandemic during Council's recovery this year. I was asked yesterday when royal assent once the bill has been moved today, and I can say that we hope to have royal assent in a matter of weeks. However, that's obviously outside of my control. I would like to acknowledge and thank everyone who's been involved with this bill and at the quick pace that it's moved. And in particular, I'd like to thank members for agreeing to the bill progressing by accelerated passage and for their consideration throughout the various stages. I also want to thank the Communities Committee for making time for my officials to be briefed at very short notice as we move to the further consideration stage, and I commend the bill to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. I call Mrs Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I start by thanking the Minister and the officials within the Department for the work that has been done and so swiftly in this bill, and thank the Department for coming and briefing the committee a couple of weeks ago. We all are in agreement that accelerated passage is most certainly not our chosen way of doing any legislation, and I think this has shown it, certainly in this bill, in the amount of issues and questions that have been raised by various members around the chamber. Albeit I am glad to see that our councils are able, or will be able, as soon as royal assent is gained, will be able to hold their meetings in whatever form that might be, whether that is in person or hybrid or fully virtual. None of us knows what lies ahead over the coming weeks, months or into next year, so it is good that we will not be in the position that we were in March of this year, was it March? Maybe it was after March of this year. I've got totally confused now. Where councils were having to outlay money in order to hold their meetings, to get venues that were big enough to facilitate all of those council members. So I am glad that we've been able to get to the position we're in now. I'm also I mean, everyone knows my thoughts and views from yesterday on clause 2, but I do understand that it is draft affirmative procedure, and the committee will have an input into any of those regulations that may have to be changed going forward. So just again to thank the Minister and her officials for the work that they have done, for listening to concerns of members within this chamber early on, and setting about some change within the bill. And I support the bill at this stage. Thank you.
Mr Mark Durkin.
Thank you very much, Mr Principal. Deputy Speaker, the rationale behind this bill, as has been outlined by the Minister and once again by the Chair, is to allow councils flexibility in how they conduct their business and meetings in light of the COVID crisis, when so many sectors, it's hard to think of any sector that hasn't had to adapt to new ways of working, and to afford councils agility, and ourselves the agility should we find ourselves back in a lockdown situation, to conduct meetings, to make decisions in a lawful way. I've previously stated in this House, and I will again for the record, that I believe accelerated passage is a suboptimal way to process and pass legislation. I think that has become painfully apparent during the accelerated passage of this bill. We should only be using accelerated passage to pass legislation that needs passed now. And I think some members did make the point quite well yesterday that some of what this bill does might go beyond what is strictly necessary. However, I am content that the safeguards are in place, that should changes be required in future, they will have to come back to us as an Assembly, and we will have sight of them, input in them, and can ultimately stop them if we fear that they are damaging to democracy. I'd also like to be on record to thank the Minister for the flexibility that she has demonstrated on this bill, the officials who've given us a lot of the little time that we had when considering it, and I hope this works well and the councils work it well to continue to deliver vital services and value to our ratepayers. I support the bill.
Thank you. I call Mrs Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much, Minister. As others have said, accelerated passage is not always the best way to do any legislation. However, we all recognise the pressures that our councils have been under. We know that the legislation that allowed them to have remote access to meetings finished early in May, and since then, as the Chair has mentioned, those councils have been trying workarounds and they've been hiring large premises to be able to hold their meetings. This legislation coming forward, I appreciate that others in the final consideration stage had said that there were concerns that changes to the Local Government Act 2014 were being made and that the legislation would supersede standing orders of councils. I am content that under the new Clause 2, Number 5, regulations under this section may not be made unless a draft of them has been laid before and approved by resolution of the Assembly. I do believe that the Department and the Minister will be engaging with those councillors and councillor bodies whenever bringing forward those regulations. We are all in agreement that co-production and co-design is the way forward for all legislation. I too would like to thank Julie Broadway and Anthony Carlton for their work and for engaging with the committee when they didn't have to. So thank you to the Mayor thank you for the Minister. Apologies, the council's in the brain this morning. For allowing those officials to actually come to meet with the committee at such short notice. It was very appreciated and it helped for me to clear up quite a lot of the concerns that I had. I am very grateful that the Minister did take on board concerns that were raised by committee and changes were made, and that's how we do legislation in this place. We can work together. I am really pleased to know that the future of meetings with councils will be considered, that this isn't just an issue that's regard to the pandemic or COVID. How our councillors and how we indeed in this place take our meetings in the future will be different, and we will be able at long last to afford those councillors access to remote meetings if they are on parental leave or if they have a long-term illness, and that can only be welcomed when it is considered and brought forward. I am absolutely delighted that officials have confirmed for me, and did when they met us at committee, that no councillor should be denied a vote or placed on mute or silenced, and they can raise points of order. No Chief Executive, Mayor or Chairperson can deny our council colleagues the ability to take their part in debate and to be part of the democratic process. I'm delighted regulations may not be made unless they're approved by this Assembly, and with that protection on behalf of the Alliance Party, I'm delighted to support this final stage of the bill.
Thank you. No other member has indicated to me that they wish to speak, so I now call the Minister to conclude on the final stage. Minister.
Thanks very much, and again thanks to all the members in the committee just for their contribution over the last few weeks, with some of the negotiations just taking place outside these doors. I want to thank the Assembly officials and obviously my own within the department as well. And again, we've all worked to make amendments to make sure that the bill has been scrutinised in the short time that we've had, but to still move at pace to have this introduced before the end of the Assembly term for now. So again, I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the Local Government Meetings and Performance Bill do now pass. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members will take their ease for a moment. We are flying through this agenda today, so if members will take their ease just before we move on to the next item of business. Thank you. Thank you, members. The next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Finance to extend the committee stage of a bill. I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That, in accordance with Standing Order 33.4, the period referred to in Standing Order 33.2 be extended to 17 December 2021 in relation to the committee stage of the Financial Reporting Departments and Public Bodies Bill.
Thank you. I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Finance, Dr Steve Aiken, to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. You certainly did. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Finance to open the debate on the motion. Dr Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. We wish to extend this bill because of the considerations we have to have within the committee, particularly around the finance bill. There are certain sections within it that will require some significant areas of work, and particularly we're looking at the areas where it comes to what is known as black box procedures, whereas there's particular areas of finance that have been laid out that looks to how we manage this monies. And there are implications within it where there is a section of it which talks about potential of the bill to look at monies for about 1.5 million, which, as this Assembly will be fully aware of, that's about $500,000 more than what is normally expected within black box procedures. However, it is being opened up to potentially out to 2 years, and as we have been aware from the numerous debates that we have had within this Assembly, there's indeed been occasions, there's been things up to close to about 1.5 billion have been hidden away in black boxes, and that's not the appropriate thing we want to do. So we do need to have further considerations for this, and I would ask the Assembly to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr Aiken. No other members indicated to me that they wish to speak, and that being the case, it's not necessary for you to wind. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members will just take their ease for another few moments until we commence the next item of business. Thank you. Thank you, members. The next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Infrastructure on support for the taxi sector. And I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That this Assembly notes with concern the falling numbers of taxi drivers in the industry and the impact this will have on post-COVID-19 economic recovery, recognises the impact that the delay in reviewing fare structures has had in exacerbating this decline, and calls on the Minister for Infrastructure to implement measures to address the fall in driver numbers, to expedite the review of fare structures, to work with her executive colleagues to identify a suite of measures that can be initiated to make the sector more attractive to new entrants, and to review her decision not to issue sector-specific support to operators.
Thank you. I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Infrastructure to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The Committee's amendment has been selected and is published on the marshal list. Will you please now move the amendment?
Move the amendment standing in my name.
Thank you. By convention, where the sponsor of a motion seeks to amend their own motion, they are invited to address both the motion and the amendment within the time that is allocated to them. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Infrastructure, Mr Jonathan Buckley, to open the debate on the motion and the amendment. Mr Buckley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and again I commend the motion as amendment to the House. Mr Speaker, I stand as the Chair of the Committee for Infrastructure to speak on this issue. The committee has long been a strong advocate for the taxi industry, for both taxi operators and taxi drivers. The Department for Infrastructure has responsibility for the regulation of the taxi industry, and to that end, this committee has had close contact with its various representatives and taken every opportunity to listen to their concerns and to advocate on their behalf. During the pandemic, the committee has doggedly promoted the issues faced by the taxi industry with the Minister for Infrastructure, her officials and her colleagues in the Executive. The Committee for Infrastructure has used every opportunity to champion the need for financial support for the taxi industry and to ensure that it has adequate and fair in its accessibility. For the past year, the Committee has received briefings from the Minister and her officials and sought to find solutions to the problems faced by the industry during this pandemic and endeavoured to hold the Minister to account. Despite our best efforts, the pandemic has taken a toll on the taxi industry and it faces a number of challenges in coming out of lockdown. At its meeting on the 23rd of June, representatives for taxi operators appeared before the committee to bring to its attention the issues facing the industry and its proposals on what the Executive can do to help. Due to the pandemic, taxi drivers stopped working. The reasons for this are obvious. During lockdown, there was very little available work. Drivers were also trying to avoid infection themselves, both for their own health and that of their family. As there was very little work, many drivers were forced to cancel their expensive insurance as they were unable to earn enough pay for it. Some even returned their car, unable to maintain it. Now that lockdown is easing and the world is opening up, taxi drivers are once again needed, not only for the benefit of our hospitality sector and the wider economic recovery, but also for the health and social care sector to ferry individuals back and forward to their various appointments. However, the taxi operators at our meeting last week wanted to highlight with the committee their concern that taxi drivers are simply not returning to work. The operators said that there were a number of reasons for this, that some drivers have left the industry completely and some have yet to make up their mind on whether they will return. For instance, in their briefing, the representatives for this sector quoted figures that driver numbers have dropped approximately 1,000 each year from 16,000 in 2013 to around 8,000 now, and they believe that there has been a further 30% decline because of the pandemic. The operators told the committee that they estimate they are trying to deliver services to Northern Ireland with around 5,000 active drivers. One operator said that in any average week, between 1,250 and 1,300 of their drivers were working. Post-pandemic, they have an active fleet each week of between 850 and 900 drivers. Another said that they had 800 drivers, of which 425 drivers are back to work. This operator said that he knows 100 that will not be back and another 150 who are unsure. Their request is that their sector needs a stimulus to bring more drivers into the industry. Operators see a need to incentivise drivers into the sector and to work the unsociable hours when taxis are their most essential. Drivers are self-employed for a reason. They choose their own hours and do not have a fixed work schedule. Operators point out that many have chosen to work Monday to Friday during the day to spend more time with their family and friends in the evenings and at the weekends. This, the operators highlight, means that passengers are finding it increasingly difficult to get a taxi during peak busy hours. The stimulus they seek, and which the Committee for Infrastructure endorses and supports in this motion before the House, is that there is an urgent review of the taxi fare structures and that for a set period of time, the tests, both practical and theory, for becoming a taxi driver are suspended for the time being to coax younger people into the industry and recognise it as a viable job. The current taxi fare tariff was calculated on the 2011 prices, implemented in 2016 and has not changed since. This is tantamount to an earning cap for the past 10 years, making it a huge disincentive for those considering joining the industry. The fare structure that was introduced was based on a 2011 cost review, was to be reviewed again in 2018 under the Taxi Meters, Devices and Maximum Fares Regulations, Northern Ireland 2015. Operators were told that this review was carried out by the Department, but no rise was given. The next review was carried out in 2019, and again no rise in tariffs. Then the pandemic happened, and work on this was set aside. Operators are calling for an urgent review, one that will address the differences between days and evenings and weekends. Furthermore, operators have told the committee that the current taxi driver licensing requirements are inhibiting entry into the industry, which is exacerbating the decline in driver numbers. Complex, lengthy and difficult licensing arrangements are an impediment to our taxi industry and must be grasped if we are to go forward and support the industry. The Committee for Infrastructure would call on the Minister to urgently implement measures to ensure that the taxi tests are less of a bottleneck in getting drivers into the sector. Prior to 2015, taxi drivers required normal driving licence, a medical and access NI clearance. The taxi operators that briefed the committee advised that the number of applicants to the taxi industry for the theory test last year was 111. This is much lower than what is needed to take the places of drivers who simply will not return. Pre-2015, it took around 6 weeks to 10 weeks to get people into the industry. Under the current system, members, it takes between 4 and 6 months, and sometimes much longer. Simply unsustainable situation. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would urge the Minister to return to the issue of financial support for this delicately balanced and economically and socially vital sector. The health and viability of this sector is your responsibility, Minister, and so the committee would call upon Minister Mallon to take the lead and work with executive colleagues to provide the support it needs. To date, there has been no financial support from DFI for operators and only general support for other departments for a very small number of operators. The demand for taxis may be high, but without the drivers to fulfil that demand, there will be greater implications when lockdown restrictions are completely relaxed. The taxi operators issued the committee with warnings of increase in drink driving, an increase in lifts or illegal uninsured taxis, and the requirement for greater police presence in our town centres at closing times to prevent antisocial behaviour due to increased numbers waiting for taxis. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I hope that in the time I have had that I have been able to give members a sense of the abandonment felt by the sector, the challenges facing it, the proposed solutions put forward by this committee for infrastructure and the concerns of the sector. Our economy and our communities simply cannot stand by without action. I would like to make some brief comments as DUP spokesperson for infrastructure. Minister, the industry is struggling. Drivers and operators under the remit of the Department for Infrastructure feel let down. From our road haulage operators and drivers, to bus and coach operators and drivers, to taxi operators and drivers, continued passing the buck and the blame to other ministers will no longer cut it. Kind words of thanks and claps on the back will no longer cut it. For these key workers who have kept this wee country moving in difficult times, those who have been met by a closed door by the Department of Infrastructure, it is time to step up. It is time to deliver for those drivers, and I commend and support this motion before the House today. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Mr. Cathal Boylan.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. And I welcome the opportunity to debate it, and I support both the motion and the amendment. And the Chair has left very little for the rest of us to say, but we will try and make some key points. And I mean, it is the most important thing is this is a motion supported by all of the committee, and this is a committee motion that we're calling on the Minister, and we don't mind. I appreciate the Chair in terms of what he's saying about the principal argument here is that the responsibility lies with DFI. And we don't mind if we work with the Minister and other ministers to deliver, because there needs to be a swathe of things here that will come through that will facilitate the industry. And I want to look at the industry, and I know that the last ones who come to us were the actual operators, and fair enough. but there's a number of single taxi operators or drivers out there who's come to us as well, and there's a number of key points and a number of key asks. But certainly, Minister, whilst the numbers are down, whilst the difficulties with testing are in this plain scene, there's online portal issues, there's a number of issues there. There's also the case that a lot of people have carried out work throughout this pandemic in terms of supporting key workers and delivering on essential workers as well. There's been people out there who's carried on throughout all of this here, and I want to praise those drivers who are out there and have done that and has kept it going as well. But I want to take it back a wee bit, because whilst the Chair mentioned a number of significant figures there that's dropped over a number of years as you went back to 2013, certainly there was a number of commitments in terms of looking at the fare structure, which is vitally important. And also, if we go back to 2013, the numbers have declined, and they've declined for a number of reasons. And if you're talking to the industry itself, they want to look at a review of the Taxis Act as well, and as has been said there, because there are a number of things within it. It has been tried and tested, and no matter where you go to single operators or you go to taxi operators, they talk about the single here and everything else. And Minister, as part of this debate, and I appreciate what's said in the motion, I want to just expand it out, because if we are serious, we now have an opportunity to address the whole of the industry and look at taxi provision going forward. But the key element to the motion today is arising through COVID, the economic recovery and fighting back. And there's a number of points that they have made to us. Fare structures is definitely one, and the Chair has clearly outlined that. And it's gone back a number of years, and that seriously needs to be looked at. And we as a committee will work right across the board in terms of that. And we need to see some of the reports and some of the figures that has been brought forward in relation to that. The review of the Taxis Act itself, and I mean, people are talking about Class A, Class B, Class C. There's issues across the board in terms of all that. And Minister, maybe as part of your response to all that, maybe you can give us some detail on what your thinking is and where you're at with that. Certainly the financial side of things, and I know that you had stated previously that it would take roughly £6,000 over a 2-year period for the support some of those within the industry. And I know that others have intimated that there were certain schemes out there run by different ministers that some of the industry actually didn't facilitate and could not get monies. So in terms of the £6,000, there's a report here yourself to say over a 2-year period. I know that you've given out the £1,500 grant, I think it's twice now, but it could be corrected. There's that many grants that has gone, and there's that many, there's that many funding streams and that many applications that has been made. And I'd like you maybe to comment in relation to that as well. And like I say, the online issue has been an issue for them, and the access. And I would just like to work with the Minister, work with the committee, but more importantly, we need to support the industry. We need to support this industry, because at the end of the day, when their night economy opens up again, which hopefully shortly it will, we're going to need the industry to deal with that. And I only say it in the context of I've gone through the Taxis Act for a number of years, and there's other members in the Chamber who's done it. We went through this with a fine-tooth comb to try and get the right solution. Sometimes it worked and sometimes it hasn't. So what I will say to you, that was a key element and a key argument. But my point is the taxi industry has a big part to play in the economic recovery, especially in the cities. And I don't want, I've heard somebody saying, they use this terminology with the town criers. The taxi industry are not the town criers in an urban setting. What they are looking for is support, and that's in terms of regulation, in terms of financial support, and in terms of trying to ease their way back in and get up the numbers that will deliver a service and provide a service and play their part in an economic recovery. So, Gurmil Mogat, I support the amendment on the motion.
Mr. Mark Durkin.
Gurmil Mogat, free will ask Cion Corlia. First, I'd like to apologise from Dolores Kelly, who's our party spokesperson in infrastructure, but she's detained at a policing board meeting this morning. She'd expected to be back in time for this debate, but unexpectedly the taxis arrived early today. This is it's always when you don't want them to. This is a committee motion which is demonstrative of the fact that all parties want a better deal for taxi drivers and measures taken to strengthen and support our vital taxi sector. And I say vital because the taxi sector is vital. Taxis play a vital role in so many people's lives, in getting people where we need to be it our work, to important health appointments, to do shopping, to leave kids to school, to do our daily business, and critically, to get us home after a night out. Taxi drivers are much more than mere transporters. They provide a lifeline to many vulnerable people and a listening ear as well. But numbers of drivers are dwindling, and that point has been made. This was an issue pre-pandemic, but the pandemic and the risk to health of drivers and their families, the shutdown of town and city centres made a hard job to earn a living from a virtually impossible one. The Minister has provided assistance to drivers over the pandemic, but was very limited in the powers as DFI Minister that she had to do so, meaning that a scheme could only be delivered that replaced or refunded costs incurred by drivers for insurance and PPE, but not lost income. That was and remains the case. The Minister demonstrated flexibility and that she was listening to the sector by designing the second scheme in recognition of the fact that so many drivers had been ruled out of the first due to pausing their expensive insurance policies as a financial necessity because there wasn't money coming in. The reality now is that the industry is suffering, and when the taxi industry suffers and struggles, so does our wider economy. People will be more reluctant to go out to socialise and support city centre businesses if they aren't sure how or even when they will get home. We need to look at the fare structure. We need a fair structure to incentivise drivers to work those difficult hours that aren't just unsocial, but sadly in many cases anti-social as well, with drivers under regular threat of attack. The Taxi Act of 2007 was one of, if not the first piece of legislation passed in this House. Part of the difficulties that we're still feeling the hangover today is that that piece of legislation that was passed in haste took so long to implement. I was Minister for the Environment that finally implemented the final pieces. No review of that legislation could take place until the final pieces of the jigsaw were in place. But it's essential now that the review does go forward, a holistic review of that legislation that looks at all these issues, that looks at fare structure, that looks at what are evidently barriers that are more difficult to navigate than might have originally been anticipated or intended for people to enter the industry. We need younger drivers coming in. If you have a look around any taxi stand or do a wee straw poll of the number of taxis you get, if you do use local taxi companies, you see the age profile. It's generally people who are moving on in years and now moving out due to issues that have been exacerbated by the pandemic. What's vitally important is that we do all work together as parties, and we did that quite well in terms of earlier carnations of the Taxi Act and issues, and there were plenty of issues that arose throughout that. In terms of another ask of the motion regarding support for taxi operators, I do believe that taxi operators absolutely need support. They lost huge amounts of rent. However, to put the responsibility for all of that on Department for Infrastructure or the Minister for Infrastructure, who doesn't have the power or the vires to deal with such an issue, I think is short-sighted and smacking of political opportunism, particularly when coming from a party colleague of the Minister for the Economy, who actually worked to exclude operators from some of the schemes that she designed. We need to move away from that politicking and work together, deliver better for our taxis, for our taxi industry and our taxi drivers, give them a fair deal.
Mr. Roy Beggs.
Principal Deputy Speaker,
Taxis and taxi drivers play a vital role in our economy. They can take some people to work. They were important during the pandemic at its peak, particularly where there would have been reduced public transport, taking essential workers to our hospitals, etc., or even to shops, garages. So they play a vital role for those who may not have their own transport. In normal times, they also play an important role for parents, often assisting in delivering children to schools. In terms of the NHS, they are vital in terms of giving people that lift to their appointment, whether it be the doctor or whether it be a consultant appointment. Frequently, people are not able to use public transport because of an illness. And then there's the nighttime economy, which is yet to fully open. There is some activity at present, but we are expecting that to gradually reopen. And then there's the rural areas where there may well not be public transport and the taxi may be your only means of getting to a shop or an appointment. So they are vital. And it's very clear that the taxi industry, from the evidence that we have been given, is experiencing difficulties at present. As others have said, taxi drivers are generally an older workforce. Many have been driving for some time. However, some decided to shelter during this pandemic. And many have decided not to return to work. They've got used to perhaps other roles, perhaps working more 9-to-5 jobs. Let's face it, taxi driving can be a very antisocial activity. You're required to work long hours and often late into the night and into the early morning. And as others have said, the numbers of taxi drivers has dropped from some 16,000 to, I understand, about 8,000 only registered at present. But I understand only about 5,000 active. Many have not as of yet returned to work. They're waiting for better times, or perhaps waiting to see if they can find retain another form of employment and not come back. I noticed in terms of the evidence given to us in value cabs that they have said that they had 800 drivers at one point, only 425 are back, and they know for certain 100 are not coming back, and another group of about 150 who still have not determined what exactly they're going to do. So we have a problem on the horizon, and it's important that we try to address it. One of the issues that is causing difficulty is the tariffs. Obviously, taxi driving is not the lucrative job that it once was. The review, which was originally due after 3 years in 2018, has not happened. It's another 3 years since then. So that is an urgent issue to address, to make sure that the tariffs are reviewed. No one likes to pay more, but even worse than paying more is not being able to get your taxi. Another aspect of the review I would ask that would be looked into is there a need to incentivise those who do work the longer hours, the hours into the late night and early morning, so that taxis will be available for the economy where there is that demand. The supply and demand is out of kilter at the moment. Again, an issue highlighted was the Class C taxis, where they are unregulated and they can charge whatever they want. Meanwhile, Class A and B are limited to £1.57 per mile. So clearly there is an issue with Class C taxis. Are they operating fully within their remit? Is there a need to clarify that and to give some protection to the public in terms of the heightened cost that can result? Most people recognise that taxi driving is essential. It's important we address it. There is some time. Schools are not back yet. However, they are coming back in September. That pressure is coming. The nighttime economy is opening, and we need to look what we can do to improve things. Tariffs, one thing. I'd also ask that we would look at things like the level of CPD. Do we really need 35 hours per year of training for a fully qualified taxi driver? There's the cost involved, and there's also the cost of loss of work whilst you're taking part in that. So I'd ask the Minister to review to ensure that there are taxis for those who need them.
Mr Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion on behalf of the Alliance Party today. One of the few silver linings of this whole pandemic has been a much greater appreciation across society for key workers. From those on the front line of the NHS, to the delivery drivers at our doors, to the supermarket staff that kept the shelves filled. These are some of the people that we've relied upon during these most unprecedented and difficult times. And to that list, we must also add taxi drivers. Throughout the pandemic, taxi drivers have been on the front line, bringing health and social care workers to work, helping older people to get to where they need to go to. Much of this during a time when people were being told to avoid public transport, if at all possible. And all of that at a time when there was significant risk to the health of the taxi drivers. And as important as the taxi driver has been during the worst of the COVID-19 pandemic, it is equally as important that we seek to help it recover from that. If we want people to return to our high streets, and particularly if we want to support tourism and hospitality as they gradually return to full capacity, then we must have a thriving taxi industry in order to achieve that. Through the Alliance Party's Green New Deal document, the party is committed to a green and equitable recovery from COVID-19. The taxi sector is absolutely a part of that. Research from the Northern Ireland Consumer Council shows that people on low incomes and those with a disability are disproportionately more likely to rely upon taxis. Furthermore, having a taxi industry that is affordable, safe and reliable means that more people are able to give up car ownership but still rely on car transport if they need one. There is no contradiction between a green recovery from COVID-19 and supporting the taxi industry. We believe that they can be complementary. Taxis are part of sustainable travel solutions today and going forward. Positive steps forward have occurred since the introduction of the Taxi Act in 2008 and the subordinate legislation introduced in 2016. However, as has been made clear by the taxi operators when they appeared before the Infrastructure Committee, problems in the industry have been building. The DVA's own figures show a consistent decline in the number of active taxi drivers in Northern Ireland. This has been exacerbated by the pandemic, and while there is hope that some of the worst of this will be rectified once further restrictions are removed, much of the underlying issues from the past few years will remain. It is important that there is a thorough review of the fare structure. Operators have been able to attract new drivers into the industry with the prospect of a decent wage, and Class A and B operators should not be a disadvantage to those in Class C. We support the call for the Minister for Infrastructure to work with her executive colleagues to look at a suite of measures to attract new entrants into the industry. With regards to any relaxation of driver testing and licensing requirements, I would caution that any changes go through proper scrutiny and consultation. It is important that the public continue to have confidence in the industry. Any short-term moves in this regard could quickly backfire if confidence is undermined. In terms of additional sector-specific support for operators, while we acknowledge that operators have been eligible for various forms of support during the pandemic, this has been comparatively low. There is still a case for considering whether anything more should be done with regards to how the pandemic has impacted taxi drivers and also taxi operators specifically, and their ability to rebound as we emerge from the pandemic, particularly with regards to smaller operators. In conclusion, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, far too often during this pandemic, the taxi industry has been used as a political football from multiple sides, and the discussion is centred on a preemptive blame game rather than on collaboration and practical solutions. People look to this place to get something done. They don't want to hear blame, they just want it achieved. That serves nobody, least of all the taxi industry. I support the motion and call for ministers to come together in collaboration quickly to respond to concerns that have been clearly articulated by the industry. I also say in conclusion that Northern Ireland and the United Kingdom left the European Union, and this is one other example of the issues in terms of labour market mobility and access has been demonstrated alongside the logistics sector, which the Minister will be aware of, and that needs to be also taken into account. Thank you.
Mr George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And as a new member to the committee, I am privileged to speak to this debate. This debate is aimed at ensuring that Northern Ireland has a viable taxi sector capable of meeting the needs of the general public as well as contract work for the health and education departments. Currently, there is a real risk to the viability of the sector. In recent years, there has been a dramatic drop in the number of taxi drivers throughout Northern Ireland. Some reports would suggest that a drop of almost 50% has occurred. This has resulted in taxi services becoming more difficult to sustain, whether it is for the general public or contract work. Ways have to be found to make the taxi industry capable of meeting every demand placed upon it. This can only be fully addressed by a cocktail of measures, from a temporary postponement of theory and driving tests, but not other checks required, and a review of the fares. The review of the fares is to ensure that the industry becomes a financially secure job for people who have families to support. It is important for any industry that participants can make a living from it. Therefore, the review of a fare structure about 10 years old is essential for the industry to attract new entrants. Mr Deputy Speaker, there is also concern that the loss of drivers is putting contract work such as that for the education and health departments in jeopardy. There has to be enough drivers to cover this essential work, as it often deals with very vulnerable people who are dependent on taxis for everyday life. Taxis are not just to take people shopping or home from a night out. They are a foundation for the economic success of many sectors of the economy. They are an essential support to a good quality of life for mobility impaired people and help meet the needs of a rural population. Mr Deputy Speaker, to ensure we meet all those demands, Minister, there must be a proactive drive to recruit taxi drivers as a matter of urgency, with some possible measures I have already outlined. Please remember, taxis are an essential for travel in many areas, including health, education, as well as economic well-being. Certainly.
The member is indicating he wishes to concentrate on attracting new drivers. Would he also accept that it's important to ensure that we retain those qualified drivers that we already have, because they are probably the easiest ones to be able to get back into their vehicles and provide the service to the public?
Yes, the
member has an additional minute.
The member's made a very good point, right? And I fully endorse what he says. Finally, Minister, I will ask that you and your executive colleagues review the decision not to award financial support to operators due to COVID-19. The taxi industry has seen a drop in driver numbers because, partly due to the pandemic, it has not been possible for drivers to earn a living. While the very limited support given was welcome, it was nowhere near sufficient to prevent the exodus of drivers. With live music hopefully resuming shortly, the need for taxis will be increasing and drivers will be needed to ensure contract work. A package of measures from the Executive for the taxi industry in city, urban and rural areas is a must to the Northern Ireland economy and is the best chance of a speedy recovery, and people have the ability to support business as normality begins to return. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Mrs Martina Anderson.
Go me agad a freelance can colia but warlam Lord Seafalver and Ruin Shaw to fully comprehend the falling number of taxi drivers in the industry. As this motion notes, it is important to take note what exactly the industry has gone through over the last year. As we went into lockdown and as the Executive advised people to stay at home, the demand for taxis almost upended overnight. And over the following months, drivers felt that they witnessed a ministerial nearly ping-pong between the Minister of Infrastructure and Economy over the response and who was responsible for the financial support. All the while, our taxi drivers, hard-working individuals, struggled to pay their bills, put food on the tables and support their families. It's no surprise, as this motion notes, that taxi drivers began leaving the industry. No one operator that I know in Derry actually received a single penny from the CRBSS scheme from the Department for the Economy. Minister, in an open letter to the taxi drivers on the 1st of April last year, you said you would support taxi drivers and that you would continue to press for more assistance. It took, however, 5 months to request powers to introduce a financial scheme for the industry, 5 months to ask for it, something that could have been done on day one. It took a very public campaign for drivers and the industry. And yet still, when details of the scheme came to light, we discovered that any taxi driver who might have paused or cancelled their taxi insurance because they were struggling to even live at the breadline would not be eligible for the first financial scheme, and then the second financial scheme deducted the time that they could not afford their insurance from the £3,000 grant. It took almost 6 months before the financial scheme that would provide financial support to drivers who did pause their insurance to take effect. In total, a year after drivers and operators were told that they would get financial support. Any wonder drivers are leaving the taxi industry in their droves. The operators need a sector-specific scheme. Many felt completely abandoned by the Department of Infrastructure, who gave them far too little, far too late. Indeed, it is estimated there is a 30% decrease in the number of taxi drivers working because of the pandemic. Minister, this is clearly a vital industry, as you know, that is in crisis, and we need urgent and decisive action so that more drivers will join the industry and incentives for drivers to return. Because access to taxis isn't just about ensuring people have a safe way to get home from places in Derry, from a night out, although that is a large part of it. It's also about a carer whose car has broken down and who has, for instance, 5 different people to care for that day. It's about the elderly person waiting for a taxi to their local community sector to see someone in person the first that week. It's about the school child who has missed the bus and whose parents are unable to drive. If the taxi sector no longer has the physical drivers available to meet demand, then there will be a massive implication throughout the rest of the economy, our communities and constituencies, as people struggle to get from A to B. As this motion notes, we need to make the industry more attractive to new entrants. That also means making it easier to become a taxi driver, at least in this post-pandemic environment. We also need to ensure that taxi drivers get a fair day's pay for a fair day's work, because consistent low fares have meant consistent low wages and long hours for drivers, hence a review into the fare. Yep.
The member for giving way and agree with much of what she has said. In terms of low fares, does the Minister recognise that in our own shared constituency that fares are very low in comparison to other parts of the north, let alone other parts of the continent? But would she concur that that fare isn't set by the department per se, it's set by operators?
The fares, as you say, across the city of Derry, they are consistently low, and for many of the drivers who are working long hours, very long hours, they don't feel that they're getting a fair wage, and that is why hence a review into the fare structures is needed, and that is what I'm calling for. It is no surprise that more and more drivers are leaving taxiing for better wages. You know, for example, into, for instance, local delivery services. So, Minister, sensible and practical bespoke support requires ministerial willpower to help drivers and operators, and that is what the industry needs. I think that is what the industry deserves. That is what we as committee members are calling for, and Sinn Féin supports this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mr. Pat Catney.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I had reason to take a taxi on Saturday night from my home out to Moira, and the taxi, I got an email, not an email, I got a text message to say what colour the car is, the registration of the car, and what time it will be there at. took the taxi out, booked one back home at 12 o'clock that night, and the same thing with the message. When I was speaking to the taxi driver on the way coming back in, he informed me that he doesn't have a pattern or a 40-hour week. He can hook in whenever he wants to, 24/7. He can come in, go out, in and out at the busy times. I said, how does that work for night time? He said, it is up to each individual driver. That taxi company was a large taxi company in Belfast that is now set up in Lisburn. So technology is changing the way the taxis are operating and the way they can switch on and switch off. In fact, it sort of tempted me to think, whenever I had the bar in Belfast, I had to have a relationship with all of the taxi drivers. Again, my office make a joke every time I mention that we're in the steel. I have to put money in a box. But people coming out late at night to try to get a taxi had to walk to one of the exit points out of Belfast. And they kept the city going. And we know the difficulties which affected our taxi drivers then during the worst parts of the Troubles. So I think that as an MLA, I know what they've done and I know the part that they have played here in Northern Ireland and the fun and the crack that tourists were able to tell me that they can give to them. But look, there is problems. And I'm pleased to hear on behalf of the SDLP, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I know our Minister has stepped up to the plate throughout the pandemic to help the taxi industry. When others ducked and dived, the SDLP Minister stepped up not only to provide regulatory support to the taxi industry, but also financial support of up to £3,000 for each driver. Many in my own constituency of Lagan Valley, I know, have been so grateful for the work of her department. As we now look to recover, the industry will also need our support, particularly to bring new drivers in and support the local economy. I know the Minister has these matters on her radar and is ensuring the department works to support the industry through this period of recovery. It would be helpful if the Minister could outline the next steps and options she is exploring to support the industry recover from COVID-19 and support our towns and city centres as we hopefully continue to work our way out of crisis into recovery from the pandemic. Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker.
Mr John O'Dowd.
And apologies to those members who I wasn't in the chamber for their contributions, though I have been listening to it in my office and back and forth. I think in terms of there is general acceptance in the chamber that our taxi industry requires support and our taxi drivers require support. There may be some disagreement as to where that support comes from and how it's delivered, but I suppose perhaps that's the nature of politics. And I think that the taxi industry and taxi drivers will only want to know when they're getting the support moving forward. But in terms of the next steps, if I could offer the Minister some advice, if possible, and a wee bit like the previous speaker who hankers back to the Ring of Steel, sometimes you hanker back to when you were Minister, once too often maybe sometimes. But in terms of sometimes the focus becomes on what you can't do, and that's the focus becomes of your department of what you can do rather than what you can do. And I think this is an approach that's required in relation to taxi drivers is what can the department do, and then what can be done in conjunction with other departments to support these drivers. Because as everybody has said, and a number of people have said, COVID has brought a reality check to many of us, or to society at least. There was many roles and jobs in our society we took for granted, whether it be shop workers, whether it be taxi drivers, and in some instances, or even our own healthcare workers, we took for granted. We now realise that our society cannot operate without many of our service industries, and taxis being one of them. I often, when I meet with TransLink and others and we talk about funding opportunities and services, they tell me if they don't get more funding, they're going to cut rural bus services. And I look at them and say, well, that's going to be very difficult for you because there's very few of them exist already. Transport in rural communities is taxis. If you don't have access to a car, the chances of you getting a bus is limited. You rely on a taxi. So in terms of rurality and supporting rural communities, taxis are vital to that. In terms of supporting the vulnerable and supporting those who are isolated, taxis are a vital support for that. Not even in terms of coming to pick you up and bringing you where you're going, but they're often an important link to the elderly and to the isolated and to the lonely in terms of how they're keeping. That conversation that takes place on a taxi run around how you're keeping. Is everything okay? Do you need anything? Are you supposed to be at the doctors? And all those sorts of things. So taxi drivers complete many, many tasks. And it's also an industry which allows and brings in staff who are finding it difficult to find work elsewhere. Or, as has also been said, the hours also suit some people. Those unsociable hours suit some workers. But I would urge and ensure that even with the introduction of technology and all those sorts of things, that basic workers' rights also have to be protected, and that we don't want to reach a scenario where the gig economy creates a scenario where we have taxi drivers who have less rights than they have now. But on the basis of financial support, the case has been made. This industry and these drivers need financial support. I would urge the Minister to do everything within her power to bring that forward. I recognise the work of the committee. I've been following some of the work of the committee and my own colleagues and others on the committee who have been lobbying quite intensely on behalf of taxi drivers. So the case is made. Now the taxi drivers need to see is delivery and ensuring that they receive the financial support. I also note the comments around the training and in terms of how often training is required for qualified drivers and how you access the taxi industry. Of course, there has to be safety. Safety for the drivers, safety for the passengers and safety for other road users. But I think when you look at the timescales involved, a review is required. And also in terms of fares. Very, very difficult to, as everyone knows who runs a private family car, the costs are always increasing. When you look at the costs associated with taxi and the insurance and everything else, costs have increased. So I congratulate the committee on its motion and hopefully this motion will pass today, and as a result of that we will see delivery for our taxi drivers. Thank you.
Mr. Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion and the amendment and indeed welcome the opportunity to speak on this particularly important issue. The taxi sector does indeed provide key services to people across Northern Ireland. As other members have made reference, it's especially flexible to meet the needs of individuals in many different places and all hours of the day and night. This includes, as we've said, accessing hospital appointments, shopping, school transport and many others. As we open up or reopen our economy, we are really seeing the need for taxis more than ever, particularly for our tourism and hospitality sectors. Taxis open up parts of Northern Ireland not accessible in any other way to tourists, for example. They also allow bars and restaurants to serve many more customers later and know that they can get home safely. However, as shortages become clear, there are risks that constraints in the taxi sector could limit the reopening and recovery of the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sector. Indeed, we've seen changes to hospitality rules with regards to licensing, and that will be a further challenge for taxi operators. If people cannot go out with confidence, then they cannot get home safely, they may just simply stay at home. So it is vital that what we do, that we can help and secure a sector that protects these services and indeed the jobs that it provides. Prior to the pandemic, the taxi industry was already facing considerable headwinds. This included falling numbers of drivers and indeed an ageing workforce. Then we saw the complete collapse in travel during the first and subsequent lockdowns, something which has started to recover but not yet to pre-lockdown levels. This has meant low earning potential, little reason for drivers to go out and spend money on fuel and of course potentially put themselves indeed at the risk of COVID-19 infection. Unsurprisingly, this has meant that many drivers left the sector or retired, leaving us today with significantly fewer drivers than before. This indeed, sadly, Principal Deputy Speaker, was not helped by a lack of timely support from the government. Unfortunately, support during the COVID-19 pandemic has been patchy. The taxi sector has fallen between the Departments of the Economy and the Department of Infrastructure. While the two departments disagreed with each other for months, time was lost to support the sector. Then infrastructure had to basically find a way to pay out funds, which it doesn't regularly do, similar to travel agents which are having support schemes inexplicably administered by the Executive Office.
It's clear to me that the Department of the Economy should have taken action to assist the taxi sector. I do, of course, acknowledge that some non-specific assistance was provided to depots in the form of coronavirus restrictions business support scheme. But going forward, we need a comprehensive package of support to rebuild this industry, with the full engagement of the economy and the infrastructure ministers. The Department of the Economy needs to stop disowning whole sectors and recognise that we have one integrated economy. Indeed, as I've outlined earlier, there are real risks here to our tourism and hospitality recovery, as well as the social impact of losing taxi services. In terms of structural issues that the industry faces, it's clear that a package of support and incentives need to be looked at to stabilise and rebuild the sector. Currently, drivers are leaving the sector and not being replaced. So therefore, it is vital that the Department of Infrastructure look at what needs to be done to tackle this now before it further deteriorates. I note that the sector has also highlighted the regulation of taxis as a problem. I am well aware of the issues of taxi regulation as I've been working on this issue. The odd regulation of the wedding car industry, which makes it even a challenge even to operate. I know the Minister here today is aware of this, and I've been in contact with her office on this issue on many occasions. And today, Principal Deputy Speaker, I would appreciate if the Minister could indicate what progress has been made with regards to exempting wedding cars from the Taxi Act and the onerous and, in my opinion, unnecessary bureaucratic burden that this places on them. Let us be sensible. Wedding cars are not taxis, not least because many drivers do not do this as their job. Legislation in Northern Ireland is a mess of red tape and far behind the rest of the United Kingdom. For example, recently reading the DVLA website on how easy it can be for a person to hire a car for the purposes of a wedding and drive it themselves as a family member or guest on their regular licence. That simply can't be done in Northern Ireland. Yes, I will.
The member for giving way, and it's a vital point. I too have been lobbied heavily by the inequalities faced by those that run wedding car businesses. Would the member agree with me that not only is red tape and bureaucracy stifling their businesses, but indeed also it is preventing that part-time work which many people that have now retired from their day-to-day jobs that look to that industry as part-time income to support their families?
Yes.
Member has an additional minute.
Thank you. Yes, Mr Buckley, I wholeheartedly agree with you. There are a whole variety of reasons why people do this job, particularly as wedding car drivers. Some of them just because they love driving classic vehicles, some of them because it's an extra income, and some for whom it is their income, and indeed others for whom it is their business supplying the cars and the drivers. DVLA also advises that the quickest way to view or share a driving licence information when hiring a car is to use the DVLA's View and Share Driving Licence service, but a service that's not available in Northern Ireland. So, as the motion states, a review is needed, particularly with regards to tariffs, which I understand were essentially set in 2011. So, Mr Speaker, it's clear we need to act now to stabilise and rebuild this broad sector, taxis to wedding cars. Infrastructure and economy ministers need to get together to sort this out and provide specific support. And long-term planning needs to be done to encourage new drivers into this sector. That, I believe, Principal Deputy Speaker, is important. I look forward to the Minister's response on these matters today. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mr Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, I think the plight of taxi drivers during the pandemic has been sorely underestimated, and frankly the way that they were treated in terms of financial assistance was unacceptable for too long, and it's only really down to their determination and protest of drivers that they were able to access help eventually in that regard. And for me, the decline in drivers is less a concern about the economy getting back on its feet and more a concern for the workers who were overlooked. And even now, many are struggling to get into work because of overheads, or they don't see the job they held as being feasible or possible to maintain. And while I agree that having a fare structure which is transparent and capped is paramount to driver and customer trust, my party, don't think that ultimately looking at taxi fares alone is a solution to precarity for taxi drivers or less drivers in cars, especially when that solution is presumably going to say the fares should be put up and increased. The main problem which needs to be addressed is the massive outgoings and overheads which have to be paid out in depot fees, insurance and other issues. And this Assembly, in my opinion, would do better to intervene to cap these costs in order to ensure drivers can take home a fair wage for their work. By focusing on raised fares instead, the root of this issue is left untouched. Large depots continually taking home a killing at the expense of drivers and those who have to use private taxis because they have a disability or are elderly. They face the harshest impacts of fare raises, in some cases pricing them out of taxis entirely. Ultimately, Deputy Speaker, the solution is either a state-run or a cooperative worker-run taxi fleet which pays drivers a fair wage, guarantees better conditions by capping outgoings and provides a service which is not too costly for some and is run in an eco-friendly manner with electric cars and the like. And if the Department and the wider Executive take their duty to workers, communities and the environment seriously, this is the kind of plan they should or would be putting in place instead of focusing exclusively or narrowly on solutions which don't address the environmental impact of cars. The rising costs to customers and, most importantly for workers, the ridiculous outgoings that they are currently expected to fork out to drive for a living. That is the kind of plan ultimately we need to see implemented through the prism of a just transition which puts workers at the centre. And I have to apologise to the House, Mr Deputy Speaker, I have to run out the front step for a protest, so I'll not be able to hear the Minister's or the Chair's comments, but I'll look back. But I think it's important to put those matters on the agenda, even if I can't hear the response. So, thank you.
While Mr Carroll attends his demo, I call now the Minister for Infrastructure, Ms Nicola Mallon, to respond to the debate. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. And first of all, I would like to thank the Chairperson of the Committee for Infrastructure for raising this important debate on the challenges facing the taxi sector. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused a significant and long-lasting impact on many businesses. In recognition of the challenges faced by the taxi sector, I acted swiftly at the onset of the pandemic to put in place a number of regulatory easements, and this amounted to over £1 million of support to the sector. During the pandemic, my resources have also been focused on providing financial assistance to those in the taxi sector who needed it most and could not avail of all of the other existing grant schemes or loans, that is, taxi drivers. As Mr Durkin pointed out, through 2 bespoke taxi driver financial assistance schemes, my department has provided £15.5 million in support to taxi drivers, having received new powers from the Joint First Ministers under the Financial Assistance Act in order to do so. We engaged with taxi drivers and the industry, and their analysis indicated that they would require £6,000 of support over 2 years. So I was therefore pleased to have a grant scheme in place that paid out £3,000 over 1 year to the taxi drivers. Of course, as members have also pointed out, as we worked through the schemes, it became evident that a number of taxi drivers had taken breaks in their insurance, and that's why we tailored the second scheme to ensure that support could also be provided to them. Importantly, also ensuring that payments could be paid retrospectively, so they were also paid for the duration of the year. But of course, as we all look to the future and turn our focus to post-COVID recovery measures, my department has stepped up to ensure that the services it provides are ready to support the businesses it has responsibility for regulating, and this includes the taxi sector. Vehicle testing resumed for priority vehicle groups, including first-time taxis, on the 20th of July 2020. From the 10th of March 2021, DVA also resumed testing for taxis that qualified for the regulatory easements I introduced, which allowed for the automatic renewal of taxi vehicle licences free of charge and without a prior test for a period of 12 months. The DVA has also resumed practical driving tests and theory tests for all categories, including taxi drivers, on the 23rd of April 2021. I am confident that applications for taxi driving tests, vehicle tests and taxi driver and operator licences are being processed in line with normal timescales, and I am pleased to confirm to members that there is no backlog. However, I recognise that there is still work to do and we are not out of the woods yet. I accept that as we move into recovery from the challenges of COVID-19, new unforeseen challenges will emerge. Regardless of our at times divided views on dealing with this pandemic, we have one thing in common. We are all in unfamiliar territory now. It is how we now step up and deal with these challenges, finding solutions to them that will be key to our recovery. I am willing as ever to listen and carefully consider the concerns that are being raised here, and I can tell you that I have asked my officials to continue to engage closely with the sector on these emerging issues as they are raised in order to gauge what additional practical steps we can put in place swiftly to assist them in getting back out on the road to earn a living. However, it is important for me to state that as Minister for Road Safety, it would be remiss of me to consider and introduce any measures or easements that compromise road user standards, the safety of the public, or that remove parity between those drivers who are now entering the industry and existing drivers who have worked hard to acquire the standards that are legally required of the industry through the current framework which the Assembly approved. I do, however, recognise the pressures that the taxi sector has been under, and I remain committed to working with the sector in continuing to monitor the impact of COVID restrictions on them and considering with my executive colleagues how we respond to support our drivers and all other areas of the economy as we move towards COVID recovery. I would like to thank members for drawing attention to the concerns of the sector, as well as providing me with an opportunity to set out both my responsibilities to the sector and the actions I have taken to support them. I have listened carefully to the views expressed by all members and will now turn to some of the specific points that they have raised. In respect of the decline in the number of taxi drivers, as Mr Buckley and others have pointed out, the decline has been happening over a number of years, but there is no doubt that it has been impacted by the pandemic. In addition to some existing taxi drivers whose taxi licence expired during this period, I know a number of taxi drivers decided not to incur the cost of renewing their taxi driver's licence until the COVID restrictions were lifted. We want to work with them, and we have reduced processing times for customers through our commercial licensing system, and we're doing what we can on the portal page to redesign it to make it easier for customers to navigate, and I know the portal was an issue that Mr Boylan had raised. But of course the industry is looking for measures that are going to support them and improve the industry, and that is why I am keen that we continue to work with them, with taxi drivers, with operators and with the wedding car industry as well, to support them through this difficult time. The issue of a fare review was raised, and as Mr Durkin highlighted, and I agree, we need a fair structure. The last review, as Mr Boylan pointed out, was carried out in 2019, and it wasn't implemented due to the suspension of the Assembly, and then it was followed by the COVID pandemic. But this is something I am very sympathetic to. It, of course, will require public consultation to gauge the views of the taxi industry as well as other stakeholders, including the Consumer Council as a statutory consultee. And, of course, any changes to the minimum fare would also require retesting, recalibration and the resealing of meters. So there is a job of work to be done, and that would need to be planned out. But I want to say to members, I am sympathetic to this issue, and I have asked my officials to look at it. In respect to the barriers to entry, a number of members also raised this point, and around the taxi theory tests. I think it's important to point out that DVA has already been proactive in introducing a range of measures to support new entrants into the taxi industry. They've reduced the band score from 19 to 18, allowing test pass with bus lorry pass rates, developed practice papers and published them on NI Direct, redesigned and improved training materials, English voiceover has been made available, and better signposting where candidates performed poorly. As I say, I take my responsibility as a Minister for Road Safety very seriously, and as Mr Muir pointed out, it would be important that if we're looking at any changes in this area, that we make sure that they are very thoughtfully considered and all of the implications are worked through. Mr Beggs referenced the point about the training, CPD, professional development of the industry. He identified a requirement of 35 hours of training over a single year. The process is actually 35 hours of training over 5 years, and an important component of that is disability awareness training, which I think raises standards within the industry and is valued by the customer base. So again, it's about how we work through some of these issues without compromising road safety and without compromising the standards. In respect of a review of the Taxi Act, it is of course good practice that you review legislation, and again, for reasons of the suspension of the Assembly and the pandemic, we haven't been able to process or progress that piece of work. Prior to the pandemic hitting, I did engage with the sector to discuss this issue, and I want to assure members that I have asked my officials to look at this piece of work, and I would hope to be in a position to bring greater clarity on that once officials have worked through details for me. In respect of wedding car operators, Stuart Dixon has raised this along with other members on a number of occasions, and I've had the opportunity to meet with him and representatives of the wedding car industry. I want to provide him with an update as he has requested. He will know that we have received initial advice from DSO in the matter of exempting wedding car operators from the current taxi regime, and I've asked for further advice as careful consideration and analysis is required on a range of issues before I'm in a position to make a final decision, but I of course will keep him updated. In respect of the lack of financial support for operators, when we were engaging with the industry to devise the scheme, we were aware through the evidence submitted by taxi operators that a number of them were able to avail of the 10k and the 25k scheme. Some were also able to avail of the rates deferral and the VAT referral and furlough, and of course a number were also able to avail of the CRBSS Part B scheme from the Department of Economy, and I shared correspondence with the committee where that was confirmed by the Economy Minister. My officials have met with taxi operators and we will continue to meet with them and work with them and their drivers to ensure that we can try to support them as best we can through the industry, through this difficult time and beyond it. Yes?
Minister, you may, but will the Minister commit now, in light of the motion we've discussed today, because the Minister knows whilst she will carry out discussions with the taxi industry, whatever discussions they are, it needs to be important that she commits to work with the committee, because if they're not getting off the Minister or the Department, then they run to us. So I would suggest we close that gap, close that communication gap, and because they'll keep coming back to the committee. And that's all I'd ask the Minister to commit to today.
Thank the member for his contribution. I think it's an important point. I think one of the regrettable things from the pandemic is Ms Martina Anderson mentioned the ping pong between the Economy Minister and myself. There was regrettably a ping pong match between myself as Minister and the committee about establishing early on where the VAR is led. I know that I said it on a number of occasions that I didn't have the powers to bring forward financial assistance, and we had to go through the rigmarole of trying to get new additional powers. I think we should learn from that. And I think that going forward, I know I've provided multiple briefings to the committee, but it is very clear that the committee want to see the right level of support to the industry, and that is something that I'm committed to. So of course, I commit to continuing to keep the committee updated, working with the committee, but also working with executive colleagues as well, because as members rightly pointed out, the taxi industry, I'm the regulator, but it is critical to our tourism industry, it is critical to our nighttime economy, it is critical, as Mr Dowd said, to our rural communities, it's critical, as Mr Robinson said, in terms of school transport, and it's also critical in terms of getting people to their health appointments. I think it would be really important that we work at all levels to try to support the industry as we emerge from the COVID pandemic. I'm happy to give way to Ms Anderson.
Thank you, Minister. And I think, Minister, as members, we were acutely aware that you didn't have the fires with regards to this, but we were also acutely aware that there was a Financial Assistance Act to help you get that, and we were delighted when you put in for it on a Friday. Actually, we were notified on the Saturday that you received it, so it was there, it was accessible, and thankfully you did actually ask for it and you got it the next day.
Yeah, I thank the member for her question, and I think it's the point that Mr Dixon highlighted. I think that the approach, and when we reflect on the learning, and we all have to learn from this process, in my view, there would have been much greater benefit to be derived from having a more holistic and inclusive approach to providing support to those who were vital to the economy. I think there was a fracturing, but we are where we are now. I'm pleased that I was able to put in the financial support to support the taxi drivers by putting the money in their pockets. It was also actually an important point that was raised by the taxi operators themselves. Their view was that they would have highly rated, given the indirect intervention to themselves through the individual taxi drivers. So we gave that support. We provided the regulatory easement of £1 million, and as I've committed today to members, I have asked my officials to look to provide me with options, taking the can-do approach that Mr O'Dowd highlighted, to see what more we can do, whether it's on the regulatory side, whether it's in respect of the fair review, whether it's in respect of the wider Act itself. I am committed to trying to do more. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I now call Mr Jonathan Buckley to conclude and wind on the debate on the motion and the amendment. And the member has up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank members and the Minister for their responses today. We have heard much today about the issues affecting the taxi industry, both in terms of drivers and operators, and I would like to thank all those who have contributed to the debate today. I know there will be many listening on that will take much encouragement from the words by members, but like I did say in my original comments, we must now move beyond words and action must soon follow. Some collective comments by members. Members collectively highlighted how vital the industry is to our broader economy, to our community, both rural and urban. Members reiterated how the COVID pandemic has worsened the issues affecting the sector, and also highlighted the legacy difficulties that need to be addressed, that being fare structures as a priority, and also indeed the taxi licensing complexities, albeit there was different views on how far and how quick we could go with that. But I think it's a welcome start that there's a recognition that there is an issue that must be looked at. Members highlighted the need collectively to encourage younger drivers into the industry, to revitalise it in a post-COVID environment, and a need to incentivise work in unsociable hours with bespoke policies and financial packages, recognising the need that our economy has for those taxi drivers to work on sometimes very unsociable hours to both provide safe and practical solutions for the general public. There was also a desire to see a collaborative approach across the executive, working with a clear lead from a designated minister to ensure that the committee can both scrutinise the actions for the industry and indeed give some reassurance to the industry and to members of this House. It is clear that there is no disagreement about the dire situation facing the taxi industry. Everyone here today recognises the concerns of the individuals and organisations involved and the impact on their lives and that of their families. We have heard that this has been an industry in decline for a number of years, since 2013 in fact, when it provided employment to approximately 16,000 drivers. But year on year this figure has dropped until by 2020 only around half of this number remain. We have also heard much about the impact of COVID and how this has further driven down numbers, so that post-COVID economic recovery in the industry is now being supported by only around 5,000 drivers, a totally unsustainable situation. This is a shocking figure, less than a third of the number in 2013. We have also heard that drivers are self-employed and as such are responsible for the cost of insurance, vehicles, training and personal costs in terms of unsociable hours that many work to provide a service to society. This not only benefits our hospitality sector, reduces drink driving and will contribute to wider economic recovery, but it also assists the health and social care sector by ferrying individuals back and forward to various appointments, and the education sector by taking children to school. We have heard rehearsed the reasons why, during the pandemic, taxi drivers stopped working because of the drop in demand for their services, and to keep themselves and their families safe, and how this has led to many having to cancel insurance and even return their vehicles as they were unable to maintain payments without the necessary income, which in turn impacted upon their ability to access some of the packages that were in place. But now that lockdown is easing and the world is beginning to reopen again, taxi drivers and the vital services they offer are once again needed more than ever. Yet we find ourselves with many drivers not wishing to return to the industry, and a few new drivers being coaxed into joining it. I think this is something that we have to grasp, because as we emerge from the pandemic, we are undoubtedly facing a lack of workers in this industry, and that's not only impacting upon the taxi industry. I'm hearing concerns right across the industry in relation to road haulage drivers and other subsequent industries that are vital to Northern Ireland and its functioning, that we have to be really live and aware to in the days ahead. The Committee for Infrastructure heard calls from the sector itself about how it is in need of support to mitigate this decline in driver numbers, and it is for this reason that today's motion was brought to the Chamber, Mr Deputy Speaker. There is a clear evidence from the sector to suggest that an intervention A stimulus is needed to reverse the downward trend and assist in recovery, not just for the benefit of the sector itself, but also to assist the wider economic recovery of Northern Ireland post-COVID. The industry has offered solutions on what these interventions could be, and the committee has lent its support to these in this chamber today, collectively with one voice. The call for an urgent review of fares is not unreasonable. The current first taxi fare tariff is tantamount to a 10 years earning freeze, is a huge disincentive to joining the industry. So too is the complexity of taxi driving testing with set test periods, both practical and theory. And I do thank the Minister for her indication that she indeed also recognises the inequalities that exist within that taxi fare system and the need for a fair system. In closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, the contributions in the Chamber today have acknowledged these areas of concerns and echoed the calls for action, and we therefore urge the Minister for Infrastructure to recognise these factors and take the action that is required. Measures including an urgent review of the taxi fare tariff, measures such as working with her executive colleagues to see what other measures can be initiated, including a review of sector support for operators. We all recognise the problem and know that support is needed. This is a good place to be, and we must recognise that. Politicians are united in their desire to help the industry, and we must now get to work and ensure that that happens. I commend the motion as amended to the House, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. The question is that the amendment standing in the name of the Chairperson of the Committee for Infrastructure be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Therefore, the question now is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. And the motion as amended is now agreed. If members just take their ease while we move to the next item of business. Thank you. Gurmailith. Members, the next item of business is the introduction of the small-scale green energy bill. Agus initiatum, Sir John O'Dowd, Lisham Kids came a Corhuntosi Dinvilla. I now call John O'Dowd to move the first stage of the bill.
I beg to move the small green energy bill.
Clerk, would you please read the long title?
A bill to make provision for the establishment of a scheme to promote the micro-generation of renewable electricity and for connected purposes.
That constitutes the bill's first stage, and it shall now be printed. Thank you. The next item of business is the introduction of the Political Appointments Bill. I call Mr Jim Allister to move the first stage.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I beg to introduce the Political Appointments Bill.
Clerk, could you please read the long title?
A bill to amend the law on public appointments in Northern Ireland and amend the Commissioner for Public Appointments Northern Ireland Order 1995.
That constitutes the bill's first stage, and it shall now be printed. Thank you. Members, just take their ease again while we move to the next item of business. Members, the next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Integrated Education Bill. I call Ms Kelly Armstrong.
I beg to move that the second stage of the Integrated Education Bill be agreed.
Okay, thank you. The second stage of the Integrated Education Bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee hasn't allocated any time limits on this debate. Therefore, I call Ms Kelly Armstrong to open debate on the bill, please.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just taking a breath because I'm quite nervous on this bill. Thank you to all in the House this afternoon for coming along to the second stage of the Integrated Education Bill. I appreciate that this bill is the last piece of legislation we will debate before the summer recess, and I'm keeping you from a summer spent in your constituency offices, so my apologies. The bill before you makes provision about the promotion and provision of integrated education. It will also provide for reform and expansion of integrated education. The sole topic of this bill is education. In advance of coming to this House, I consulted over an initial period of 12 weeks during the 2016-2017 mandate. That consultation took the form of online surveys, one for adults and one for children, resulting in over 800 written responses. I also had face-to-face discussions with educationalists, academics, including the local teacher training colleges, and many organisations and individuals interested in the provision of education here. I wrote to the Minister for Education and the Committee for Education to seek clarification that no similar legislation was being brought forward. After the collapse of the Assembly in 2017, I continued to work on the bill to refine and define content. When the Assembly returned in January 2020, this bill was accepted by the Speaker and allowed to continue with both the existing consultation findings and the work already completed to be included that was from the Assembly research team. I would like to thank the Bill's Office for their work to enable the bill to reach this stage. I wrote again to the Minister for Education and the Education Committee to ensure no similar legislation was going to be brought forward or that nothing has changed in the interim period. On this basis, the bill was submitted to the Speaker and subsequently allowed to go forward for drafting. I must admit that I found the drafting, like this debate, quite nerve-wracking. When you have worked on a bill for so long and with such in-depth research and discussion, it is very hard to hand it over into someone else's hands. However, the drafter, Mr Daniel Greenberg, a barrister who specialises in legislation, who was commissioned by the Assembly Bill's Office, managed to convey into legislation language that I hope to bring forward. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Mr Greenberg and to our own Bill's Office, including James Gilsonan and Denise Morgan, who patiently produced the bill, as you have now introduced before you. To confirm, members, this is the first private member's bill of this mandate that has been crafted with the support of our own Bill's Office. This legislation has followed all the stages, consultation requirements and drafting processes as outlined in standing orders. The bill presented to you today is within the legislative competence of the Northern Ireland Assembly. The Integrated Education Bill has 9 policy objectives. The first is to place a duty on the Department of Education and other education bodies to promote, not merely encourage and facilitate, the development of integrated education. This will require the Department to ensure that resources are dedicated to the sector for this purpose. Secondly, to require that the Department ensures a proper auditing of demand on a biennial basis for integrated education in Northern Ireland by area. Third, to require the Education Authority to report and publish on the auditing of demand to the Department and take account of it in budget and planning decisions. Fourthly, to establish a presumption to overarch area-based planning that all new schools should either be integrated or otherwise non-single identity schools. The fifth objective is to require the development of an integrated education strategy to be published 6 months after the commencement of the Act, to report on the implementation of the Act along with regular biannual reporting on the implementation of the provisions of the Act, a post-legislative scrutiny clause. Then, to require funding to be dedicated by the Department of Education, according to the remit of the strategy, to be available for the facilitation of integrated education and resourcing within the Department itself of a dedicated team for this purpose. The seventh objective requires a standardised and accredited diversity and all-inclusive module on how to teach in a truly inclusive and integrated classroom for primary and secondary schools and for PGCE for schools.
in initial teacher training provided by the teacher training education providers. The 8th objective requires the Department to ensure that there is a dedicated departmental resource to help schools strengthen their ethos and to make sure all integrated schools are putting the integrated ethos at the heart of everything they do now and in the future. And finally, the 9th objective requires integrated schools to be inspected by the Education and Training Inspectorate team as part of their usual programme of inspections to ensure they are upholding their integrated ethos. Not just at the moment, thank you. I'm going to move on to the clauses and then we can maybe come back to that later. Thank you. Members, the explanatory and financial memorandum provided with the Integrated Education Bill provides you with commentary on the 15 clauses of this bill. I will now detail the clauses as introduced. Clause 1 defines the meaning of integrated education. This meaning is, as it is in your pack, integrated education means the education together in an integrated school of those of different cultures and religious beliefs and of none, including reasonable numbers of both Protestant and Roman Catholic children or young persons. Not just at the moment, please. I'd like to go through the clauses. In 1.1b, those who are experiencing socio-economic deprivation and those who are not. And 1.1c, those of different abilities. I draw to members' attention that the term reasonable numbers of Protestant and Roman Catholic children is already stated in the Education Reform Northern Ireland Order 1989, and 1.1b has already been agreed by this House in the Shared Education Northern Ireland Act 2016. But I have added and updated to reflect the changing demographics of Northern Ireland and the actual mix of children who attend integrated schools. I have added children of other faiths and of none. I have added socio-economic and different abilities within consideration. None of these additions cause any issue for existing integrated schools. There are children of many faiths and of none, children who receive free school meals and those who do not. There are children with vocational, special education needs and academic abilities who attend integrated schools. The new meaning of integrated education adds further information to what is already in other legislation. Clause 1.2 goes on to define an integrated school, which is a school which intentionally promotes, protects and improves an ethos of diversity, respect and understanding between those of different cultures and religious beliefs and of none, between those of different socio-economic backgrounds and between those of different abilities. I would like to confirm for the House this meaning of integrated education does not replace or change Mr Justice Tracy's ruling where he emphasised integrated education as a stand-alone concept. That is, that it cannot be argued that shared projects or mixed schools with partisan board or denominational ethos are the same thing. The case outcome confirmed the Educational Reform Northern Ireland Order 1989, Article 64 duty refers to an integrated schools alone, not shared or mixed schools. The ruling reaffirmed the Department of Education has a statutory duty to fulfil Article 64 of the 89 Order. It's also important at this point to confirm that the requirements to create or become an integrated school as set down in the Education Reform Northern Ireland Order 1989 does not change. While schools, other sectoral bodies and even politicians may use the word integrated to describe mixed schools, they are not integrated. Only schools that complete the requirements set down in the 89 Order can legally be recognised as integrated. Mr Justice Tracy, who confirmed the integrated education as a standalone concept, confirmed the term cannot be used to describe any other school, no matter how mixed or how others may consider themselves to be. I refer members to Clause 10.2i, where this bill requires the Department of Education to make regulations supplementing the provision of this Act to include integrated education in the school inspection regime. This means that the Education Training Inspectorate, the ETI, can now measure if an integrated school is indeed meeting the meanings laid down by this legislation. An integrated school will be able to confirm how integrated it is, not only by the number of types of pupils, but through its intentional promotion, protection and improvement of its ethos of diversity, respect and understanding between those of different cultures and religious beliefs and none, between those of different socio-economic backgrounds and between those of different abilities. To clarify, this applies to pupils, teaching staff, non-teaching staff and the Board of Governors. As we all know, an integrated school does not just consider the ethos of the school from the viewpoint of pupils attending, but also seeks to have a balance across all persons involved in the school body. Moving on to Clause 2. This clause defines the purpose of integrated education. While some members have commented to me that all schools have this purpose, the unique position of integrated schools is that the promotion of equality, good relations and respect for identity, diversity and community cohesion happens every day, in every class, under one roof as children are educated together, learning about themselves and their friends together from teachers, non-teaching staff and governors who are all integrating. In Clause 3, I have not defined who the advisory body is, as this is left to the Department to recognise any body which includes in its objectives the provision of support and advice to the Department in its promotion of integrated education. I expect the Department will continue to engage the Northern Ireland Council for Integrated Education, as the Department already recognises and engages NIA as part of its encouragement and facilitation of integrated education. Clause 4 amends the Education Reform Northern Ireland Order 1989 to include a duty to promote integrated education as well as to encourage and facilitate it. Clause 4 also amends the Education Act Northern Ireland 2014 to require the Education Authority to encourage, facilitate and promote integrated education. This subtle change will enable integrated education to at long last be placed on an equal footing with other education sectors. In Clause 5, I have defined what promotion means. In 5.1a, identifying, assessing, monitoring and aiming to increase the demand for provision of integrated education, including in particular monitoring the number and success of applications for integrated education. And 5.1b, providing sufficient places in integrated schools to meet demand and without treating the religious demographics of an area or spare places in existing schools as evidence of lack of demand for integrated education. Importantly, in 5.2, monitor means monitor in reference to data collected in respect of relevant catchment and other areas. The word relevant has been used specifically to counter the ongoing argument that if you look at integrated education, you can identify a number of empty desks across Northern Ireland. All sectors have empty desks when you look at the whole of Northern Ireland. It is worth noting integrated education happens to have the fewest empty desks. It is vital relevant catchment area is considered. In my constituency, more children are refused a place at a post-primary integrated school than can attend one. Integrated schools have fewer unfilled places than the Northern Ireland average, and some of the post-primary schools are among the most oversubscribed in Northern Ireland. Lagan College, as we know, turns away an average of 200+ pupils per year. Priory College in Holywood, oversubscribed. Strangford College, that I'm a member of the board, turns away over 100 per year. That's a full year group of pupils turned away from the opportunity to attend an integrated school. If this House supports parental choice, then where is the parental choice for families who want to send their child to an integrated school? Under planning and strategy, that is clauses 6, 7 and 8, it places a general duty to include provision for integrated schools when developing, adopting, implementing or revising policies, strategies and plans, and when designing and delivering public services. Why is this needed? Because unlike the controlled or maintained sector, there is no planning for integrated education. New integrated schools are set up by parents, many of whom who have remortgaged their homes to fund a school. It depends on charitable funds raised by the Integrated Education Fund to support the building or the rental of premises for an integrated school, to fund recruitment and hiring of teachers, to survive for 2 years before the department may consider funding the school. This does not happen in the controlled or maintained sector. In Clause 7, the presumption that a new school will be controlled or maintained based on the religious demographics of and the area or the existence of spare places in existing schools is flipped on its head to change the law to the presumption that any brand new school will be looked at to be integrated unless that would be inappropriate by reason of special circumstance. I have not defined special circumstances. I believe the Department and the existing employing bodies will be able to agree that process. For example, the Community Conversation Toolkit created by the University of Ulster is one example that is already being used by the Education Authority. That toolkit allows a ground-up approach to decide the type of school that should be in an area. By not defining special circumstances, it allows the Department and the Education Authority to provide a special school should they need to meet a growing demand for that. For clarity, a new school is a brand new school. I have not intended new to include amalgamations or shared campuses. It will be for the Department to define how it will use this clause. Not at the moment. I would like to remind all members we have already agreed to the independent review of education and for that panel to consider a single education system. That review report will hopefully be published mid to late 2022. The recommendations from that report, if accepted, will take years to implement. I expect any fundamental changes to education proposed will take decades to implement. Bengoa will seem like a walk in the park compared to any attempt to change our education system. But we have committed to that. My Clause 7 is an interim measure with a get-out clause where and when the local community decides something different to the presumption. I know I have spoken to parties already and highlighted that there hasn't been a new school in years. There's not likely to be a new school for quite some time. When there is, why don't we have a school that everyone can attend and will allow all pupils and teachers to be together under one roof? Clause 8 places a statutory duty on the Department of Education to prepare, publish and maintain a strategy for the encouragement, facilitation, promotion and provision of integrated education. This integrated education strategy must include provision for resources, this means within the Department, provision to facilitate the maintenance and protection of the ethos of existing and new integrated schools, to identify funding for the promotion and provision of integrated education, for example, facilitating the establishment of new integrated schools, expansion of existing integrated schools to meet parental demand, and to enable the transformation of existing schools into integrated schools. It is worth noting that much of this is already being done through policy. I'm placing this as a requirement on the face of the bill to ensure that no matter who holds the education portfolio, resources and support for integrated education will continue. The integrated education strategy must include an action plan that is co-produced, includes timetabled targets and benchmarks that the success of the strategy can be measured against. The bill provides potential targets and benchmarks for the Department to include. The strategy will be published and a report produced, updating the strategy every 2 years after this bill receives royal assent. This means that the Department of Education will be required to demonstrate how they have performed their functions in relation to integrated education. The report will not simply sit on a shelf. The strategy and all updates have to be laid before this Assembly. The Education Committee will then be able to scrutinise effectiveness of performance against targets. I felt it was important that this Assembly was given a key role in the scrutiny of the strategy and the action plan. The final provisions, the Department of Education must make regulations supplementing the provisions of this Act. This bill states what the regulations may include and allows the Department to add to those in the bill where appropriate. The Department will confirm how it will set benchmarks, how data will be captured, how assessments and monitoring will take place and be measured. The action plan will set out and how steps to promote integrated education will be taken, how mandatory standardised training for teachers, non-teaching staff, governors and education bodies will be provided, and how the school inspection regime will take forward its inspection of the integrated ethos. The regulations require collaboration and coordination between other stakeholders in relation to integrated education. For example, there is a clear recognition between the need for shared housing and integrated education to enable community cohesion that we all strive for. Regulations will importantly include integrated education and systems for planning and the development of both urban and rural areas. The Department of Education has been given flexibility to develop and produce guidance in relation to this legislation for education bodies and any other public authority. Clause 12 confirms the consequential amendments to the named legislation as a result of this legislation. Mr Speaker, I would like to thank you for the time to go through the clauses of this bill as introduced. Since the first reading, I have spoken with all the parties, except Mr Allister. I haven't spoken to TUV. I am looking forward to hearing from all who will contribute to this debate, and hopefully I will be able to answer any questions or points of clarification anyone wishes to ask. I'll allow you to respond whenever you're given your speech. I'm just about to finish up. Thank you. You can ask that during your part. Thank you. At this point, I would again like to thank you, Mr Speaker, and your office for RAISE, the Bill's office and the drafter, Mr Greenberg, for all their work to get to this stage. And I know she's not going to be too happy with me saying this, but I would like to absolutely pay tribute to my research officer, Fiona McAteer, who has dedicated 5 years of her life to drafting this and to bring it to this stage. Together, we have brought forward a piece of legislation for you to consider, and I really look forward to hearing your comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I now call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I suppose I want to start from a position of where I am coming from on integrated education. Because when my children were about to embark on their educational journey, it was the contention of my wife and I believe that many others in this chamber have taken a similar approach, that we wanted to ensure that our children would mix with children from all backgrounds. And we chose the schools with a degree of care at both primary and at second level education. And indeed, they did not enter the integrated educational movement. And that is not to in any way take away from anyone who has decided on that approach. But my children met with people from all religious backgrounds and no religious backgrounds. And the schools were extremely supportive of how the educational process was handled, from the Board of Governors in each of the schools to indeed the principals and the teachers in each of the schools. And in doing so, my children had an extremely rounded education, certainly in terms of those who they engaged with throughout their school years, to the extent indeed that many of those pupils who were friends at that stage remain friends today. And I believe it would be remiss of us not to acknowledge that in the main sectors of education, that indeed that the principals and teachers will handle those situations well as pupils, and particularly, and my office is located in an inner city area, and where you see children, particularly newcomer children, engaging and being educated together. I know that Kelly Armstrong has in fact, I suppose she is passionate about integrated education, and she's already indicated previously when we were talking about her bill that she had in fact made sure that her children were educated in the integrated sector. I believe she is passionate, I believe she's zealous about it even, to the extent of zealous. She's an ardent advocate for it. But I do believe, and I think it has been demonstrated to some extent within her presentation here today, that this bill is indeed dictatorial. And I'll come back to that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I believe she is sincere, but I believe she is sincerely wrong. in pushing this piece of legislation, certainly at this particular time. And we all want, I personally had wanted it, I know that many members want to see our children being educated together. As far back as Peter Robinson, when he produced his document on shared education, educating our children together, and he said, Mr. Robinson said, shared education is a pathway that ultimately and logically leads towards integrated education. So we would support both. We have to live in a world, in the world that we exist in. You cannot have a revolution in education that would not be deeply difficult and divisive by just imposing integrated education over all. Now, it's not too long ago that every party in this chamber signed up to the new decade new approach. And the new decade new approach within the document deals with the educational performance, and it indicates that the executive will establish an external independent review of education provision with a focus on securing greater efficiency in delivery costs, raising standards, access to the curriculum for all pupils, and the prospects of moving towards a single education system. To help build a shared and integrated society, the executive will support educating children and young people of different backgrounds together in the classroom. Now, my understanding is, that the Minister may comment on this, my understanding is we are close to appointing the panel that will drive that initiative forward. And what we're doing, if this bill was to proceed, then we're standing on the toes of the new decade, new approach document. Now, the proposer indicated in her bill, just find it, indicated in her bill, or maybe it's in the explanatory notes, yes, in the explanatory notes, indicated in her bill that indeed she'd been working on this initiative from 2016-2017, and that she had had face-to-face discussions with educationalists and academics from local universities, including the teacher training colleges, and indeed that she'd also written to the Minister of Education and to the Committee for Education, wanting to make sure that no similar legislation was going through. Now, the bodies, and it's complimentary that as a member of the Education Committee, it's complimentary to me that the proposer of the bill did write, and we confirmed that no other similar legislation was going through. But in doing her consultation from 2016-17, the member hasn't discussed with the bodies representing the educational sectors. Mr. Mark Baker, who is the Chief Executive of the Controlled Schools Support Council, indicated that, that as far as he is concerned, the Controlled Schools Support Council supports controlled schools which are open to all faiths and none in providing high-quality education for children and young people to enable them to develop and grow together with the ethos of non-denominational Christian values and principles. Our concern is that the Integrated Education Bill would result in the secularisation of controlled schools and the removal of their Christian ethos. Now, it has to beg the question why the proposer, who has been going since 2016-17, didn't have the courtesy to actually speak with Mr. Mark Baker as Chief Executive. He goes on to make a number of other points. And indeed, he confirms that CSSC has not been consulted on the bill and would welcome the opportunity to discuss the bill further. He also says, in its current form, the bill does not take into account the diversity of the controlled sector, neither does it acknowledge that the ethos of the controlled sector is open to all. He comments on the New Decade New Approach and says the New Decade New Approach priority to support educating our children and young people of different backgrounds together is delivered on a daily basis in controlled schools. Now, I would have thought that anybody wanting to produce a serious piece of legislation would indeed have said, who do I need to consult with? Who are the vested interests? Who are the interested bodies? Who are the bodies that are delivering on the ground? And certainly I would have thought Mr. Mark Baker should have been consulted. Now, we also have, I suppose you might describe on the other side of the cake, CCMS, and Mr. Jerry Campbell, who's Chief Executive of CCMS, indicated that he had not been consulted. So we have what might be regarded as the state schools and then the Catholic maintained sector, and they haven't been consulted. And he makes a number of... No, sorry, hold on, Chair. I haven't...
If the member sends to giving way, that's grand, but please no commentary from the seated position.
I would make the point, and I would make the point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that on 3 occasions, the member was asked to give way as she was proceeding with her bill. To Mr. Story, Mrs. Dawes, and Mr. Allister, and refused to give way. And yet, she's asking me to give way.
Sorry, as you will well know, probably better than I, that's her prerogative, as is yours.
Yes, and I will give way.
Member has the floor.
Thank you very much. The Speaker's office allowed me to carry forward the consultation that I took in 2016-2017. I met CSSC and CCMS at that time. Since the bill has been introduced to this House, I have not had the opportunity. However, I did receive contact from CCMS today to ask me to meet them after this part of the bill, if it gets passed, to meet them to discuss. So there's plenty of opportunity. The bill isn't passed yet, unfortunately, and I will be taking that opportunity. But I have met with those organisations on many times. It may well have been before Mr Baker took up his post, but I have met with them on several times. You have to remember that controlled integrated schools fall with under CSSC too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It really is somewhat rich that the member at this stage says, I'm prepared to meet with the bodies after they have contacted her and after she has published her bill at this stage. But anyway, Mr. Jerry Campbell, and Mr. Campbell has said that given the commitment made by all parties when they signed up to the New Decade New Approach, and that we expect the panel, and he's anticipating what I'm anticipating, expecting the panel to be confirmed shortly regarding taking forward the independent review of education, are somewhat surprised and concerned that this draft bill is being put forward in advance of the independent review process. I will give way.
Member for giving way. It's not particularly concerning that there hasn't been a consultation of like CCMS, for instance, is only taking place at this stage in terms of the draft bill, when in particular CCMS is actually named on the face of the bill. In fact, some of the provisions, if this bill passes into law, because it is listed as one of the education bodies, where it must do various things, would actually apply directly to CCMS. Yet in terms of the draft, this hasn't actually even been talked about with CCMS itself. It is an afterthought at this stage.
Thank you, Member. And he's one stage ahead of me, in fact. And CCMS have made the point. The proposal to place a duty on the Department of Education and other bodies, such as CCMS, to encourage the development of integrated education. How does this sit with the existing statutory duties held by CCMS with regards to Catholic education? Would this mean promoting integrated education over and above Catholic education?
Would the member give way?
I will give way.
Thank you very much. And the member makes some really, really important points about the lack of consultation around the bill. When we were carrying out our consultation as members, DUP members from the Education Committee, and we met all the different bodies, one of the things, and you just were making the point on that really concerned them, was the fact that in Clause 7, for the first time in statute, there would be a legal obligation on the department to impose integrated education for any new school that would be built. Would the member agree with me that this places integrated education in a different place to every other sector, indeed above and beyond every other sector, and that all of the sectors that we consulted were extremely concerned about this particular aspect of the bill?
Thank the member. And that it is an extremely concerning point, and indeed, in much the same way as Mr. Weir, she has just reached the point before but because this is what Mr. Jerry Campbell said, and the point was made by Mr. Jerry Campbell. The issue regarding building new schools, and that education bodies must apply a presumption that the school would be an integrated school. Again, this places one sector above others and gives no recognition to the fact that demand at a local level remains very strong for Catholic education. So those are the concerns of two of the bodies representing the education of our children.
Excuse me, Mr. Newton, sorry for interrupting, but we have question time coming up to the Minister at 2 o'clock, so if you don't mind, if we can just allow for people to come in for question time now and the Minister, and then we can resume with your contribution afterwards, if that's okay. Just a management issue.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
You've been there before yourself, so thank you for that. Sorry for interrupting. Okay, members, it's time for questions to the Minister for Infrastructure. Tashi na magin question Hogail Daira and Infrastructure. I call Robbie Butler to ask the first question. Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question number 1, please.
I can see him, Sarah Naira. I call the Minister.
Members will know that I am ambitious for a rail network, and I have a vision to enhance our rail connectivity to better connect our communities while delivering cleaner, greener, more sustainable transport. I was delighted, alongside my counterpart in the Irish Government, Minister Eamon Ryan, to announce the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review, which will allow us to consider our network across this island to view how we can improve it for everyone. The review will examine the potential for rail connections across the island, including how our existing connections could be improved and where new rail links could and would be best placed. I want to ensure that any proposals for changes to the rail network include operational and financial viability and have a very clear focus on the part that rail can play in growing our all-island economy while improving the ability of people to connect, access opportunities and address long-standing regional imbalances. The purpose of this review will be to allow data to drive how to improve and expand our rail connections, allowing us to press ahead at long last with enhancing our rail connectivity in Northern Ireland and across the island. The reopening of old railways, including the Lisburn to Antrim Railway, will be considered as part of this overall review. My department is also currently preparing the Regional Strategic Transport Network Transport Plan for public consultation. It is anticipated this plan will be published for consultation later this year, and I would welcome all representations from the public, including those in respect of reopening Lisburn to Antrim Railway Line Van Knockmore through this process.
Mr. Butler for a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for her encouraging answer. I know that the Minister is also fiscally responsible too in her outlook and should be commended for that. And with regard to providing either new rail network or indeed opening up older ones, obviously there are financial burdens. And does the Minister accept that reopening this to Antrim line would be perhaps one of the most cost-effective options that is available to her?
I thank the member for his question. And we always have to be very mindful of fiscal constraints and the importance of fiscal responsibility. The member may know that since 2005, TransLink has spent just over £2 million maintaining the line to allow for its current non-passenger use. And while he makes a key point, as stated in the All-Ireland Rail Review, this will allow us to consider our rail network to view how we can improve it for everyone. So while it reflects a commitment under New Decade, New Approach, I want to use this opportunity to examine the data, to examine operational and financial viability and ensure that we can do what we can to enhance our rail network. And specifically within the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review is a focus on how we can connect through rail our international gateways, so our ports and airports would also be an important element of the railway line that the member has highlighted.
Mayor Pat Catney, when you cast, I call Pat Catney.
I thank the Minister there for her questions. To my Lagan Valley constituency answer, I know the Minister knows how important rail connectivity will be in helping us reduce emissions. Could the Minister provide an update on her work with Minister Ryan to improve all-island connectivity? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question. And of course, improving our rail network is about connecting communities to opportunities. It enhances our tourism offering. But the member makes a very important point. It is also about ensuring that we're taking action to encourage more people to use sustainable transport, to use public transport, and our rail network is an important part of that. In respect of the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review, the procurement process has begun. It's restricted to, at the very maximum, a 12-month period. And as I said, it will be data-driven. It will report back. But an important part of that process will be a public consultation exercise. So I would encourage the member and others to make sure that they feed into that process.
Martina Anderson, when you call Martina Anderson.
Minister, as you know, I've been quite vocal about rail connectivity, particularly in the northwest, maybe sometimes too vocal. And it was welcome that my adjournment debate received cross-party support here a few short months ago. So in light of that, Minister, can you provide an update on the feasibility study to improve the Derry line, and such as the Phase 3 works and the consideration of the half-hourly halts at Ballykelly, Strathfoyle and also the City of Derry Airport?
While it's not necessarily the question that's been asked, it's at the Minister's discretion to answer.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm content to answer. As I've said many times in this chamber and outside it, I believe that rail has huge untapped potential to deliver multiple benefits across our island, and I think it's an important component in terms of addressing regional imbalance as well. That's why I've been very much focused as Minister on improving connectivity to the North West. So it was in line with this commitment that I commissioned a feasibility study to get Phase 3 of the Coleraine to Derry project back on track. As a member has highlighted, I've also commissioned additional studies to explore the possibility of a half-hourly service between Belfast and Derry, as well as providing additional rail halts at Ballykelly, Strathfoyle and the City of Derry Airport, Eglinton as well. I can update members that work on the Phase 3 feasibility study is ongoing, with the number of topographical and pilot studies underway, and the report is still on schedule to be completed by November this year. A full business case will then be prepared and submitted to me, and this will ensure that all future spend is fully informed by a robust business case and that there is high-level assurance on costs and risks and benefit realisation also.
I call Diane Dodds for a question.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The question rightly focuses on the importance of connectivity, and in the original question, rail connectivity. It is hugely important to grow the economy. It's important for our relationships right across this island. And the Minister makes much of her engagement with all island strategies. Could she tell the House what engagement she has and continues to have with the Union Connectivity Review, which is extremely important for connectivity within the United Kingdom?
And again, it's not specifically the question that was asked, so it's at the Minister's discretion what she wants to answer.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As I have demonstrated on multiple occasions, I very much value the importance of connectivity right across these islands, and I'm also very much committed to partnership working across these islands. I have met Sir Peter Hendy, who is the Chair of the UK Connectivity Review. I've also made a written submission to the review also, and as part of my commitment to working across these islands with my ministerial counterparts, I, as recently as last week, met with my ministerial counterparts in Scotland and in Wales, where we discussed a range of the shared challenges and shared opportunities when it comes to transport and when it comes to modal shift in people's travel, and also on the area of the climate emergency as well. So remain very much committed to working across these islands to improve the lives of everyone in Northern Ireland. I
call Andrew Muir.
Mr Deputy Speaker, reopening old railway lines and abandoned railway lines is a key aspect of our green recovery, which we need to plan for. But can I ask the Minister, in relation to our existing network, what's the current situation with regards to railway passenger numbers, and what's more is being done to encourage people back onto the railway?
I thank the member for his question. I don't have the most up-to-date figures at hand in terms of the passengers who are travelling on our rail transport, but from recollection, some of the most recent figures that I've seen are around kind of the 60% mark. Of course, where we have periods of very good weather and bank holiday weekends, we see an increase in the number of passengers there, and that's why TransLink has put in a series of measures to mitigate against that, working with the PSNI also. But we have, throughout the pandemic, ensured that we have put a number of measures in place to give passengers the confidence to be able to travel. The member will know that we introduced mandatory face coverings in the use of our public transport. We also have a number of additional measures around deep clean and a range of a public awareness campaign also. So we take our safety responsibilities extremely serious as a public transport provider, but we also remain very much committed to ensuring that we can give passengers the confidence to come back onto public transport safely, to do so to get about their everyday lives, but also as an important part of tackling the climate crisis also.
I call Mr Jim Allister.
Wouldn't reopening the Lisburn to Antrim greatly facilitate a connection to our international airport, and isn't that vital for the future success of that airport?
I thank the member for his question, and as I said in the response to Mr Butler, part of the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review is to look at rail connectivity and the links to our international gateways, so our airports like the International Airport, Belfast Airport, Derry, but also to our ports as well. I think that's important in terms of provisions for passengers, but it's also very important, as Ms Dodds highlighted, in terms of growing the economy also, so that will be a key element of that work.
Thank you. And just before we move to the next question, I should remind members that question number 9 has been withdrawn, and topical question 4 from myself has been withdrawn. That could have proven to have had some practical difficulties. Yes. So I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Question 2.
Mr Deputy Speaker, Northern Ireland Water is a statutory consultee in the planning process, and as such the company does not make planning decisions. Local planning is the remit of local councils. Northern Ireland Water provides information and advice to the appropriate local council, and the council is obliged to take that advice into consideration. However, councils ultimately make the planning decision, which may or may not reflect the advice of the statutory consultees. Northern Ireland Water does not receive notifications of the reasons for planning refusals or delays, and therefore would not be in a position to advise on how many planning refusals are related to sewage infrastructure issues. Such information would be best obtained from the planning authorities based within our 11 local councils. However, Northern Ireland Water is due to roll out a new planning response template this month, and the implementation of this template will help facilitate the tracking of negative planning responses provided to the various planning authorities.
Mr Chambers for a supplementary.
I thank the Minister for her answer, but can the Minister detail any cooperation she might be having with the Minister for Communities on this issue, and specifically what solutions have been put forward to allow houses, particularly social housing, to be built in areas that have a weak Northern Ireland water infrastructure?
I thank the member for his question, and he raises a very important point, because we have an acute shortage of social and affordable housing in Northern Ireland, and we need to work collaboratively to address that. Part of the case that I made at the Executive to secure funding was the fact that if we don't invest in our water and our wastewater infrastructure, then we won't be able to build the many homes that we need. I have also, as a Minister for Infrastructure, engaged with the Northern Ireland Federation of Housing Associations, recognising the importance of this issue, and I'm very keen to work with them in terms of any possible pilots for sustainable drainage systems as well. I can also assure the member that Northern Ireland Water has met with the Northern Ireland Federation of Housing Associations and Housing Associations chief executives on several occasions. And we're working with them to address the challenges. I can also advise that we're working, for example, with one of the housing associations, Choice Housing, to look at a pilot programme to try to address some of these issues. So it is an issue that we're very alive to. It's an issue that I have been engaged with all executive colleagues on, and we're working with the housing providers as well as developers also.
Cathal Boylan for question.
Could I welcome the Minister's answers? Minister, you know that the NIA received a budget of 344 million there for the 1 year, but in terms of sewage infrastructure, you mentioned regional imbalance. We need to avoid regional imbalance in terms of infrastructure. So my question would be, there's 100 areas of constraint in terms of sewage infrastructure. Have you any indication of what areas are going to be, or are there those capacity issues over the next year in terms of some of those constraints?
Mr Deputy Speaker, the member is right to highlight the acute difficulties that are presented to themselves when we try to address a historic underfunding of our water and wastewater infrastructure. As a committee member, Mr Boylan will also know that the utility regulator has identified an investment requirement of £2 billion over the next price control period. He has also rightly identified that I have allocated this year some £345.5 million. This is the first time in a long time that the funding requirement identified by the utility regulator has been met. We know that we have around 100 locations in Northern Ireland that are either at or beyond their developmental capacity. As a result of this year's funding, we should be able to address some 40 of those locations. I'm happy to provide the member with a detailed list of the projects that we intend to take forward, because I've also ensured that by allocating from my department this year, we can accelerate some of the projects that were due to be worked on. So I'm happy to provide that detail to the member.
Colin McGrath for question.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Minister's answers so far, which includes reference to that substantial investment that there is in Northern Ireland Water and which it has been looking for a long time. It will undoubtedly go a great way to resolve a lot of the problems in the construction industry as well. But could the Minister detail maybe how long it will take for Northern Ireland Water to be able to assess the capacity concerns so that people can start to get some sort of timescale to assist them with their work going forward?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I can advise that given the level of investment that is required, it is envisaged that it could take some 12 years, so 2 price control periods, to address the issues that have been identified in our water and wastewater infrastructure. So it is very clear that we need to have a plan going forward, and that as an executive we need to continue to prioritise investment in our water and wastewater infrastructure if we are to realise any of the outcomes in our draft programme for government.
Jonathan Buckley for a question.
Deputy Speaker and Minister, while I welcome your response and know the pressures that are now on Northern Ireland Water and the need for continued investment to allow development to continue, the Minister will know of my continual plea for those uncompleted developments who still to this day cannot connect up in terms of their road infrastructure and indeed water infrastructure because of problems with legacy developers who are now no longer to be on the scene. Minister, I think of Birchwood Manor in my own constituency, which I've repeatedly lobbied for. Has the Minister engaged with NI Water about ways in which they can help connect these forgotten developments so that those citizens can benefit from the full infrastructure that they deserve in their developments?
I thank the member for his question, and he has identified an issue. And as we have referenced in terms of the questions to date, in respect of Northern Ireland Water and our water and wastewater infrastructure, we are struggling to secure the requisite funding that is needed for Northern Ireland Water to fulfil its statutory obligations. There are a number of sites across Northern Ireland that remain unadopted, and their water and wastewater infrastructure is not within the ownership or the responsibility of Northern Ireland Water. In saying that, Northern Ireland Water has been engaging with residents across a number of those sites and remains willing and able and ready to engage with developers and with residents to try to find some forms of resolution to this very difficult issue.
Question number 3, please.
Last year, I established my Blue-Green Infrastructure Fund to focus efforts on a green recovery. Out of that fund, I invested £6 million specifically in active travel schemes, including both spend by my department and grant funding for greenways delivered by councils. This is the highest level of funding for active travel projects in a single year. For this year, 2021-22, I have more than doubled that commitment to £13.5 million for active travel. I'm very conscious of the need to develop better walking, wheeling and cycling infrastructure right across the city, and particularly in areas such as North and West Belfast, where there is currently a notable lack of facilities. To demonstrate my commitment to enhancing cycling connectivity in Belfast, I announced on the 4th of June the publication of Making Belfast an Active City, Belfast Cycling Network 2021. The publication of the network provides a blueprint for the development and delivery of coherent, connected and safe infrastructure for everyday cycling in the city over the next 10 years. As part of a £3 million investment in walking and cycling in the Belfast area, some £750,000 is earmarked for Belfast Cycling Network schemes in 2021-22 as a starting point. Work will also be undertaken in developing schemes for delivery in subsequent years. I want to move from plans to actual delivery on the ground, and I have asked officials to focus on what can be delivered in all parts of the city in the short term, and to work with stakeholders to make better walking, wheeling and cycling infrastructure a reality in both West Belfast and throughout the city. I also recently met with the West Belfast Partnership Board to discuss their vision and ambitions for development of safe, attractive, comprehensive commuter cycle routes in West Belfast. I very much welcome their positive response to the Belfast Cycling Network and the proposals for West Belfast. My walking and cycling champion is continuing to work with stakeholders from the partnership to increase active travel in the west of the city.
Supplementary question for Leo Flynn.
And I thank the Minister for her detailed response there, and she's probably partially answered the supplementary. The additional money for the active travel, which is a big improvement on previous years. is welcome, although it's a small percentage of that that goes towards cycling. And with the Belfast Cycle Network Plan, although again very welcome, it's getting the funding to deliver to the areas that need it. And West Belfast obviously only has 1% of the city's cycling infrastructure. So maybe outside of the meetings with officials and the West Belfast Partnership Board, is there any other initiatives that the Minister can take to sort of ensure that the active travel is firmly rooted within her budget and to get that spread across all the areas evenly? Thank you.
As the member points out, I think it's really important that we enhance our walking and cycling infrastructure, particularly in the areas across Northern Ireland where there is a dearth. I think the reality is that we're starting from a very low starting point, and when you're working on these schemes, considerable amount of time and effort has to go through to the design of the schemes, doing the community consultation. The other restriction that we have is that we're still operating from single-year budgets. So while I have identified a £100 million investment for the Belfast Bicycle Plan over the next 10 years, of course I can only commit a single-year funding to that. So I've gave a commitment, as I've said. I've put in the greatest amount of investment in our active travel from any other minister. I remain committed to doing that. And as I've said, I've also increased staffing resource within each of the divisions across Northern Ireland so that we have very much at the heart of each of our roads divisions a very clear focus on active travel, the design and the expansion of our networks.
Pat Catney. Pat Catney for
thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, what plans are there for expansion of the greenways and cycling across Belfast and Lagan Valley? Thank you.
In order to deliver my ambition of £13.5 million specifically to active travel, as I've said, I've resourced additional staff within all 4 roads divisions. These staff, along with existing staff, are currently working on bringing forward schemes for delivery this year and next. Officials are also working, as I said, on a delivery plan for the Belfast Cycling Network, and I plan to publish that in the autumn. The delivery plan will identify key schemes throughout the city, with a particular focus on those areas where there is currently little separated or traffic-free infrastructure. It will also provide a focus on linking pieces of isolated infrastructure into a more coherent network of routes. A key element of securing delivery is communication with stakeholders and consultation on proposed designs. This is resource intensive and inevitably means that this will form a greater proportion of the work in the earlier years of delivery. Consequently, capital expenditure will be low in year 1, but it will build year on year over 10 years to deliver the £100 million that I have identified as required for implementation.
Paula Bradshaw for a question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for answering the written questions I submitted around South Belfast. We have a lot of very keen cyclists there, and also the information on the Belfast Cycling Network. You mentioned there around stakeholder engagement. I would appreciate if you could give us a wee bit more details on that, and also how you're going to cope with the arterial routes, especially in South Belfast, where there are cars that are parked in the middle of cycle lanes at present. Thank you.
As I said, an important part of this work is to bring communities with us, and so we carry out a degree of community consultation. If I think, for example, in the member's constituency of South Belfast, there is a pop-up cycle lane on the Dublin Road, for example. The member will also know that there's currently 2 petitions. One to have it removed, one to keep it. So it just shows, and as an example of the difficulties that you can face and the challenges when we try to bring about change. In saying that, in respect of that particular cycle lane, we're engaging in a survey at present. We're hoping that will be completed by September. So that's to get the views of people to hopefully to build on that. In terms of South Belfast, there will be challenges, and that's why we're trying to take a very kind of pragmatic and flexible approach. I think the best approach is to advance those schemes where they're easily implemented, because I'm a believer that when you demonstrate success you can build momentum. So we will be very much led by that, but of course we'll continue to work with elected representatives and councils as well, so that we can make as much progress as possible. Related to this is the issue of pavement parking as well, and that's an issue that I've also been very keen to try to explore, so I'm working with officials as well. We need to take a more comprehensive and holistic approach to these matters rather than just look at cycle lanes on their own. It's about how people can move about much more freely and how we can maximise the opportunities that they have to engage in active travel and safe active travel as much as possible.
Can we bring Claire Stugden onto the screens, please?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Question number 4.
A primary function of the Department with respect to planning is to formulate and coordinate policy for securing the orderly and consistent development of land and the planning of that development. The transfer of powers to councils and the introduction of the two-tier planning system was intended to enable councils to interpret and apply strategic policy as set out in the Strategic Planning Policy Statement for their areas through their local development plan and development management responsibilities. This has empowered local government to meet the needs and aspirations of local communities, taking account of the particular context and circumstances which they face. There will therefore be some different local planning policies and decisions to reflect the differing circumstances of each of our councils. However, it is also important for the integrity of the planning system that the wider regional policy objectives set by my department are maintained across Northern Ireland. The Department has a number of powers and functions which enable it to monitor the operation of planning matters by councils, to oversee and secure the implementation of both regional policy and good practices. The Department's interest in exercising these powers is not to interfere with the Council's right and responsibility to take its own decisions, but for the purpose of considering the exercise of its strategic functions and to safeguard against systemic risks to the achievement of regional planning objectives.
I'll invite Claire Sugden for a supplementary, but can she hear us okay? It's just we can't see you, Claire. No, we'll try and come back to you if we establish connectivity here. But Sinead Ennis, when you call Sinead Ennis to ask a question.
Can I ask the Minister, in terms of planning, there's probably no decision more anticipated than that of Casement Park. We know the huge cultural and economic benefits that executive flagship project will bring. So can I ask the Minister, when will she be in a position to finally approve planning permission for Casement Park?
Thank the member for her question. And Casement is a hugely important application. As with all applications, my officials are working to progress it properly and at pace. My planning officials went out to Belfast City Council for a consultation as required under the legislation. My understanding is that we have just received the formal response from Belfast City Council, so my officials will be reviewing that and continuing to work very hard to ensure that we can get this application processed, obviously correctly following all of the statutory procedures and requirements. And as I've stated many times in this House, rugby has its home, soccer has its home. It is only right that Gaelic games would have their home and in Ulster.
I call Roy Beggs for a question.
Deputy Speaker, how homes and businesses are developed across each of the councils and indeed in their area plans can have huge long-term implications in terms of their energy requirements for transport and for heating. So my question to the Minister is, how can we ensure that there is a consistent approach, and in particular to ensure that climate change implications are taken on board?
The member raises a very important point, and as I said in the response to Ms Sugden, we need to have a degree of flexibility for councils to be able to tailor their local development plans to meet the needs of their local population, but we also need consistency and adherence to wider strategic policy. My view and the strategic plan and policy is around sustainable development, so that has to be a key component of that. The member will know that I've also recently announced that I'm taking forward a review for renewable and low carbon energy development within the wider context of the climate emergency, and that's part of our efforts to support a green recovery from this pandemic. It is also one of the reasons why I'm very keen to pursue the Independent Infrastructure Commission as well, because I think this would have an important role to play in ensuring that we bring experts in, that we have that important element of public consultation, and that we have a 30-year vision for our infrastructure and planning that has very much at its heart the need to be ambitious when it comes to tackling the climate crisis.
I call Jonathan Buckley.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and the committee will watch closely and follow closely the review of the planning policy as something as a key priority area for the committee. And while I recognise that area plans will allow councils to rightly tailor plans to local needs, which was the primary purpose of the devolving of those powers, Can the Minister indicate whether or not her department will be looking into whether or not planning powers that were devolved to Council have both been operating efficiently and effectively for the constituents in which we all serve? Because there are many within the planning system right now that are frustrated by the long delay in planning applications, not in any particular area, but across the board. Is that something that the Minister will look at going forward in a review?
So there are two elements to this. There is the need to be monitoring our local councils in terms of their plan and performance review, and there are a number of ways that my department is doing that. The second element is, what is my department doing to improve its performance when it comes to the planning system? And so my department is working closely with key stakeholders in a number of ways to improve the processes and increase the efficiency of the planning system to ensure that planning applications are processed in a timely manner. The member will know that we have conducted and carried out a review of the implementation of the Planning Act 2011. That review is underway, and it will provide an opportunity to consider any improvements which may be required to the way in which the Planning Act has been commenced and implemented in subordinate legislation. Work is also ongoing with statutory consultees through a cross-government planning forum to improve processes around statutory consultation and statutory consultation response times. And in addition to that, my department, as part of a collaborative project with 10 councils, will be delivering a new planning IT system next year, which will improve the submission and processing of planning applications. Community engagement is also a really important part of our planning process, and an area that I believe should be improved, and that's why I established the Planning Engagement Partnership, and that's to look at how to enhance the quality and depth of community engagement in the planning process at both the regional and local planning levels. I recognise the need to have improvements in our planning system at both the regional and a local level, and so remain committed to doing what we can in the department, but also working with our local councils as well, given the importance of it to growing our economy, and that's particularly acute as we emerge from this pandemic.
That ends the period for listed questions. We will now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Stephen Dunn.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the Minister will be well aware of the very significant backlog in getting practical driving tests. Many are simply unable to get a test. Can I ask what further affirmative action that the Minister is going to take to address this unacceptable backlog? Thank you.
First of all, Mr Deputy Speaker, if I could just pass my condolences to Mr Dunn on the death of his father, and just to say that he's very much welcome in this chamber. The DVA currently has 38 full-time driving examiners and 39 dual-role examiners who conduct both vehicle and driving tests and can be utilised across the network of test centres to meet driver testing demand. A further 10 new dual-role examiners have been identified for driving examiner training, and the first of these examiners is now conducting Category B, which is private car driving tests, and a further tranche, if they successfully complete their training, will commence driver testing by mid-July. In addition, the DVA is also currently progressing an external recruitment competition for 10 new full-time driving examiners who we expect to start testing by mid-September. The DVA has identified 4 additional departmental buildings in Belfast, Coleraine, Cookstown and Omagh, which can be used as temporary driving tests if they are needed in the local area and there is sufficient driving examiner capacity. The new temporary test centres at Cookstown and Omagh have now opened for appointments, and this has been communicated to all approved instructors and customers through the normal channels, including NI Direct and social media. DVA is also offering driving tests on Sundays for heavy goods vehicles and buses at Belfast, Craigavon and Derry, where it is suitable to do so without compromising the integrity of the test. The DVA is also offering Category B and modular for CPC tests in some locations on Sundays, again where it is suitable to do so without compromising the integrity of the test. The lighter nights also provides the opportunity to increase the number of driving tests that DVA can conduct each day, and each Category B driving examiner is conducting between 6 and 9 driving tests per day. Extended opening hours will require the use of overtime to provide the additional capacity, which is being offered to all trained driving examiners on a voluntary basis in line with Northern Ireland Civil Service terms and conditions.
Mr Dunn for a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answer and her welcome here today. And I certainly welcome those actions to take, because it is very, very frustrating, particularly for young people who are trying to get on the test. Just in late April, there were over 22,000 people who held valid theory tests, and they were waiting to get a practical driving test. Can you just maybe tell the House what the latest figures on it are, if possible? Thank you.
Given the public interest in the statistics that the member has requested, the Department is now publishing provisional testing statistics on a monthly reporting cycle, and they're all available on the Department's website. The latest monthly report for May 2021 was published on the 15th of June. The monthly report for June 2021 is scheduled to be released on the 20th of July. I can assure the member that the Driver and Vehicle Agency has and continues to work hard to increase its capacity to meet the high demand for driving tests for all customers. Through increasing its capacity, I'm pleased to say that in May, the DVA conducted 5,476 driving tests, which is 35% higher than the 5-year average for that month. I remain committed to minimising disruption and ensuring our plans for the restoration of services in hand. However, all driving test services across these islands are experiencing high demand with longer than usual waiting times, and we would ask customers for their continued patience while we work as hard as we can to work our way through the backlog.
I call Mr Alan Chambers.
Deputy Speaker, whilst there has been a welcome increased capital funding for Northern Ireland Water this year, they need a long-term plan with significantly greater funding in subsequent years to develop the water and sewage infrastructure to allow new homes and businesses to be built and, importantly, to mitigate against localised flooding. What is the Minister doing to secure this long-term plan and funding?
I thank the member for his question, and as we discussed in the questions so far, there has been historic underinvestment in our water and wastewater infrastructure, and I don't need to rehearse the social, economic or environmental reasons why we need to correct that failure. The utility regulator has identified £2 billion as the funding requirement for the next price control period, so that's for the next 6 years. As I've said in response to a previous question, it is estimated that it will take us 12 years to correct all of the challenges in our water and wastewater infrastructure. We are severely hampered by the fact that we're still operating from single-year budgets, and while I'm pleased that this year I've been able to allocate enough funding to meet the utility regulator's requirement, there is a significant challenge every subsequent year. So as long as I'm the Minister for Infrastructure, I will continue to make the case around the executive table, because if we don't invest in our water and wastewater infrastructure, we simply won't create the jobs that we need, we won't grow the economy in the way that we want to, we won't be able to build the many homes that we need, and we certainly won't be able to tackle the climate emergency.
Mr Chambers for a supplementary question.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answer, and I do recognise and acknowledge her difficulties, and I think she maybe has answered my supplementary in her answer there. But what are the consequences if Northern Ireland Water is not properly funded in subsequent years in terms of our water and sewage infrastructure?
Since taking up this post, one of the things that I realised is that we take for granted our access to safe, clean drinking water. We take for granted access to a clean and efficient wastewater system. And in actual fact, if we had any severe difficulties in that area, our society would grind to a halt. It's a public health issue, it's an economic issue, it's a societal issue, and it's also an environmental issue. It was perhaps one of the most important areas requiring sustained investment that we have going right across our economy. And I make the point again that we may have our difficulties in the executive, but we all believe in ensuring that through our programme for government we really can get the right outcomes for our citizens. The Minister for Economy, the Minister for Education, the Minister for Communities, myself, none of us will be able to achieve those outcomes if we don't invest in our water and our wastewater infrastructure.
I call Mervyn Storey.
Thank you very much, Deputy Principal Speaker. Minister, one of the issues that you have sought to champion has been the issue of integrated transport. And when you come to a regional town such as Ballymoney, where I live, sadly that is not the case, because if you step off the train and you seek to get a bus at the train station, you have to walk to the centre of the town or on the outskirts of the 30 mile an hour. What undertaking will you give serious consideration to an integrated facility in Ballymoney as a regional town, the one of only which I think has such a facility, doesn't have such a facility, so that bus and rail are integrated in a way that gives the passenger experience the best possible opportunity?
I thank the member for his question, I think we'd be doing a lot more, if I'm being honest, in terms of having a more integrated system when it comes to transport, and actually seeing how all of the components of a transport system come together. So how we maximise active travel opportunities, what we do to encourage people into public transport, the role of taxis, and we had a debate earlier on in the Chamber on the importance of our taxi industry, and our private busing operators, as well as community transport, how all of those come together. The member may know that my officials are working on the Regional Strategic Transport Network Plan, and that's going to look at our transport system, our bus, road and rail up to 2030. That's going to go out for consultation later this year, and I would encourage the member to respond to that. On the particular issues of Ballymoney, I'm happy to, if the member wants to write to me around specific asks, to look to see, is there something that we could do in advance of the Regional Strategic Transport Plan, or certainly at least to hear him out and, have the case made to me.
Mr. Story for a supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Speaker, and I thank the Minister for giving us that opportunity to, and we will respond. But will she also take in mind that it's not just the impact that it has on local commuters in terms of Ballymoney, but the town of Ballycastle, which is very dependent on its connection to Ballymoney for the train service, which has been a phenomenal success. But will she also ensure that a regional town like Ballycastle has that interconnectivity, so that whether you are a visitor or whether you're a resident, there's an integrated approach to transport between. It's not a case of either or, it is a combination of both between rail and bus.
Yeah, I thank the member for his question, and I know that I speak very passionately, some people might say, about rail connectivity. I actually do so because it's been neglected, and I think it's a huge untapped resource, in terms of our island and Northern Ireland in particular. I don't say that because I want to see that happening at the detriment of our bus network. I actually believe in growing our public transport network. So for me, it's very much looking at both and seeing what we can do to maximise that. And the member will also know that what I've done is significant investment in our bus provision around hydrogen buses, for example, again. So very much committed to greening the public transport network, greening our bus network, and will continue to remain committed to doing so.
The member is in his place for the next questions. Therefore, I call for Declan McAleer on screens, please.
Can I ask the Minister for an update on the public inquiry into proposals for the gold mine in the Sperrins AONB?
Yeah, the member will be aware that I announced my clear commitment to a public inquiry. The PAC has indicated that it wishes to have all of the relevant information before it in terms of giving us a date for the hearing. So the member will be aware that in respect of the power lines, there is remaining information to be gathered on that. When all of that is submitted, and at the earliest opportunity, we will be submitting all of that information to the PAC, and then obviously the member will know that it is up to the PAC to set a date for all of the relevant information. I believe this is important because it will give everyone, particularly the local community, the opportunity to have their say and for their views to be listened to. Remaining information to be gathered on that. When all of that is submitted, and at the earliest opportunity, we will be submitting all of that information to the PAC, and then obviously the member will know that it is up to the PAC to set a date to have all of the relevant information. I believe this is important.
Declan and Walter and Shinnerfad, are you still with us? Declan? No.
I'm having technical difficulties, but the Minister will be aware that there is a very contentious local issue. There's almost 40,000 people have registered objections. Can she give a timeline for this inquiry and assurance that it will be accessible and will carefully take on board the views of the local community?
I I recognise that this is a hugely complex and controversial application, which was why I was very clear on my commitment to go into a public inquiry. The member will know that that's an independent process, and so therefore the date for that hearing is out with the gift of myself as the Minister for Infrastructure, but I can assure him that we are doing everything that we can to ensure that all of the information is available as quickly as possible to ensure that that is then provided to the public inquiry, because I recognise the importance of giving people the opportunity to have their voices and their views heard on this really important and difficult application.
Of myself as the Minister for Infrastructure, but I can question number 7, so I think we'll get a question in from myself there, Mr. Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister in relation to roads maintenance, and there's been gross underspend in recent years in the roads maintenance budget. Even recently, contractors were pulled off roads. They were told in the morning the money had run done in the Southern Division a few weeks ago. Has the Minister any plans to increase the maintenance budget?
Roads maintenance is a hugely important issue, and I've said in this House that you need to get the basics right for people to have confidence in you as an executive and as a minister, but we also need to be doing the transformative pieces of work as well. I bid for £120 million for road maintenance in this financial year. That's an increase on last year, and the member may also know that in terms of the Rural Roads Fund, I have increased that fund by 50%, so that we now have £15 million set aside specifically for rural roads. The member may also know that the asphalt contracts were subject to legal challenge. My officials are currently working through interim solutions to try to address that, because I want to make sure that we're getting work on the ground as quickly as possible. But I do want to reassure him that none of that will impact upon the Rural Roads Fund.
Brief supplementary, Mr. Irwin.
Can I thank the Minister for a response? But the Minister was fully and acutely aware, I'm sure, of the dire state of some roads, and I think it is vital that as much as possible can be put into those roads.
And Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the member because he continually raises this issue and gives it the rightful recognition that it deserves. He will know that the Barton report identified a funding requirement or an investment requirement of about £140 million per annum just to maintain the road network as is. So it is hugely challenging in terms of the financial situation, but I will continue to do what I can to ensure that we can get our roads fixed. And I'm also very mindful of the state of the roads in our rural communities as well, which is why I'm advancing the Rural Roads Fund.
Members, that ends topical questions. If you choose to take your ease there till we move to the next item of business, or the continuation of the Integrated Education Bill.
We now return to the second stage of the Integrated Education Bill, and I invite Rob Newton to renew his contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is the second time it has happened to me that in the middle of speaking, you suddenly get cut short by question time and scalped, and it is very, I obviously have got scalped. It is very difficult to pick up your thread, but I will do my best as I make maybe just a few more points before I sit down. I was referring to Mr. Jerry Campbell, the Chief Executive of the Council for Catholic Maintained Schools, when we finished for question time. And indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Mr. Campbell has indicated that, and I had referred to a number of his concerns, but indeed he has major concerns about this bill and the implications that the bill would have for his sector of the educational system. And I'm absolutely certain, and I said this before the break, the member in proposing the bill has been discourteous to the sectors of the educational in not consulting them. And it is somewhat concerning that they have had to contact the member and ask for a debate or a discussion on the issue. But there are other areas, and we have talked about initiatives that are already underway by the Assembly. And I would like to refer to another document that's produced by the Integrated Education Fund. Integrated Education Fund, IEF. And they were referring to the new decade, new approach. And obviously, their headline is, Assembly agrees that educational review is urgent. So the Integrated Education Fund indicated that they were pleased to see that new decade, new approach paper pledged an independent review of our education, which is something they had called for, and research has shown overwhelming support for that. So even the Integrated Education Fund are supporting as a way forward our new decade, new approach and a review of the educational system. There are other publications. There was a paper produced titled Shared Education Initiatives in Northern Ireland, a model for effective intergroup contract in divided jurisdictions. It's produced by Danielle Baylock of Queen's University Belfast and Joanne Elizabeth Hughes of Queen's University Belfast. And I'll refer only to a small part of what is, in my opinion, a good study on ethnicity and nationalism. And I refer to, and it comes towards the end of their document, despite the challenges involved in overcoming operational difficulties, the growing body of evidence from Northern Ireland suggests that the separate school can be harnessed to offer the type of intergroup contact that leads to more positive relationships. The shared education model foregrounds education outcomes as opposed to reconciliation goals, and this is non-threatening to advocates of separate faith-based schooling, whilst also appealing to those who are in favour of more radical integration solutions. In this way, despite the obvious difficulties shared education can present, a middle ground from which different groups in tension can come together to promote more positive relations. Supportive of a way forward that this Assembly is already, and the impetus is up there already and driving us forward. Another piece of information that's identifying potential for shared education in interface areas. It's produced by the Institute for Conflict Research. It's supported by the Belfast Interface Project and the Integrated Education Fund. And in a small piece of it, I'll read, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Deputy Speaker, opportunities to increase shared education are visible in all schools in question. The continuum of approaches to sharing in education means that while some of the schools are at different stages of the process, they are recognised in their attempts to build relations in these areas. And it finishes with, it is therefore an issue for top-level stakeholders to support these initiatives to embed this work as a key priority, shared education. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the bill in itself, and I've said this at the beginning, I am a supporter and I want to see all our children educated together in the future, whatever form that might take. And after 100 years of history, when in the formation of Northern Ireland, our forefathers wanted to have a single educational system, and for their reasons, another sector wanted to ensure, I imagine, the Catholic ethos was the big issue, wanted to have an educational system that was based on Catholic faith education. And that was agreed to and supported by stages as we have gone along. But this bill produced by Ms Armstrong, and I've said at the beginning, I think she is sincere. I do think she is sincerely wrong, but I think she is sincere. She's an advocate of integrated education. But this bill, and she's already read out what the objectives of the bill were, but to place, the bill has 9 objectives. I'll only refer to maybe 3 of them, where I think there are concerns. To place a duty on the Department of Education and other education bodies to promote, not to merely encourage and facilitate the development of integrated education. It makes the presumption, that, and as we're going through the area-based planning exercise at the moment, to establish the presumption that area-based planning, that all new schools should either be integrated or otherwise non-single identity schools. And it requires a standardised and accredited diversity of all-inclusive model on how to teach in truly inclusive and integrated classroom for primary and secondary schools and postgraduate certificate in education for schools, in initial teacher training provided by the teacher training colleges. In many, many ways, our principals and our teachers are already doing this. And it is somewhat concerning that we would think that they weren't doing that in our educational system at this moment in time, and that we had to legislate for them to do that. And indeed then, to require funding to be dedicated by the Department of Education for the facilitation facilitation of integrated education, including an additional Department of Education new team. These are all concerns, Mr. Speaker, that certainly I have, and I believe my colleagues have on these benches. And I think if we are to support this bill, then the educational bodies will have real and genuine concerns that Mrs Armstrong, with her, in my interpretation, Mrs Armstrong with her current bill, will not be able to assuage their concerns. There are many areas of excellence in the current educational system, but our aim and our determination must be to ensure that opportunities and educational outcomes improve across every school, in every sector, and in every part of Northern Ireland. And we should always be striving for better results for all of our pupils and all of our learners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Pat Sheehan.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak in this important debate here today. And instinctively, I support greater integration within our schools. I think most people would be of the same opinion. Instinctively, most of us believe that it's good for children to meet other children from diverse backgrounds, whether it's different religion, ethnic background, different socioeconomic background, or kids with different abilities. And we think that that is important. And of course, it is important. And I suppose if we were setting out today in the year 2021, rather than 1921, with a blank sheet of paper, we would have a different type of education system than we do today. Unfortunately, back then, the people who were responsible for setting up the education system didn't really have progressive views about diversity within the system. And I don't think anyone from a nationalist background believes that in state schools the Irish language would have been taught, different aspects of Irish culture and Gaelic games, Gaelic football and so on would have been. Yes, I will give way.
The first time the member opposite has a very narrow view and a particular Republican view of history. In 1830, there was the multi-denominational common school system. In 1921, when Northern Ireland came into existence, it was because the Roman Catholic Church decided not to have its place in a denominational and in a multi-provided educational system. So I think maybe the member, not for the first time, would need to get his historical context correct.
I would urge members not to get bogged down in historical arguments and to concentrate on the bill of today.
Well, of course, I would never challenge the authority of the Speaker, but I think it is important in these debates, when we're talking about change, that we contextualise the situation that needs changed. And of course, Mr. Storey has a particular perspective, and I would have a different perspective. And we'll agree to disagree on that. So the difficulty is, even through the years of the foundation of this state and so on, if children had been integrated, would it have made any difference? And my answer to that is no, it wouldn't have, because structural inequalities existed outside of the school setting. And that was the problem. Unless we can resolve those structural inequalities in society, we're going to have to face the same difficulties over and over again. And we just need to look to other international examples. I mean, in the former Yugoslavia, all education there was integrated. But when that country imploded, it didn't stop people who had been at school together engaging in conflict and even killing one another. So it's important, yes, that there is greater integration, but more important that we resolve finally the structural inequalities that have existed in this state since its foundation. And of course, I'll mention again the Irish language, and we still face strong opposition from the party opposite in terms of integrating Irish language and Irish culture into society, never mind our education system. So, and you see, there's no real evidence that, although I've said we all instinctively support it, there's no real evidence that I'm aware of that integration will have longer-term benefits for society. And that doesn't mean I say I don't support integration. But integration to me is more than Catholics and Protestants going to school together. And one of my criticisms of the current integrated movement is that there are still schools within that system who select children on the basis of the post-primary transfer test. So it's not a properly integrated system. And if we're talking about integration, there has to be an end to academic selection in schools. So, and you know, one of the other issues that has arisen, and there's some resentment within the maintained sector, is it's in some ways that sector feels that it is being blamed for sectarianising society here. And many of us have been through the Catholic sector, including the proposer of this bill, and I doubt she would even argue that sectarianism in any way was promoted in the school that she went to. And if you speak to the teachers and principals and pastoral leaders within the maintained sector, they will tell you that they teach respect. They try to give children a rounded education to make them come out better people overall who have respect for others within society. And I think it's unfair that often in debates like this, it's that particular sector which many people point the finger at. So, one of the important issues in education is that parents want the choice to be able to send their children to the best schools where they will get the best education. And this is another issue and I want to make a distinction between what I think the proposer is advocating in terms of a greater system of integration and the integrated system as it currently exists. And I've already highlighted the point that some of the integrated schools actually use academic selection, which in my view undermines the concept of integration. But the current integrated system is also the lowest performing in terms of educational outcomes, whereas the maintained sector is the highest performing in terms of educational outcomes. So the important people in this debate isn't so much ourselves sitting here in this chamber, although many of us have children and make decisions about what schools we want to send them to. But it's parents out there who are thinking about the educational opportunities that they can provide for their own children. And I appreciate and understand what the proposer said earlier, that the integrated sector is oversubscribed, as is the case in the Irish medium, for example. College to First Year, the biggest post-primary Irish medium school in Ireland, is absolutely bursting at the seams at the minute, and there's a need for another post-primary Irish medium in Belfast, and that looks to be a long way off and being delivered at the minute. So, how would greater integration affect educational outcomes? Do we have evidence that it would improve or disimprove educational outcomes? And these are the important questions, I suppose, that need answered. No. Sure.
Thank you, Member, for giving way. again, the member conveniently forgets the Northern Ireland Audit Office report. He talks about inequalities and he talks about, he blames everybody for the ills in society, British government, and probably the famine. But £100,000 more, was millions of pounds, was spent in interventions. And the Audit Office has now said hasn't changed anything. So there's something more fundamentally wrong, which you can't blame on academic selection or you can't blame on unionist politicians.
Well, I think the evidence against academic selection is absolutely overwhelming. There's no other area of public policy that has so much evidence stacked against it. And I know the member is a great advocate of academic selection, but it goes against all the evidence. And there's no one. I mean, talk about the OECD, the Children's Commissioner, the Equality Commission, and so on and so forth, the Catholic hierarchy, just to name a few. And you know the list is quite long, Mervyn. So, I mean, the evidence, and I'll say it again, is absolutely overwhelming. And until we get that issue sorted at some stage in the future, then we're going to have difficulties, whatever type of education system we have here. And this draft integrated education bill, in my view, requires significant changes. And I mean, a lot of the language in it is quite positive, but there are other parts of it which require clarification and need to be teased out. And so, for example, the inclusion of the term promotion of integrated education, what impact does that have on other sectors? Does that in some way disadvantage them? Because I'm not absolutely sure that that would be good for the other sectors, and therefore wouldn't be good for our education system in general. And the presumption that any new school must be an integrated school, except in special circumstances where it need not be. So we don't have a definition of special circumstances. We need to tease that out. And I know it says the religious demographics of an area or the existence of spare places in existing schools can't be used as a reason for the school not being integrated, but we don't know what reasons can be used other than those. So those are important issues that we need to tease out. And I mean, I'm supporting this bill going through this second stage, but it does need significant changes, in my view, to make it fit for purpose. And we're agreeing for it to go through this second stage so that essential improvements can be made and ensure it's fit for purpose, and that it doesn't disadvantage any section of our education system.
I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As SDLP Education spokesperson, I welcome the opportunity to contribute to this debate today and to thank Mrs Armstrong for bringing forward this bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, the SDLP fully believe in integrated education and believe that more needs to be done to support and enhance our integrated education sector. We do have concerns about this bill in its current form, and we will be very carefully working with colleagues across this House to ensure that it does or becomes fit for purpose as it proceeds. When Mark Durkan was Finance Minister, the SDLP 3 years running increased the education budget generally, but also in cooperation with the then Education Minister, Martin McGuinness, made specific provision for an uplift in resource to integrated education. The rationale was that we needed to make the choice of integrated education more real and viable for parents. We need to invest more in integrated education, and despite coming some way in terms of provision here, in now having 65 schools fully integrated and another 9 in the pipeline, we still have not come far enough. This debate is part of a wider debate. Whilst integrated education is important, there is other work to be done around integration and a shared future. around shared housing, shared sport and social pursuits. No point doing it in schools and not doing it in other places. We can educate children together and they live apart. We need to deal with the issue with housing in many parts of Northern Ireland. Mr Deputy Speaker, in the context of today's debate, I believe it is important to recognise the valuable contribution of all education sectors and that they have had made towards promoting peace and reconciliation over the troubled years of our history, and acknowledge the work of schools through the Education for Mutual Understanding programme, that resources schemes that brought children from different schools together to share educational and social opportunities from the early 1990s onwards. In more recent times, this work has been targeted more precisely and advanced further by the Shared Education Programme endorsed by the Executive Office. The integrated sector has, of course, made its own important and valuable contribution throughout all of this time. Integrated education has existed here since 1981 with the formation of Lagan College, and it has produced some very positive outcomes. But now, 30 years later, it is disappointing that only around 7% of our population attend integrated schools. This is despite the benefits of integrated education being well documented for decades, where it has helped us move towards peace by reducing prejudice and widening friendship networks amongst all of our children. Mr Deputy Speaker, like many members here, I have seen some great work being undertaken in the integrated sector within my own constituency of West Tyrone. Drumragh Integrated College is one such example and has been a beacon of top quality education within the wider Tyrone and Omagh areas, and provides an outstanding resource and service for many local children in my constituency. This is a school I have visited on many occasions, and there are countless other integrated schools across the north that also deliver first-class education for their pupils. Mr Deputy Speaker, turning to today's bill brought by Mrs Armstrong, the SDLP are broadly in support of it. We do generally accept her claim that not enough children who want integrated education, want integrated schools, can get places because the sector is much too small at this time. This does have to change. It does have to change if the society is to move forward. Mrs Armstrong also claims the problem is particularly bad at the post-primary level, where around 20% of children seeking post-primary places in integrated schools are not successful because the existing integrated school estate is too small. I also agree with her on this point, and in this context I do believe that there is a need here to create a level playing field for the integrated sector by ensuring that children are able to get into their school of first preference. But it is important to note that any change cannot happen overnight, and there is very simply not a one-size-fits-all fix to this problem. Our priority should be on the quality of education provided and how that can be done sustainably without the need for school closures or any decision having a hugely disproportionate impact on parts of our society. I do not believe that completely abandoning our faith-based schools or our Irish medium schools is the way forward. And I think I need to reinforce that very strongly. I shared my concerns in that regard with the member when we had met, and very kind to meet us and give us a heads up, but I do have very clear concerns in relation to that. Yeah, I will, yeah.
Thank you, Member, for giving me. I'm glad at last he's come off the fence, because for some time there I just wondered where he was going. Is he in favour of this bill, or is he not in favour of this bill? And as someone who values the control sector and the maintained sector, does he genuinely believe that there is no concerns and that there are no issues in this bill which will have massive financial, practical and legal implications for those two sectors, including Irish medium sector?
It's ironic to hear a member of the DUP talk about sitting on the fence, given the previous minister's reputation in this House and dealing with matters of education during a crisis. Thank God we've got a new minister now that hopefully won't be sitting on a fence. In relation to the points that you've made, you're absolutely right in relation to concerns around CCMS and the controlled sector. I'm a product of the controlled sector. I went to a controlled primary school. It has shaped me in a very positive way. I went to school with other children. I didn't care what religion they came from. There was a natural integration in that school, and I'm a product of that, and I've benefited from that, and I can't sing enough praise of the controlled sector. Equally, when I went then to secondary school, I went then to Holy Cross College, and again had a different experience. But we do have to value the work that's going on in these schools and absolutely within these sectors. And I do have concerns. I'm not going to stand here and say that I don't have concerns about this bill. I absolutely have concerns about this bill. But this bill needs to be shaped. But we do have to recognise that we do need greater integration of children in education, and that needs to happen much sooner than later. And that's roundly where I'm at. We are going to work with the member. We're going to do what we can to shape this bill to make it fit for purpose, to steal the phrase of Mr Sheehan. But I'm not going to stand up and say we're against this bill. There is something here. I have a lot of concerns about a lot that's in it, but we want to work with the member to shape this going forward. The integrated bill places a duty on other educational bodies to promote integrated schools, including the Department for Education, the Education Authority, CCMS, the Youth Council and SIA. And whilst this on the face of it seems attractive, Mrs Armstrong needs to explain how the responsibility of this duty to promote will work with the existing responsibilities these organisations have towards their own sector. And that's where this gets quite complicated, in my opinion. The idea, therefore, requires a careful consideration and consultation, quite a lot of consultation, with all sectors, and we will look forward to supporting that process. That is a vital process that needs to happen. Mr Deputy Speaker, moving to Section 7 of the bill, it will require all new schools to be integrated unless there are special circumstances. Mr Sheehan also made this point. These special circumstances are not expressly specified in the bill, and I do believe more work, much more work, is needed to clarify this at committee stage should this bill pass to the next stage today. Today's bill also addresses a number of other issues. It proposes developing an integrated education strategy with mandatory reporting by the Department of Education, including on how the Department, the Education Authority, CCMS, the Youth Council and SIA have performed their functions in respect of integrated education. The bill also provides for training in diversity at ITT and CPD levels. This will also include other school staff and governors, and again, I have no issue with that. And finally, the bill proposes inspections of integrated schools by the ETI to ensure they are upholding their integrated ethos. However, there is a need to clarify some of the language in the bill and define how it will work in real terms, and that's where a lot of the focus needs to be. Mr Deputy Speaker, as stated earlier, the SDLP is broadly supportive of the integrated education bill. However, we do believe that the many issues that arise from the application of the provisions of the bill are in need of further clarification and work. We would welcome the opportunity to discuss and debate these issues at committee stage, where we believe this bill should receive considerable scrutiny to ensure that it is shaped properly, where any problems also can be fleshed out amongst members of the Education Committee. I would also like to raise at this point, I did have a concern when I had seen this bill come forward, although I am broadly supportive of it. We have had much discussion in this House about the wider review of independent review of education, and we're in support of that. Most members in this House are in support of that, all of them probably. I think it is disappointing that whilst we have the review coming down the tracks, that we have this now, and I just would have rather we'd waited until the independent review of education had happened instead of doing this first. I think it kind of preempts some of the outcomes, we just have to see what that wider review throws up. But I am in full support of the wider review, and I don't see why this has come first, and I'll just say that openly and honestly. I would ask that Ms Armstrong explains how this bill fits in with the review that all parties committed to in the New Deal, New Decade New Deal, and majority view of this House that the transfer test needs to be replaced with a fairer system as well. Notwithstanding these concerns, the SDLP will support this stage of the bill and look forward to looking at the details of this at the committee after today. This bill needs considerable work. I can't put it in any other way. I understand what the member is trying to achieve, and for that reason I'm broadly supportive, but I have considerable concerns about some of the detail in it and the potential problems that could arise for other sectors that are doing invaluable work in supporting our children, in supporting our teachers, and providing first-class education service for so many. So we're up for the discussion, we're up for the debate, we're up for shaping this, and we look forward to moving forward. But we will vote for this today. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. the member from Strabane, or Dan from Strabane. He said something there which triggered something in me just to address in case I forget to pick it out. I think it is an important point to talk about the independent review of education will be possibly the single biggest transformation opportunity for education, which will encompass and embody perhaps all of the issues and wrinkles that need to be ironed out across the education system. And you are absolutely correct that had it have been ruled out before now, perhaps the member from Strangford wouldn't have needed to pop this in front of us. But the Ulster Unionist Party, like the party opposite, will be supporting this bill at this stage, but with serious health warnings. And the reason for that with regard to the independent review is the fact that could anybody here, hand on heart, say that they would trust these institutions to be standing here next year or the year after? We've just seen, went through a period of 3 or 4 weeks where the two parties that sit opposite here, one was the veiled threat of bringing us down, and maybe another veiled threat of bringing us down. So that shouldn't stop us from taking every opportunity to legislate or to make things better, whether that's through legislation, regulation or amendment. But as I've said, if this integrated education bill had come to us as the final iteration, if this was the final stage, then we would not be supporting it. I need to be really clear about this. And I've spoken to Kelly at length on this issue. I do believe that the intention is good. I think when we do, as Mr. Sheehan has said, if we did that parental reach out and ask, individuals and parents and stuff, do you support integrated education? The answer would come back a resounding yes. And parental choice needs to be listened to. It needs to be upheld. However, it's not reflected in this document in certain aspects, and I will get to that. And I'll just speak to the member with regard to parental choice. He did raise academic selection, and whilst I'm not a champion for it, we've seen the problems this year when we act too soon, because with 25,000 pupils who transferred to Year 8, and over 14,000 of those pupils' parents chose to use academic selection because it was there and it's the system that we know. If we're serious about parental choice, then we have to encompass it in every single conversation, even the painful ones. Absolutely, absolutely.
You see, this is where the member is, and thanks for giving way, this is where the member is mistaken. It's not the parents or the children who select the schools. It's the schools who select the children on the basis that they're the cream of the crop. That's what academic selection is about.
I thank the member for his intervention. I'm sure if he's speaking to the parents and children who are suffering because they had a contract, a 7-year contract, from P1 to P7, and they were let down last year, I'm sure that will be of great comfort to those children and those parents that are suffering. Absolutely.
I thank the member for giving way. I think you'll find the children who are let down as those that have been in tears for most of this year as a result of the failures of those in positions of leadership to act sooner. I don't believe the previous minister acted quickly enough in relation to this and should have acted a lot sooner. Would the member agree with me in relation to that? And the member should also agree with me that the transfer process is not fit for purpose in its current form, and that's not news today.
I don't want to labour the point too much.
Bring the chamber back to the bill?
Yes, absolutely. I can see the member from Strangford getting a bit frustrated, and I think, to be fair to her, we need to bring it back in. We're not agreed on this. We know, guys, we put this around the committee for a while, and we will learn from it, every one of us. I'm sure we will. And we'll put the kids first this year. With regard to this, as I've said, no, I'll not take any more chuntering, if that's okay on that. With regard to this bill, we wouldn't be supporting it, guys, if it was going forward. And I don't think there's any party here, perhaps, that would support it in its current form. However, as I've said in conversations with the member who brought it forward, I do believe the intention is good. And I do believe, with a number of tweaks and improvements, it could be possibly transformed into a useful bill. I'm also a product of the controlled sector throughout my life, and in some of the intent of this, sometimes I rankled with it, but it made me wrinkle inside, because the purpose of it is to integrate or to educate our children together, perhaps just to make them perhaps more rounded beings. I would suggest that I'm pretty rounded. I think it was the member from Sinn Féin, I think it was Colin McKillen, last week had said that there wouldn't be a sectarian bone in my body, and those things. And I hope everybody picks up on that. And I don't think perhaps it is our education sector that is to fault if this is what it's trying to fix. It's kind of the way we are. It's kind of the community. It's kind of how we communicate with each other. It's kind of the environments. However, I do see educating children together in whatever form as a component part of making things better here in Northern Ireland. Everybody, again, to go back to what I said at the start, the rationale certainly exists to explore every opportunity where we can integrate and bring our children together for educational purposes. And it is my party's mantra, which is trying to create a union for all. And I was speaking to the author of the bill, and we had a little chuckle about this, that in some ways, if we got this right, it probably would add to maybe an ethos of my party. And again, when I'm talking to my party colleagues and the chair of the Education Committee, we're joined on this issue around FIDO, for instance. So we have so many inequalities with regard to not just our children, but our teachers. Our teachers are trained in 2 separate colleges for one reason, and then there's a blockage and an obstacle to employment opportunities for teachers, and we need to see that removed as well. The bill in its current form, as I said, I think it speaks unkindly, perhaps not intentionally, but of the controlled and maintained sectors in particular, and even the Irish medium sector misses out a little bit. I think it goes beyond, the bill in its current form goes beyond its intent, and it does, in the use of the word promote and its instruction to promote. That's not something that is afforded to any of the other sectors. I know that the author will say about that it uses the word promote in shared education, but shared education isn't a sector. It's an ethos. It's a principle. The maintained and the controlled sectors do not have the opportunity to promote what they do. If what we're trying to achieve is a level playing field, well, then we can achieve that through amendment or the removal of certain clauses. And I would like to see that. I think Clause 4, for instance, needs to be amended to reflect that. The bill in its current form also seeks to provide a consultative element not afforded to any other sector. This is at Clause 3. And it's a wee bit like offering a Section 75 element, if you like, to one sector. So it's, in terms of my reading of it, and without further explanation, what it reads like is that, that any decision made by DE will have to pass through a consultative body like NICE. I'm not saying it doesn't state NICE, but it could be NICE, okay? But that's not afforded to the controlled sector or the maintained sector. So therefore, that is an elevation of a sector. And I know that's not the intent that the author is trying to do, but that is why we need to be very clear when we're bringing these potential legislative changes to the committee, and then through ratification, whether that's for the consideration stage or the final stages, that we get it right. Because if any of you guys, I'm sure some of you were there when we were doing NDNA, it was an interesting time down at the Castle Buildings and so on. And I heard this phrase many, many times. It was, let's return to the spirit of the Good Friday Agreement. And it sounds great. Unfortunately, none of the authors of the Good Friday Agreement were there. And the spirit of it meant a different thing to each and every one of us. So that's why we need things codified and written down, so that it's not left to interpretation of someone then who follows. And that's why I think that we need to amend or remove Clause 3. The meaning of promotion at Clause 5 is arguably not it could be seen to be against, and it needs change. It could be seen to be against parental or community choice, and also the addition of what cannot be used in terms of the objection to an integrated school. Perhaps if we are actually consulting the community and parents for what type of school we want, to actually say to them, look, here's 2 things it can't be. It can't be based on the demographics, and it can't be based on empty school desks. Now, we know that the fiscal budget for the Assembly is huge. It's massive. In fact, the education budget I think is the second biggest budget at £2.4 billion per year. And in some ways, parts of this bill are contradictory, because I think it's at clause, if I can pick it up, it talks about in clause 2 and Clause 2b, it says to promote efficient and effective use of resources. Well, if you go past the school that has empty school desks just to build another school, when actually you could be filling those desks with pupils for whatever reason, I would argue at this point that's not a good and effective use of resources. So we need to ensure that any of the clauses in this don't contradict the former clause. And perhaps the one of most significance that I and my party would have an issue with, and again the author will know this already, is Clause 7. In its current form, it just has to be removed. It's as simple as that. That just cannot float. It cannot be a presumption without consultation of the community to put a school and put a name on it, whether that be maintained, controlled, or integrated. Now, if it's a level playing field, that's the intent of this. We can deliver that. We should all deliver it, and we should all put our shoulder to the wheel. But in its current form, what it does is it lifts integrated education. And what that would do, it would tell every child in this country that actually integrated education produces a slightly better pupil. Maybe not academically, maybe in a more rounded sense, and it doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. It produces every bit as good a pupil as a maintained and Irish medium or a controlled sector school. It's just the nature of it. Absolutely.
On that point, the member obviously mentions, if you like, the signal it sends out, or indeed an impression it sends out to pupils, but it also sends out a particular signal to parents that by choosing one route as opposed to a range of other routes, be it a controlled or maintained, but that you're making a somehow superior choice in that regard, and it, to some extent, I think, sends out a signal of devaluing the rights of parents who may well say, for instance, we want a faith-based, maintained Catholic education on that basis, and really creates a sort of a moral hierarchy in terms of school choices.
Thank absolutely. Yes, go ahead.
Thank the member for giving way. Lots been made of moral choices. Does the member agree, as the Department of Education have stated, that the education system in Northern Ireland is in financial crisis? Does the member accept that separation in our education system in some way contributes to that financial crisis? And does he have alternative proposals to support a more integrated, sustainable approach to education in Northern Ireland, if indeed he does object to these proposals?
Absolutely. I would say to the Chair that I think he might be picking me up wrong. There is an independent review of education which is going to address that very point. It's something that every one of us recognise. Actually, the independent review actually will do that. The purpose of this bill, to be fair to the Chair, isn't about saving money. It's not about filling the empty seats. That's not the purpose. So I'm not sure of the point that he's actually making, except to say that part of the bill does talk about efficiencies and doing that, but then it also talks about empty desk spaces isn't a justification to not just build a school and it to be an integrated school. And it just goes back to the heart of what we're talking about. And every one of us want to deliver for our constituents. We listen to our constituents, and that's why parental choice is incredibly important. And we also need to ensure that each of the sectors is upheld. I mean, it can't be, the promotion of one cannot be at the point of putting another one down. Either we pull them all up together. And I think we can do that with this bill, by the way. I have no doubt that the integrated sector does need something. It does need to be brought up onto a level playing field with the controlled and maintained sector. But unfortunately, what this would do, it would elevate it above. And to go back to Mr. Weir's point, yes, Northern Ireland is a place where we need to be very, very careful. And this will be getting a bit preachy now. We run about with these labels. Some of them are unionist labels, some of them are nationalist, some of them are Republican, some of them are loyalist, some of them are neither, other, or whatever. But here's the thing. All those wee labels should be smaller than the component point of why we're here to legislate, and that is to look after everybody in Northern Ireland and do our very, very, very best for them. And education could very much fall into that same trap where, for instance, and we do see it, to be fair, I suffered from it previously, where I didn't go to a grammar school and I felt a little bit that it was less than, to be honest about it. You think that I'm totally for the transfer test. I'm for something better for our children. That might be something akin to the way the system is at the moment. It may not. The independent review will pick that up. And it's the same with this bill. What it can't do in its current form, what it does is it elevates one up. And it says, you know, we will be treated a wee bit better and so on. That's not the intent. But just suffice to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Ulster Unionist Party intend to work with the member on this bill through the committee and also possibly through amendment from individuals within the party. We do accept that the intent is good and there is scope in this bill to do something, so we look forward to further developments.
I call Mervyn Story.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker. And as we rise to make some comments in relation to this bill, I declare an interest as a member of the Board of Governors of Ballymoney High School and also William Pinkerton Primary School in Dervick and also the Board of Governors of Ballymoney Independent Christian School, albeit the latter doesn't receive one single penny from the Department of Education. And when I, as a parent, along with my wife, made a choice to send our children to that school, that was a choice that we were quite happy to make and pay for that choice. But of course, there are a lot of members in this House and they talk about choice, as long as somebody else pays for it. And I've listened to members in this House pontificate about academic selection. But yet some of their party colleagues are quite happy, and maybe even themselves, to have been the beneficiaries of academic selection, including our own Finance Minister. It's all very good to come into this House and to read the script, to give the party line, but then when you go outside and you have to make a choice which is the right one for you, sometimes pragmatism takes over from principle. And some members in this House need to be reminded of that. Like all good sermons, they say it should have 3 points. Well, mine must be probably not that good because it is 4. We're going to have a look today at the issue of context, because I think that's important. Consultation, I think that's important. I want to speak a wee bit in terms of the bill in relation to the implications for the control sector, and then concerns at the end. Now, for the first time, one of the members opposite, Mr. Shaken, him and I have locked horns in this chamber for many days, and no doubt will do the same. But I was interested in reading an article by Tony Gallagher, and nobody could question the educational ability and the educational knowledge that Tony Gallagher brings to the debates in relation to education. In a report that he wrote back in 2013, he said that, and it was a point that was raised by Mr. Sheehan in relation to the context and history, in the year that it is, in this centenary year of Northern Ireland, while others might want to be disrespectful to it, when others want to deny that it's here, we're glad that we are celebrating 100 years of Northern Ireland. But he said, and I quote, this is in reference to our history, there were attempts to encourage a multi-denominational common school system in 1830, when the national system of schools in Ireland was being established. And in the 1920s, when the school system in Northern Ireland was being reorganised in the aftermath of partition. However, the Church has always maintained close controls on schools, and thus they have always had denominational characteristics. Thus, for example, from the 1920s onwards, the authorities of the Catholic schools were never prepared to countenance handing their schools over to public ownership in Northern Ireland, as it had happened in Scotland in 1918. But this bill wants now the maintained sector to come under the control of this bill. And so I have no doubt that there will be serious questions asked by CCMS, by the trustees, by the Catholic bishops, by the control sector support body, and by many others as to what really is going on here. It was interesting. I pulled out another document in terms of how we've come to this point about integrated education. Let's have a list of the documents that we've had that have had a bearing to a lesser or greater degree on the debate around integrated education. The Belfast Agreement, 1989. The Shared Future Office of the First and Deputy First Minister, 2005. Cohesion Sharing Integration Strategy, 2011. Draft Programme for Government, 2011. The Review of Public Administration, 2002. Independent Strategic Review of Education, the Bain Report, 2006. Education Northern Ireland Order, Department of Education, 2006. Toward a Culture of Tolerance, Integrating Education, 2007. Every School a Good School, a Policy for School Improvement, 2009. Schools for Future, a Policy for Sustainable Schools. Community Relations, Equality and Diversity, 2011. Putting Pupils First, Shaping the Future. Area Planning Guidance, the Education Bill. All have dealt with the issue of integration, of integrated education. But not enough. Never enough. Would the member want to, because he can say it from a sedentary position?
I appreciate the member giving way. Respectfully, I presume the member would accept that a report is not implementation. and indeed citing the amount of reports that have recommended implementation on integrated education, does the member not take a red face at the lack of delivery of those recommendations?
There's many things embarrass me, but it's not about failed policies that have emanated from a lot of those. Because I think that if you look at most of them, it was for 10 years we had a Sinn Féin education minister. And I think let's remember, a lot of people come to this House and they talk about equality. Whatever that means. It all depends on what the issue is and what it suits you. But let's remember the 89 order that was changed. It placed a duty on the department to encourage and facilitate, and I think Mr Butler made reference to this, but it placed a duty on the department only for 2 sectors in Northern Ireland, for Irish medium and for integrated. I want to say here, as a member of the Board of Governors of a school, of 2 schools, 3 schools, well, 2 that receives public funding and 1 that doesn't get a penny. And that is, let's pay tribute and let's not forget about all our teachers, all our Board of Governors, all the staff in all our schools, whatever the title is above the door. And I'm sure when they listen into this debate, they will say, there they go again. And yet we have a system, yes, that is under strain, yes, that is under pressure, but we have, in all our schools, whatever their title, whatever their description, those who give unstinting service to our young people. And it would be remiss of us not to pay tribute to that today in this House, given all that they've had to endure in the weeks and months that have gone before. So that's the context, how we have got here. But then let's look at the consultation. My colleague, Mr Newton, made reference to this. You would think that a proposer of a bill, and I have a private member's bill in relation to carers, that process has been arduous, that process has been long, but what we've endeavoured to do under a number of different formats is to consult as widely as we possibly can with those who will be first and foremost affected by the piece of legislation. But today in this House, the proposer of the bill tells us, well, we spoke to them in 2017. Well, I'm sure the world hasn't changed much in 2017. But given the fact, as my colleague and friend and the former Education Minister, Mr Weir, pointed out, on the face of this bill, it has implications for those organisations. But no, let's not speak to them, let's not consult with them, let's wait until they write to us. So I would say to the member, the proposer of this bill, and to her colleague in the Alliance Party, at least have the courtesy of consulting with those organisations that are going to be legally implicated in terms of this bill. Of course, it's not the first time that the Alliance Party wants to do things without consultation. It's quite clear that the member for East Belfast wants to take from
Has the member finished?
The proposer said a point of order.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear it. Is there a point of order?
The member, in his response, is diverging way far away from this bill. I would ask, Mr Speaker, if we could actually come back to the content of this bill. There's many speakers.
I thank the member for their input, but I, in my role as Deputy Speaker, will take that decision. I call Mr Mervyn-Storing.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker. The member for East Belfast would like to take representatives of the transfers of the Board of Governors. And let's remember that the proposer of this bill talked about in her opening comments in relation... yes, I'll give way.
What precisely is that based on? Evidence?
Order. I'm not sure that is anywhere in this bill. So I would urge the member to come back to this bill at this moment in time.
Come back to the bill on the issue of consultation. So, the proposer of the bill, yes?
The member makes some very, very valuable points. Is it not also that when a party signs up to the New Decade, New Approach, the document that is supposed to be taking this assembly forward, and signs up specifically to the establishment of an external independent review of education provision, and before even the members of the panel or appointment introduces another initiative to undermine that New Decade, New Approach, is that not going to the heights of hypocrisy?
Yeah, thank the member for that, and I would concur with his comments. But I think what drives sometimes members in this House is that their position is more important than anybody else's. It's not that many years ago since the Alliance Party had a poster that said, "Let's pull together, let's not pull apart." Well, clearly they want to pull apart the educational system, and what they want to do is drive a coach and horse through our current system by the implications of this bill. And there's a warning needs to go out to our school system today about the import of what is in this bill. And I have to say it has been deafening, the support for the maintained sector in this House today. At least at some stage, the member for the SDLP, Mr McCrossan, did get off the fence. But it's been deafening in terms, and then they all say, "Oh, but we all like to hear what all the other schools want to do." But it's always the but that's an important part, is to get to the nub of where you're at. Let me deal with this issue of consultation, because I want to quote what the member said, and I want the member to give an explanation. A partisan board. What does the member really mean? What is she implying? Is she impugning members of Board of Governors who voluntarily give of their time, their expertise to serve on the Board of Governors of schools? How are they partisan? Are they partisan because they have particular religious views? Are they partisan because they have particular political views? Are they partisan because they have views which is there to best serve the interests of the school, which is more likely the case? And so I think that the member needs to give us an explanation in relation to that. Let me move on then to the issue of the controlled sector. I'm very pleased, as was the member who spoke earlier, about maybe I'm not the best example of the controlled sector. However, I think Armoy Primary, and I trust Ballymoney High, or the intermediate as it was then, gave me some of the skills that enabled me in the best possible way that I could to do the job that I currently do. But I have to say that when you find a situation where this bill is being presented as though every other sector hasn't been involved in being integrated, every other sector has failed. Let me take you to a school in my own constituency, in Dalriada in Ballymoney. Probably for many, many years has been one of the best examples of an integrated school, and it doesn't have integrated in its title. But this bill says, not enough, not enough. You have to do more. And when we come to look at the figures for the control sector, which is open to all, and the control sector doesn't say, you're allowed but you're not allowed. You can come through the door but you can't come through the door. It's open to all. Let's look at the figures for controlled schools. 146,138 pupils attend controlled schools, representing 42.5% of all pupils and 49% of all schools. But yet, the proposer of this bill hasn't even yet spoken to the body that represents controlled schools. 61% of pupils in controlled schools are Protestant, 10% are Roman Catholic, and 29% are others. Almost 40% of newcomer pupils in Northern Ireland attend controlled schools, but not enough. Not enough for this bill, not enough for the proposer of this bill. You have to do more because you have to get integrated in the title. But let me, so that somebody doesn't think that I have something against integrated schools, let me take you to a school in my constituency in Ballycastle. Ballycastle controlled integrated primary. Not that many years ago, that school was facing a very difficult and a very precarious future. It had gone down to something like, I think it was something like 70 pupils. Today, it has almost, in fact, it may now be over 200 pupils. It's bursting at the seams. But is that because it has integrated in its title, or is it because it is a good primary school that provides a high standard of education for those pupils? And so, in terms of the control sector and this bill, I would urge the member, please engage with that sector, given the fact that it has 50% of schools. Then let me come to the concerns in relation to the bill. The bill in Clause 1 makes reference to those of different cultures and religious beliefs and of not including reasonable numbers. So what is reasonable numbers? Is it 10? Is it 100? And the member has a duty to explain to this House what she means by reasonable numbers. And I'm glad the Education Minister is here. And I welcome the fact that she is here, because I would ask the Education Minister to take this away and to, at some stage, inform this House. When the 89 order was established, it made reference to this phrase, which is in regards to the reasonable numbers of pupils in a school. Then it seems as though there was a shift, not legislatively, but in practical terms, because we ended up in a situation where, to all intents and purposes, it was probably deemed 50-50, but then couldn't get 50-50. Then they started to talk about 70-30. Then it started to move to 40-40-20, and now it's whatever's reasonable. And I would really ask the Education Minister to do a timeline in terms of legislative provision and practice within the department that has led us to a position where now, if you only have half a dozen parents who decide to raise an issue, you can change what the long-term future of a school is. I don't want to step on the toes of any other members in relation to their own particular constituency, but I think when you look at what has happened in the post-primary provision in Blackwater, where there was a great surge to have that school opened, now they want the school closed. And they want the school closed so that they can move closer towards either Saintfield or Ballynahinch. It wasn't enough. And so I think that there is an issue in relation to how we will come to the figures and what is the reasonable numbers. Then let me... Yes?
There is the issue of the level of vagueness around reasonable numbers that the member has highlighted. But I think it also shows a slightly muddled quality within the bill, that while it talks about reasonable numbers of the two main communities within Clause 1, it then in two specific areas talks about that effectively, when looking at integrated schools and looking at the creation of a new school, that there should be an absolute disregard, indeed a prohibition, on looking at the religious demographics of an area. So if you have, for example, the establishment of a new primary school in an area which is overwhelmingly, because of the housing around it, of one community or another, how then is that to be balanced out with a requirement that you have reasonable numbers of a mix of Protestants and Roman Catholics? That seems to me a contradiction in terms of within the bill itself.
And I thank the member for that intervention. That brings me on, which is allied to that issue, because it's then specifically made reference to in terms of the bill when you come to Clause 7. And now we have a situation where in this bill there is a proposal that when planning for the establishment of a new school, education bodies must, not may, must. I think we've all been around. The one benefit, one of the few of this place, has been that I think we've all now come to the point where we realise that these pieces of paper are more important than members' private motions, which we used to spend our time debating and weren't worth the paper that they were written on. This here changes, and this has implications. And a must has now been adopted in this clause 7, a presumption that it will be an integrated school unless that would be inappropriate by reason of special circumstances. So you would assume that those special circumstances would be listed. Well, they are, but it's the exclusion, because clause 2 of Part 2 of Clause 7 says the following are not to be treated as special circumstances for the purpose of rebutting the presumption in subsection 1. The religious demographics of an area, the existence of spare places in existing schools. So what then are the special circumstances? Is it the case that what we're really wanting here is more new schools to facilitate those who are currently integrated that are oversubscribed, and therefore that will be the means whereby we will get our new school? I think it's time for openness and transparency in relation to that issue. Yes, give way.
Member leaves clause 7. Are we not faced in clause 6 and 7 with one of the most astounding propositions in this bill, where in clause 7 it puts an imposition when planning a new school on education bodies that they must apply a presumption, and education bodies is defined in clause 13 as including the Catholic Council for Maintained Schools. So if and when a Catholic Council for Maintained Schools comes to planning a new school, they must, as an education body, presume and plan for an integrated school, making a total nonsense of the very idea of having and maintaining viably maintained schools. The elitism, the supremacy of this legislation is breathtaking.
That has been borne out, and I'm not going to name the schools, but it's been borne out in some areas where you have seen proposals for amalgamations of schools. And when the integrated sector comes to the table, because that's what it is, it's a sector. It's not a sector the same as the maintained, as the controlled, as the Irish medium. When they come to the table, they demand any new provision has to have integrated in its title. No working together, no recognising the benefit of a number of schools coming together. No, it's demands. But I would contend what the member has said even goes further when you look at regulations set down in clause 10. Because in section J it says provision, so the Department of Education, and again note says must, not maybe, must make regulations supplementing the provisions of this Act. And when you come to section J it says provision designed to encourage and enhance coordination and collaboration between public bodies. So it's not even now, is it just going to be educational bodies? It's going to be public bodies. And I would assume that is probably health. I would assume that it's other public bodies, but they're not specified, as a member has indicated, in terms of the interpretation of the general in clause 13. And it goes on to say collaboration between public bodies providing services in relation to integrated education. Now, what happens? What happens, Mr. Deputy Principal Speaker? What happens if there is a failure on the part of a public body to comply with this regulation and the regulations that would be supplemented in terms of the provision of this Act, if it's not carried out? Is there going to be a penalty? Is there going to be a sanction? Are you going to, for example, not be able to tender for a contract? How do you demonstrate that? How do you prove that? How do you show that? I think that that is also one of the many questions that still remain unanswered. Then we come to Clause 11. And in Clause 11, we have the issue in terms of the other bodies that are, and the member has highlighted them in Clause 13. But in Clause 11, in terms of the guidance and Section 2, an education body and any other public authority which with functions relating to education must have a regard to any guidance issued under subsection 1. So we have now gone beyond the confines of the school, and we're now in the confines of the community. I have to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the more you read of this, the more you become concerned that this bill is about putting into legislation a sector that tells us, oh, in all the public surveys that are carried out, 70–80% of people are for integrated education, and less than 10% send their children to an integrated school. See, it's all very fine when you're asked to fill in a form. Would you do that? Oh, yes, I would do that. But then you see, when you have to make the choice is governed by one thing: the quality of the education. And we're seeing it more and more in our education system, where you have parents in different communities who are now prepared to send their children to other schools, irrespective of what the sign may be on the door. You know why? Because you know what parents want? They want good, quality education. And I think, sadly, this bill will create more division, will create more concern, will create more financial impositions not only on education, but on other public bodies at a time whenever we all know the pressures that are on our public finances. Those are just some opening comments, and I have no doubt, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we will return to this in weeks ahead with much more to say. Thank you.
Sir Nicola Brogan, and can I now call Nicola Brogan?
And I welcome the opportunity to speak in this debate. Has been very lively so far. The key aim described in this bill is something that we all should be able to support. That's the intention to promote, protect and improve the ethos of diversity, respect and understanding. That's what the bill says. And it goes on to identify diversity as being between different cultures, religious beliefs and none, between different socio-economic backgrounds and between those with different abilities. And that, to me, is a sound basis upon which any society can build, and it deserves consideration. And that's why I will support the bill to the committee stage. But there are weaknesses within the bill, and we will need to address those if it does get to the committee stage. I think today this is a good opportunity to recognise the great work that is already being undertaken by our schools. Many already offer excellent educational outcomes for our children and do so within an ethos of respect, mutual understanding and social justice. Amongst those are non-selective, all-ability schools. I think it's important to recognise that across our schools a great deal of good and progressive work is already underway, and to note that sectarianism isn't an historical and political problem, but it is an historical and political problem, but not an educational one. Indeed, during many difficult times, our schools have provided an escape where children and young people can grow and flourish. And in the past, schools offered one of very few spaces within a hostile mono-identity state where Irish identity could be recognised and respected. Today, particularly in the wake of the current pandemic, we look towards schools to deliver well-being. We're looking to them to support the mental health of our children and young people and aid the recovery following the hardship of lockdown. And in the wake of recent appalling statistics coming out of England from the Ofsted report and the wider report from the Girl Guiding Charity regarding sexual harassment of girls, we look to our schools to provide modern and meaningful relationship and sexual education that also delivers respect and understanding for diversity. Only 7% of children currently attend integrated schools, so there's certainly room for growth. Choice, including parental choice, is important, and parents who wish to send their children to an integrated school should be supported. But at the same time, respect for diversity includes recognition of faith-based schooling as a valid choice too. So, to conclude, we should recognise the aspirations of this bill and give it a fair hearing. We should work together to identify any difficulties and seek to overcome them. So I will vote in support of passing this bill on to the next stage through the committee. Garmiagat.
I now call Harry Harvey.
I thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to comment on the bill today at second reading. I think we can all appreciate the importance of educating our children and young people in a shared and integrated environment, both in terms of societal benefit for the future and also in relation to their personal development as individuals. This Assembly has made that aspiration clear in the past, and indeed the Executive has already begun work to bring this to the fore. As we seek to roll out new decade, new approach, we should be mindful of what was agreed in relation to education. NDNA provided a series of commitments designed to advance and support the educating of children and young people of different backgrounds together in the classroom in an effort to help build a shared and integrated society. The Executive has already set the terms of reference for an independent review of education as promised within NDNA. I am aware that an interim report will be available after 12 months once the panel commences its work, and I look forward to its publication. It is important that we give time and space for this work to be completed, and that we then use the review to inform our legislative thinking on education for the future. It is with this in mind that I turn to consider the private member's bill before us today. I am an advocate of shared education. We must remember that many of our schools within the state sector provide shared education and have done so for many years. Indeed, the vast majority of those educated within a state grammar setting are educated within a mixed environment. This is a situation that has been produced over time, without coercion or promotion of any kind, whilst often due to the single identity. Demographic of local communities, some controlled schools serve largely a Protestant catchment. It is important that we acknowledge that Northern Ireland does not have a Protestant sector within education. The state-controlled sector is open to everyone, and that is how it should be. I believe an open, inclusive, fully cross-community controlled sector is something that should be promoted, encouraged and celebrated. I do, however, have concerns in relation to the route map provided within the text of the bill to achieve a shared educational system. One issue that unites many when considering education provision is that of parental choice. Parents and prospective pupils vote with their feet, not only in terms of the choice of school, but also their preferred educational sector. This is not something that will change overnight. For example, many Catholic parents will continue to seek a Catholic education for their child. It is in light of that context that I consider the implications of Clause 7, for instance. The clear presumption towards new schools for only the integrated sector pays no cognizance to parental choice, let alone to the practicalities of community identity demographics. This will no doubt undermine the area planning process for schools. We are all acutely aware that the Department is under-resourced financially, and I believe that the outworkings of the bill would further exacerbate this. Current levels of financial allocation would need to be redirected to facilitate the practicalities of promoting the integrated sector, which would inevitably have an adverse effect upon others. Whilst our party would wish to see increased shared education across all education sectors, we want to ensure that there will still be equality of treatment for every sector. This bill would prioritise integrated education above all other educational sectors,
be they controlled, maintained or Irish medium. Surely our aim and determination must be to ensure that opportunities and educational outcomes improve across every school and every sector and every part of Northern Ireland. We should always be striving to deliver even better results for pupils and learners. Whilst I am very happy to support the concept of integration, both in an educational setting as well as within the wider community, I do not believe that coercion will achieve this aim. The outworkings of this bill will have a profound effect on how education is provided across Northern Ireland. The independent review of education is about to commence. Jumping the gun on its findings could prove a very costly mistake for this Assembly. Members need to fully consider what the implications of this bill will be should it receive legislative effect. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Next item, Sir John O'Dowd. I now call John O'Dowd.
I can ask Concordia and welcome the opportunity to speak at this stage of the bill. It's, as Mr. Story has pointed out, integrated education already has legislative protection. It and Irish medium enjoy that protection, and that protection in terms of to encourage and facilitate has meant that the Department of Education has had to carry out a number of functions, including setting up NICE, or funding NICE, or NICE. So the first question I ask myself is this: if this bill passes, there's no need for NICE, because the department will have fulfilled its statutory duty to encourage and facilitate. Because when I read through this bill, the question that constantly comes into my mind is, but why has NICE not been doing that? Or why have they not been held to account for not doing it? Because currently, I think the budget given to NICE by the Department of Education is around £700,000 a year. I'm willing to be standard corrected on that. And that is to ensure that they encourage and facilitate integrated education, that they promote it as well. There was no statutory duty on the department to do that, and they engage with communities and schools who may wish to transform or who have transformed into integrated status. It's also, just while it's in my head, it's worth noting that currently many of our integrated schools don't meet the criteria as set down around 70-30 mix in the schools. In fact, if the Department of Education was to thoroughly implement that, a number of our integrated schools will be in serious difficulties. Oh, well, yes.
And I thank the member for reminding us of that point. But one of the challenges is that on the form that's used when it comes to the assessment, they are, in many places, what happens is parents are encouraged not to put down the religious affiliation, but to put down other. And so there is a serious issue of schools who claim to be integrated and they are not integrated because they don't meet the threshold, and the figures bear that out.
Well, the member is that on the record. I simply don't know that that's the case or not. But I do know, as my time as Minister, the reason I didn't pursue that was because I seen it as my duty to facilitate and encourage. And where there was schools who were working towards it, I was happy to facilitate and encourage it. But I want to start off the scrutiny of the bill by saying this clause, and I know it's a reference to other documentation, I find offensive as a parent, as a politician, as a community leader, and as someone who has went through the Catholic sector, because my parents chose the school for me, not to keep me away from anybody, and I chose my children's school not to keep them away from anybody. But if I believe for 1 second my children's school did not fit into this criteria, I would whisk them out of it immediately. An integrated school is a school which intentionally promotes, protects and improves an ethos of diversity, respect and understanding between those of different cultures and religious beliefs and of none, between those of different socio-economic backgrounds and those of different abilities. Are we seriously suggesting that those schools that don't have integrated above the door don't do that? Are we seriously saying that? Well, then why is it in the bill? Why is such a definition in this bill? Because as a parent, when I looked for a school for my children, I looked for a school that was, 1, a good school, 2, they were going to be taught through the medium of Irish, as was my wish. They were going to be able to learn about their culture, their history, their community, where their neighbours went to, and where they could make friends. And I believe I and many, many, many other parents are of the view that their school does exactly what it says in clause 1, paragraph 2. Yeah.
You've just made me think there as well. And I go into some schools, I've worked in some schools, but there's no doubt that could be explained that, you know, when we have religious denomination driving a school forward, then there is preference and importance given over. So when we're talking about this respect and diversity and equality for all cultures and beliefs, then when the system that we have favours one over all others. So when I go into a school, for example, a Catholic primary school, it's got the Stations of the Cross around the walls. When I go into Catholic schools, they've got pop-ups of the Pope sitting at the front doors, for example. You know, that's the dominance of one over the other in terms of respect and diversity. Surely?
As you note, I didn't include religion in the list of aspects I was looking for when I was looking for a school for my children. But religion does play an important aspect in some people's lives and in some people's choices. I believe it should be separate from education. But I don't believe that this bill or the current model of integrated education delivers religion separate from education. Because, as has been said by many members, and the current integrated movement is a Christian-based model. Now, if you want to start an argument, put 2 Christians in a room, you'll get an argument straight away about how you should worship the same God. So I don't accept that this model being presented to me today is going to give a non-Christian ethos to our education system. So Christianity, in whatever its form, is going to be promoted. I believe that education and religion should be separate. Religion should be studied as a subject which gives you a view of world, of history, of geography, of a whole lot of different others. And I accept that there's people who've also deeply held views about it. But I think that definition certainly is something that has to be looked at. Moving on through the bill, Kelly had said, or Ms Armstrong had said during her presentation that and I'm not quoting directly, but it's not easy for a new integrated school to be opened. To a certain degree, I agree with her. To a degree, I agree with her. But let's look at the facts. Sorry, Chair. If my memory serves me correctly, to open either an integrated or an Irish medium primary school in an urban area, you need 15 pupils. In a rural area, you need 12 pupils. Neither the control sector or the maintain sector can do that. So there, again, the Department of Education has facilitated the growth of integrated education. Again, Ms Armstrong pointed out that, from the figures she has, that a significant number of pupils are turned away from particularly post-primary integrated education. Again, there is currently a way of correcting that, the development proposal process, where if a school is oversubscribed on a regular basis, it can bring forward proposals to increase its intake. So there is a potential to do that. And when the Minister of Education would be examining such a development proposal, they would have a statutory duty to ensure that their duty to encourage and facilitate was taken into account. Because if they didn't, they could be judicially reviewed successfully, in my humble opinion, on that matter. So again, there is a way for the integrated sector to move forward and develop. So begs the question, what is the necessity of the bill? Does the bill give further advantage to the integrated sector over other sectors? And I think it does. And because I support the current status to encourage and facilitate, I'm not arguing against giving advantage to it. But I think this goes too far. I think it sets the integrated sector on a different plateau from other sectors, which may be detrimental to them. And indeed, as you read through the bill, and Mr Story pointed out a few of them, I don't wish to agree with Mr Story much more often during this debate. I just want to... So, moving on then to Clause 5, meaning of promotion. That is currently the role of NIA. So what's the purpose of having that clause? The general duty on other education bodies to develop, adopt and implement revising strategies to take into account integrated education, I think it's a step too far. New schools, in fairness, Ms Armstrong has clarified what she means by new schools. It's not all new builds, it's new schools. But again, I go back to my earlier comments, there's quite a significant advantage to the integrated sector in that way. Moving on to Clause 8, quite a significant number of items within this clause. But I ask this as a question. So, Clause 8, Section C, include arrangements for full access for integrated schools to training and resources provided by the Education Authority and other services accessible by public funded schools. Are they not already? And I ask that as a genuine question. Including in action plans at E.1, be prepared in consultation with persons with knowledge and experience, including teachers, governors, pupils. So this is part of a strategy that the Department of Education has to develop. And this goes back to my original point. This is NICE's job. They should be doing this. Include measurable benchmarks against the success of the strategy inclusion process towards targets can be accessed. Again, there's already a body set up to do that. Reporting. Biannual reporting. Again, no difficulty with biannual reporting. Moving on to Clause 10. This is quite a wide range of regulations set out in this under regulations of Clause 10. Some of them are very far-reaching. I hate that Mr Story mentioned this as well. But some of them are very, very far-reaching on public bodies. I look at M. Provision designed to integrate assessment of demand for and supply of integrated education in systems for the planning and development, including housing development or regeneration of urban and rural areas. Quite a wide scope for a bill, because, well, in fairness, when the general public are asked, do you support integrated education? Of course you go, why would you not? I support the principle of integrated education. But you see, when somebody sets a piece of legislation down in front of me, I want to know exactly what each piece of that legislation is going to do. And I ask myself the question, is the legislation necessary? And what the outcomes of it are. And as I've said a number of times, this legislation has got mission creep written all over it. Just in terms of the other point I want to raise is the NDNA commitment. Maybe Ms Armstrong at the end I think she did mention this in her introductory remarks, that she's concerned that the NDNA commitment may take too long to deliver. And given the experience of politics here, I think that's a fair enough comment. But it's still an NDNA commitment. There's a commitment within that agreement to have an independent review, including whether there should be a single education system. I would like to see that report. And I would also like to see that report in the context of, because this is my concern with the integrated education sector. The integrated education sector promotes inclusivity, but there's only one school that I know of that plays Gaelic games. There's only one, or very few, play Gaelic games. There's none promote the Irish language. Well, I'll correct myself, I think there's one. The identity in it is not neutral. In many of them, it's British. You can pay homage to the Crown, but to no one else. So if the integrated sector is serious about respecting all identities, then it's going to have to get its head around that one. Because the reason why we have such a separated education system dating back to 1920s is because, and I'm no defender of the Catholic hierarchy, is because the Catholic Church took a very strong view of this, that to keep Irish identity, Irish culture alive in the partitioned state, they were going to have their own education system. And so why, after 100 years of partition, would we turn around and say, I tell you what, we'll forget about that. We'll just have an education system under this bill which is neutral with a small n, and in my opinion, British in its identity. And if people, I'm not objecting to British identity, but I certainly want to see Irish identity in it. So in conclusion, Last Concordia, the draft integrated education bill requires significant changes to it to make it fit for purpose. We are agreeing to the bill proceeding through the second stage so that essential improvements can be made to ensure that it's fit for purpose and doesn't disadvantage any section of our education system. Thank you.
Members, it's very clear this is going to be a long debate. We still have a number of members who wish to be called. In light of this and the fact that there are members who need to remain in the chamber throughout the debate, I propose by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting for 15 minutes until, let's say, 4:45, and when we will return, the next member to be called then will be Justin McNulty. The sitting is by leave suspended. Thank you.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.